Chapter 4504. Void Jade. The first treasure alone spoke plenty about this magnificent secret auction. The second one was stored in a silky bundle of cloth. Each string was meticulously embedded and appeared to be made from cloud, mist, or fog. The auctioneer opened the bundle and revealed the treasure. At first, this thing lacked an impressive appearance and radiance. It was a piece of jade that required some time for analysis, white and the size of a bowl. It didn't look smooth or expensive at first sight. The lines on the jade seemed natural, like floating clouds. In fact, it was tough to say that it was a piece of jade and not a rock. Of course, the fact that it was second in line showed its value, above a Tao Lord sword technique. The former alone could make people fight to the death. This was even more valuable. Some might have seen this jade before. The auctioneer went on, "We will call it 8 Stallion Jade for now. Of course, it has another name. Does it belong to 8 Stallion Tao Lord? A big shot hasn't seen it before." The group started pondering. 8 Stallion was the most recent Tao Lord with a strange title. Rumor has it that he was a demon stallion reaching the Tao. Why 8? This was up for debate. One theory stated that the Tao Lord had 8 bodies. Another attributed it to 8 different identities. One more said that only 8 cultivators in history could compare to him. This question remained unanswered. One thing for sure was that his prestige still ran deep in 8 Desolaces due to the recency. "I don't know this jade," another crowd member murmured. The auctioneer continued, "The jade was indeed left behind by 8 Stallion Tao Lord. Only a few know about it. For example, Cloud Grasp Elder." All eyes turned towards Cloud Grasp Elder from 3000 Tao. Cloud Grasp cleared his throat and admitted, "Indeed. The Tao Lord came across it during his youth." He paused for a bit and revealed, "And it does have a different name." No one disputed his knowledge on this issue. The reason was very simple. 8 Stallion Tao Lord had deep ties with 3000 Tao. His Tao protector was none other than their progenitor, Tao Sanqian. "It does not belong to our grotto. A descendant of the Tao Lord is entrusting us with the item for consignment," the auctioneer said. "His descendant is in our sect right now." Cloud Grasp suddenly interrupted. Quiet discussions sprung with haste. "So Shen Jun Tian is really the Tao Lord's son?" A junior who came along whispered. He was another of the 5 conquerors and the direct disciple of Tao Sanqian. Rumor has it that his father was the previous Tao Lord. Any of these identities was extremely impressive. The auctioneer didn't mind the interruption and continued, 8 Stallion Tao Lord had many descendants. One is indeed in your sect. However, outside of the main branch, he has descendants in Boundless Mountain according to the records, Falling Blossom sect. Yes. Cloud Grasp acquiesced and waved his hand. A few big shots smiled. The Tao Lord was known for his romantic exploits, hence his many descendants. After he became a Tao Lord, others came claiming to be his children. Some were actually true, others weren't. For example, Falling Blossoms was an instance recognized by the Tao Lord himself. He had a passionate period with its sect master, resulting in a son. This didn't mean that the jade came from Falling Blossoms. It could be another offspring or descendant of his. The jade could be used as a proof of kinship. "What is special about this jade?" one person asked. "Remember, it has another name, its true name." The auctioneer cleared his throat and then said, "Void Jade." A big shot responded, "Void Jade." The atmosphere immediately changed. Regardless of where it came from, the character Void had a special significance. "Yes, Void Jade." The auctioneer said, "It was carved or created by the Tao Lord. He only came across it by chance during his youth. Nonetheless, it gave him a lifetime of benefit and most likely a big reason for his success." "Where did he find it?" another couldn't help but ask. In reality, most already had a good idea of the answer, but it still needed verification. "Void Zone," the auctioneer revealed. "This is verified after our appraisal. The jade has a void affinity and a connection to this grand Tao." Listeners took a deep breath right away. Few cultivators in this world have heard of Void Zone. Even then, they had very little knowledge of this mythical paradise. Tao Lords wanted to visit, but it required luck and the right circumstances. "So 8 Stallion Tao Lord had visited this place back then," one participant said. "What is the starting price?" Another became impatient. The jade could help with Tao comprehension and came from a Tao lord. Alas, people didn't care about this as much as its origin, void zone. The currency for this one won't be jades but rather void coins, starting with 3,000. The auctioneer said. 3,000 void coins to start? The group exchanged glances. 1. June here means stallion. Chapter 4505. Casual 10,000 bid. The big shots didn't know what to say about this requirement. Does it have to be void coins? Tao Lord Jades won't do? How about other treasures or weapons? Someone asked. The auctioneer shook his head and said, I'm afraid to say that the owner only wants void coins, nothing else. Where are we going to find void coins in such a short time? One participant grumbled. Not sure if it's even possible. A peer shook his head. The circulation is low, just one coin is a treasure. What is this currency? One junior didn't know despite being from a great power. It is said that these coins are from Void Zone, they might not be used as money there though. Her senior responded. Another big shot added, the coins might not be a currency but it has other uses. Once someone has enough, they can redeem it for an opportunity, perhaps gaining entry to Void Zone itself. The youths became emotional. Void Zone, a place even the Tao Lords wanted to visit. The chance to enter was a great fortune indeed. Top big shots have speculated that this opportunity was far better than cultivating Tao Lord merit laws. After all, the disciples of top lineages had access to these merit laws. This wasn't the case for Void Zone. I know this matter. Jian Ming murmured. These coins began circulating the world after the ancient clans brought them out. Your 4 clans played a part in this as well. The Taoist said, your ancestors spent the coins and helped the circulation. The coins are great. They can be redeemed for certain things. Far better than anything found in the regular world. Jian Ming's eyes lit up. Jian Ming was special because of a certain fortunate experience. He knew many things but unfortunately, he couldn't gather enough coins. Ahem. The auctioneer continued, well, our grotto does have quite a few void zones. The price is negotiable but you better hurry or we'll run out fast. What a shock. One junior quietly commented. Was this an auction or an attempt to sell void coins for a high price? Now, let's get back to business. The starting bid is 3,000 void coins with 100 minimum increment. The auctioneer shouted. The number alone seemed humble compared to the Tao Lord sword art earlier. Alas, this was a matter of quality. In history, 8 Desolaces had plenty of Tao Lords. Therefore, all of the lineages had a scary number of Tao Lord refined jades. The same couldn't be said about the void coins. 3,100. Cloud Grasp Elder started. 3,200. A big shot from an ancient clan bid. 3,300. The Elder immediately said. 3,400. Someone from a Tao Lord clan joined the competition. 3,500. Cloud Grasp didn't relent. 3,600. The big shot from the ancient clan hesitated a bit before bidding. 3,700. Cloud Grasp maintained the course. 3,800. This went on for a while because the top lineages have gathered quite a few void coins. This was especially true for 3,000 Tao, True Immortal, or the ancient clans. Moreover, if they needed more coins, they could purchase some from the grotto as well. It's just that the exchange rate would not be favorable in the slightest. Nonetheless, this jade was highly coveted because of its origin and rarity. 4,400. Eventually, only Cloud Grasp and the big shot from the ancient clan were still at it. They were rather conservative, only going up 100 at a time due to the limited amount of void coins in their sect. If they were to overbid and not be able to come up with the sum, they would be throwing away their personal reputation along with their sects. It seemed that Cloud Grasp was interested in this jade because he has been bidding relentlessly. This might have been his goal in the first place. He came representing Skybreak Monarch, so perhaps the Monarch wanted the jade. A few big shots thought about it and understood why. Remember, their progenitor was the Tao protector of 8 Stallion Tao Lord. Due to this relationship, the sect might know the mysteries behind the jade. 5,800. Cloud Grasp seemed to finally have the highest bid. This was indeed a tough sum since most didn't have access to so many void zones. Should we bid? Jianming felt like causing trouble for the elder, glancing back and forth between the jade and the old man. Since when do we have so many void coins? Wise ancestor glared at him. In the past, maybe this is possible, but we don't have them now. This was indeed the truth. Their 4 clans back then certainly were one of the richest power in terms of void coins. Alas, the descendants have spent them all. The young noble is here. Jianming smiled and said, plus, this void jade and our 4 clans might be related somehow, right, young noble? Not that useful, but we can bid. Li Qie smiled. Cloud Grasp glared at Li Qie after hearing this and said, this is an auction, not a playground. Don't mess around if you don't have the void coins. 10,000. I bid 10,000 void coins. Li Qie raised one finger and joined the fray. 10,000? This meteoric bid naturally astounded everyone. Chapter 4506. Infinite void coins were rare enough for the members of the behemoth to bid extremely conservatively, only going up 100 at a time. 5,800 was enough for others to back down. This exceeded their current sum and they would need to redeem more from the grotto. Alas, the exchange rate would certainly be unreasonable. At that point, the void jade would no longer be worth it. Therefore, Li Qie's bid made the crowd clamor. Is he crazy? One big shot murmured. Does he have too many coins to spend? One youth stared at him and said, 10,000 coins in one go, is this jade worth it? He's antagonizing 3,000 Dao. An older cultivator said, thinking that it wasn't about the jade at all. You! Cloud Grasp Elder's expression became unsightly. Putting the rarity of the coins aside, the bidders previously tried to remain cordial in order to avoid escalation. They had an implicit agreement of outbidding by small increments to avoid prideful competition. Now, Li Qie certainly didn't follow this at all, vexing both Cloud Grasp and other participants. This was a terrible precedence for the rest of the auction. Cloud Grasp was so certain of victory since the others have backed off. He was quite pleased with himself as well for winning and keeping the price low. Perfect was one way to describe it. Alas, this was all ruined because of Li Qie. Check to see if it's a valid bid. A different big shot demanded. Some purposely wanted to cause trouble due to Li Qie's unwanted action. They wanted to win with the lowest bid possible. Therefore, expelling this black sheep was necessary. Yes, or anyone can just bid whatever. Another supported. Furthermore, they didn't trust Li Qie's reputation and resources. A test was warranted. Since you're bidding 10,000, at least take out 5,000 as a deposit. Cloud Grasp suggested. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to muster 5,000 coins in a short time. This was one way to chase Li Qie away. This is pocket change for our young noble. His treasury includes all the wonders of the world. 10,000 void coins mean nothing to him. This is ridiculous, the result of being poor and thinking that everyone else is poor as well. Jianming interjected. Wise ancestor felt helpless since he couldn't stop Jianming due to Li Qie's implicit permission. Stop wasting time. If he's going to double the bid, then just prepare a deposit instead of uttering rubbish to disturb the auction. A youth shouted. I agree that a deposit is necessary. We do not want any malicious bid. A big shot from an ancient clan said. Void coins are rare enough to warrant this. A hidden master said. Li Qie only smiled while being the target of the crowd. Ahem. The old man from the grotto who had appeared at the entrance showed up once more. He looked at everyone and cupped his fist. Young noble Li's credit limit will be guaranteed by us, and it is unlimited. Gentlemen, no need to worry. We will make a deposit of 5,000 void coins for him to start. With that, fellow members brought out a trunk. They opened it and revealed void rays coming from neatly stacked coins. Silence took over the auction since they were left speechless. Unlimited credit? How many others in 8 Desolaces could enjoy this treatment? Credits were a thing in Grotto Courtyard. After all, not everyone brought their entire treasury with them. Some might go overboard and overbid, resulting in needing temporary assistance from the auction house. This was a service available to reputable and wealthy cultivators. In other words, Li Qie could bid whatever he wanted and no one should question the bid. The grotto served as the guarantor. Sigh, so much trouble over this small sum. Li Qie glanced at the trunk and shook his head, causing everyone else to feel awkward. Chapter 4507. 30,000. The frustrated Cloud Grasp couldn't do anything right now since Li Qia's bid has become authentic. 10,000 void coins, any higher? The auctioneer enjoyed this development. Going once, he repeated. All eyes were on Cloud Grasp since he was the only person here capable of contending. Moreover, he desired it the most. He took a deep and told the auctioneer, "Please give me some time to discuss this, is that possible?" The auctioneer asked the guests, "Any objection, gentlemen?" This auction was rather flexible. The big shots exchanged glances and allowed to give more time. Cultivators like them had plenty of time. Most importantly, they had no intention of participating in this round anyway. There was no reason to refuse and they wanted to see what Cloud Grasp can do since he was here to represent Skybreak Monarch. Young noble. The auctioneer asked Li Qie since he was the highest bidder and the ultimate decider. Let him, benevolence has always been a part of my nature. Li Qie smiled. Cloud Grasp heaved a sigh of relief. Sigh, the great 3,000 Dao has trouble over such a tiny sum. Looks like this auction is lower level than expected. Jian Ming's foul mouth didn't waste this opportunity. Cloud Grasp's expression turned ugly. If it was any other time, he would rip the kid to shred. Alas, there was something more important to do. He nodded to the auctioneer and took his leave, clearly wanting to communicate with the monarch about the void jade. A while later, he came back and sat down, looking calmer than before. 11,000. He raised the price by 1,000. Oh, he received more authority and resources. One youth murmured. Previously, he only raised the price by 100 each time. It seemed like the monarch has given him more flexibility. The jade appeared to be rather crucial to this top master. Because of this, the elder looked more confident than ever as he gazed at his peers. 12,000. Li Qie, on the other hand, remained relaxed. 13,000. The elder snorted. 14,000. Li Qie's tone didn't change. 15,000. The elder coldly uttered. 16,000. 17,000. 20,000. Li Qie smiled and raised the increment. The big shots found this astonishing. You! Cloud Grasp elder thought that he would win for sure, but Li Qie showed no sign of relenting. Giving up yet? Li Qie smirked. The elder hesitated. He himself thought that the void jade was no longer worth another bid. Forget about it. Jian Ming tried to act like a good guy. I know what you're thinking. Is this jade really worth that much? But our young noble's problem is having too much money. He's just buying a few things out of boredom. The same can't be said about you. Spend it frugally instead. You're being too kind. It's just a matter of not being able to afford it. The Taoist decided to join the fun. It's tough for everyone when compared to the young noble. A drop in the ocean for the young noble is a mountain to Cloud Grasp elder. Elder, don't waste the monarch's retirement now. The two of them infuriated the elder, who glared intimidatingly at them. These two brats talk too much. One big shot commented. The participants couldn't handle the jeer and wanted to slap the two. This was already merciful. Some actually thought about flying them. 21,000. Cloud Grasp calmed down and focused on business instead. 30,000. Li Qie casually replied. The participants clamored again. Even the experienced big shots. This current bid was now 10 times higher than the starting price. Something truly illogical. Moreover, this currency was extremely rare. Is he crazy? One big shot said. Is the void jade really worth this price? Another from an ancient clan wondered. Some thought that maybe they didn't know the actual worth of the jade. Unlike Li Qie, the elder's expression became unsightly. 30,000 was exceeding his threshold. Alas, the monarch told him that he truly wanted the jade. This was a matter of reputation as well. Competitions over face were inevitable. As the saying goes, men argue over face, Buddhas argue over incense sticks. Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead as he struggled for the next move. Is your sect struggling recently? Thinking so much over 30,000 coins, you are making the monarch look bad. On the other hand, our young noble didn't even bat an eye. Jian Ming started again. Though he was trying to provoke the elder, everyone could see Li Qie's nonchalant expression and that it wasn't a lie. Chapter 4508. Trapped, the elder became the center of attention since everyone eagerly awaited his decision. They believed that although the void jade was rare, it wasn't worth the current bid. One could use the void coins to redeem for other things. For example, items from Void Zone. Of course, they thought that the monarch could afford this sum. After all, as one of the 6 grand monarchs beneath Dao Sanqian, he had dominated for many eras and should have immense resources. The elder's expression changed continuously. 30,000 was also approaching the monarch's limit. Losing the auction would leave him in a tough position, but so would winning it. Furthermore, losing to a big shot was rather acceptable, not an unknown junior. It would be humiliating for 3,000 Dao, especially after all the taunts and jeers. 31,000. Eventually, he decided that face was more important than reason. Thus, he gritted his teeth and continued. In a way, making this bid showed everyone the monarch's wealth and his sex superiority. If Li Qie kept on going, then at least he has tried his best. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this and turned their attention toward Li Qie. Wow! 31,000. You win. Cloud Grasp Elder. A starting price of 3,000 went all the way up to 31,000. So impressive. 3,000 Dao's wealth lives up to its reputation. You! The elder turned red, thinking that he has fallen into a trap. The sarcastic praise didn't make the elder feel any better about winning. It only served as a reminder of stupidity. At first, due to Li Qie's speed and decisiveness while bidding, everyone thought that he truly coveted the Void Jade. Now, it seemed that he had no intention of winning in the first place, only wanting to bury the elder alive. The old man vomited blood from anger and fainted. He could have won with just 5,800 until Li Qie got involved. 31,000 sold. The auctioneer slammed his hammer. It was too late for the elder to change his mind. Many big shots smiled wryly about the final price and the trap. Anyone else would have been laughed out of the room at this point. Alas, they pitied him instead as they watched him being unconscious. Sigh, he can blame no one but himself. He jumped into the pit and then even poured dirt down. Jianming shook his head as if he felt sorry for the guy. If the elder was still awake, he would have vomited blood again after hearing this. This served as a cautionary tale for the big shots. They thought that they needed to keep an eye out for Li Qie in future auctions. The third item. The auctioneer said as an ancient medicine trunk was being brought out. Inside were 10 jade bottles exuding incredible heat waves. It felt as if there were volcanoes on the verge of erupting. 10 bottles of fire dragon pills made by Fire Dragon Enlightened Being of Divine Dragon Valley. These are his best work, the only ones left, made from the best possible materials and with the greatest love. The auctioneer said. 10 bottles. A big shot stared intensely at them. They're the best indeed. The participants agreed. Fire Dragon Enlightened Being was a renowned alchemist who specialized in fire affinity pills. Chapter 4509. Fire Dragon Pills. Most knew about the pills in this auction. Alas, 10 bottles exceeded their expectation and truly tempted them. These pills were coveted by the world, albeit extremely difficult to obtain. Most importantly, they were concocted by Fire Dragon Enlightened Being, an alchemist praised to be on the same level as Alchemy Emperor. In terms of alchemy, he wasn't a top existence from a historical scope. However, when strictly talking about Fire Dragon Pills, he walked alone at the top. In fact, even the creator of the pills was 1 or 2 levels below him. Need I say more about these magical pills? I'm sure everyone knows that they can replenish and cultivate the source. Most importantly, they prevent qi deviation or in the worst case, spark the Tao again from the afflicted and give them a chance to cultivate once more. The grade of these pills is superior to anything found in Divine Dragon Valley, and inferior to none found in the rest of the world. Why are these bottles placed above a Tao Lord Sword Art and the Void Jade? One junior couldn't help but ask. The other youths agreed with this question too. The value of a Tao Lord Sword Art couldn't be understated. The Void Jade could help someone become a Tao Lord on top of being connected to the mysterious Void Zone. On the other hand, these pills didn't seem like they were above the first 2 auctions in terms of value. There were also other pills with similar effects. Your skepticism is warranted from a particular perspective. The auctioneer answered. However, the demand for these pills is high, whether it be young geniuses or ancestors from the previous generations. Even Tao Lords might need Fire Dragon Pills, especially the very best of them. Their grade and medicinal efficiency are unmatched. The crowd exchanged glances and agreed with this statement. This type of pill had a consolidation effect, but most importantly, it helped profoundly with chi deviation and could mend the damages resulting from it. No cultivator was spared from the risk of chi deviation. Even invincible Tao Lords could suffer this effect after a touch of carelessness. Therefore, having 10 bottles of fire dragon pills was akin to having a protective talisman against this risk. It guaranteed a smooth road for a long period of time. Therein lay the true value of these pills. You could argue that as long as Divine Dragon Valley still has the formula, their alchemists can still make more fire dragon pills. The circulation on the market won't stop. However, is there a second fire dragon enlightened being? These are the last of their kind. Once the 10 bottles are used up, they are no more. The auctioneer elaborated. These 10 bottles are also on consignment. Their starting price is relatively special as well, hence its third position. He coughed and said, "What is the starting price?" One big shot became curious. 1 billion heavenly sovereign refined jades. The auctioneer revealed. The youths in the audience gasped after hearing the monstrous sum. I don't need to say more about the effects of these last pills in existence. This is only the beginning level of sovereign jades, so it is not an unreasonable sum. A top expert from a great power agreed with the starting bid. The auctioneer coughed and said, "The seller only asks for entry-level jades, nothing else, not even the higher-level jades. Moreover, they need to be of the highest quality, flawless, just like this one." Having said that, he took out a heavenly sovereign refined jade for the big shots to take a look. They took a closer look and found that the stored chaos energy, external shell, and craftsmanship were immaculate. This is not a regular first-level refined jade. One big shot said, "It must have been made by someone at the myriad level." Others agreed with this assessment. The starting bid wasn't a problem for them. However, this wasn't the case due to the quality requirement. They would need to spend a monstrous sum to procure these perfect jades. Therefore, the actual value far exceeded 1 billion heavenly sovereign refined jades. How strange. Why not use the Tao Lord or Golden level? One big shot wondered, why does the seller only desire these low-level jades? Tao Lord level jades were always highly coveted and accepted as a form of currency. Therefore, the demand was rather puzzling and illogical. Virtually all qualified buyers would prefer the transaction to be with Tao Lord jades, not entry-level jades regardless of their quality. "We do not know and did not ask," the auctioneer said. "What is the valley doing?" Wise ancestor murmured, "They don't need money given their wealth. Moreover, the remaining pills from Fire Dragon Enlightened Being have symbolic sentiments as well." Chapter 45:10. Competitive auction. All in all, the big shots present felt frustrated and curious about the buyer's demand. Normally, low and high-quality jades of the same level had the same monetary worth. But now, since the demand was 1 billion perfect jades, it became a supply issue that would increase the price. They want to build a kiln, one better capable of controlling the quality for a long period. This would allow them to produce high-quality pills. Looks like they have gathered enough perfect quality jades of all levels outside of Sovereign. Li Chia smiled and said, "That's a thing. Wise hasn't heard of such a magical cauldron before." The Wu was also an alchemist clan with peerless alchemists before. However, they have never heard of using a kiln for mass production before. Just controlling one cauldron alone was difficult enough, and normally for the divine pills, only one would be produced. Li Chia only chuckled and didn't elaborate. The auctioneer stared at the guests and then asked, "Any other questions, esteemed guests?" No one else said anything because it was none of their business what the buyer wanted. The only thing to do was to satisfy the demand in order to obtain the bottles. The quality of the pills was not to be questioned since the auction house has guaranteed it. "Then we shall begin. The starting price will be 1 billion. The auctioneer went on, "Because this was the final work of Fire Dragon Enlightened Being, the increment will be 100 million. The crowd clamored after hearing this. Alas, there would be no more pills like them afterward. Maybe this was still within the realm of acceptability. This might be better than small raises. "We'll save time too, let's go." An ancient cultivator urged. Chi deviation could happen to everyone, even the mighty ancestors. Of course, the chance for them was lower. Nonetheless, it meant that they would lose everything after working for so hard. Therefore, older cultivators were actually more frightened of chi deviation. The old cultivators in the crowd were willing to pay a premium to rid themselves of this fear. "We shall begin," the auctioneer said. 1,100,000,000. Turtle Seeker ancestor shouted. 1,200,000,000. The ancient cultivator immediately responded. 1,300,000,000. Alchemy Child bid as well for his young emperor. There was only a tiny chance for someone so talented to suffer chi deviation. However, if the price didn't go too high, having the 10 bottles would still be wise. 1,400,000,000. A big shot from an ancient clan joined. 1,500,000,000. 1,600,000,000. 1,700,000,000. 1,800,000,000. 1,900,000,000. 2 billion. The other participants were clearly interested in the pills. It didn't take long for the atmosphere to heat up and the bid became 3 billion. Despite the heated nature of the auction, everyone still adhered to the minimum increment. No one wanted to escalate the situation. Turtle Seeker, Alchemy Child, and the ancient cultivator seemed insistent on winning. Alchemy Child wanted it for his young emperor just in case as long as he could get it for a reasonable price. The ancient cultivator seemed to have a problem with his cultivation, hence needing the pills. Most participants dropped out once the price got up to 3 billion. Although they could still afford the amount, they needed to save money for other treasures. Turtle Seeker seemed hell-bent on winning and came prepared. Alas, his expression became serious since the price was slowly getting out of reach. 4 billion. Finally, Alchemy Child broke the mold with a strong bid. Turtle Seeker hesitated, raising his hand halfway but eventually lowering it. This amount was beyond his current wealth. His expression darkened as he sighed, looking helpless and sad. 4,100,000,000. A new participant joined the show, Cloud Grasp Elder who has regained his wits. Meanwhile, Wise worried about his old friend and asked, "You really need these 10 bottles?" "It's the kid." Turtle Seeker smiled bitterly. "His talent is perfect, it's just that there was a problem during the training process." Chapter 45:11. 20 billion. Turtle Seeker ancestor had a direct disciple with exceptional talent. Wise had met the youth and praised him repeatedly, congratulating Turtle Seeker for having a capable successor. The disciple didn't let the seniors down. Everyone in the sect had high expectations of him. Unfortunately, he wished for success and became impatient. Moreover, his cultivation soared too quickly without ample consolidation, resulting in chi deviation. Alas, the seniors did everything they could to bring him back from the brink of destruction. They saved his life and Dao foundation, but ultimately, his cultivation and Dao suffered damage. For so long now, they tried everything to mend the damages. The countless pills only had tolerable results. This secret auction gave Turtle Seeker hope because these fire dragon pills were the best of the best to treat chi deviation. If he could win, his disciple might actually be cured. After deliberation, the sect decided to muster all of its resources to win the 10 bottles. Though Archipelago was a major power after eras of accumulation, there was still a large gap between them and the behemoths. Therefore, he could no longer afford to bid anything after 4 billion. Doing so would have detrimental effects on Archipelago. Moreover, they naturally had more than one disciple. To focus on a single youth was not something the ancestors wanted. "I have some savings." Wise decided to help his old friend. Brother Wu. Turtle Seeker was deeply grateful because Wise was willing to let go of the other auctions. 4,500,000,000. He bid afterward despite not having that much confidence. 4,600,000,000. Cloud Grasp wanted to win for the monarch's sake. 4,700,000,000. Alchemy Child had his own master in mind. This price was still acceptable for true immortal. 4,800,000,000. A big shot from an ancient clan desired the pills as well. 5 billion. Turtle Seeker made his final bid. 5,100,000,000. Alchemy Child didn't hesitate for a second. 5,200,000,000. Cloud Grasp followed right behind him. The two friends exchanged glances and couldn't go any higher. Another 300. Wise gritted his teeth and put everything he had on the line. 5,500,000,000. Turtle Seeker said the words and felt a sense of freedom. This was truly the last-ditch attempt. 5,600,000,000. On the contrary, Cloudgrasp felt no pressure at all with another bid. Turtle Seeker gave up, realizing that this was not meant to be. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, brother. Archipelago will always remember the kindness shown here today." Though he failed to win, at least he found out that he had such a good friend. "I'm sorry that I couldn't help." Wise sighed and said, 6 billion. Meanwhile, Alchemy Child, Cloudgrasp Elder, and the big shot from an ancient clan continued their competition. 10 billion. Someone else suddenly interrupted them with a casual tone. 10 billion. Some participants gasped after hearing the bid. Another 10 times the original price. A few of them became exasperated since this was his second time breaking the implicit rule. All the participants tried their best to keep the final price as low as possible. This was the logical thing to do, except there was a dissident in this case. They felt unsafe because he could do it whenever he wanted, especially during the auction with the item they desired. Nonetheless, there was nothing they could do because his bids were guaranteed by the auction house. "Don't tell me he's working for the auction to bring up the price," one big shot murmured, feeling awfully suspicious. After all, Li Qie bid an amount that was 10 times the original starting price. Moreover, the auction house gave him unlimited credit as well. "Hey, you're working for the auction house?" The big shots cared about face and didn't say this out loud, but one youth questioned. The former didn't want to disrespect Grotto Courtyard, but younger cultivators had no qualms. They could also be forgiven because of their ignorance. "What do you think?" Li Qie smiled. "Hard to say due to your suspicious bids." Alchemy Child interjected. "Then play along. I don't mind participating in this auction. The highest bidder gets the item." Li Qie smiled. Others exchanged glances while Cloudgrasp Elder felt the worst since he was a prior victim. 10,100,000,000. Alchemy Child didn't think that Li Qie would dare to go all the way. 10,200,000,000. Cloudgrasp tried to read Li Qie to no avail and decided to continue. 20 billion. Li Qie didn't think for a second. This bid made the crowd gasp loudly. Even Wise and Turtle Seeker couldn't believe it. This was far beyond the 10 bottles value. "Still want to play?" Li Qie stared at the crowd with a focus on Alchemy Child and Cloudgrasp Elder. The two of them thought that he was just messing around, not expecting him to actually double the bid again. This new bid was too much for their pockets. Chapter 45:12. Casually given no one else would bid in a similar manner as Li Qie. Alas, this seemed to be his style. Other participants viewed this style as being malicious and overly provocative, the opposite of productive from a financial viewpoint. Of course, the auction house would never forbid malicious bidding. It's just that this particular one had an implicit agreement with all the big shots. Li Qie simply chose to stir the pot. "Humph," Alchemy Child uttered coldly. "What is your intention behind bidding so recklessly?" "As I said, he's hired by the auction house." One youth couldn't help but blurt out. This was a common notion the moment he trapped Cloudgrasp Elder into buying the Void Jade for an unacceptable price. Now, he once again elevated the price of the 10 pills. "Gentlemen, please mind your words." The auctioneer became unhappy and said, "We have a gold-clad reputation, and for millions of years, we have auctioned numerous valuable items that are even more precious than the ones here tonight. We do not need to resort to despicable means." This pertained to the grotto's reputation, so he didn't appreciate these unwelcomed comments. "My junior is ignorant for saying these offensive words. Please forgive him." A big shot immediately apologized. The majority of the participants here did not want to offend such a major auction house. The auctioneer scowled in response, showing off his dissatisfaction without pursuing the matter. "Does it matter whether I'm working for them or not? The bid is as real as can be. If you don't want to give up, then keep going. When no one else bids, then I'll be paying for the item." Li Qie smiled. 20 billion. Any other bidder? The auctioneer shifted the focus back to the auction. Others exchanged glances. They thought about the smooth nature of Dao cultivation with the help of the 10 bottles. However, the price was unreasonable now given the massive quantity of finest-grade refined jades. The true value far exceeded 20 billion heavenly sovereign refined jades. This was a considerable sum for any great power that exceed the bottle's worth. And here I thought that even 50 billion is only a small sum for the great 3000 Dao. This should be even truer for True Immortal, a sect with a peerless foundation. I'm sure your sect can handle 50 billion Dao Lord Jades, let alone this entry-level crap. Jian Ming's mouth spared no one. He paused for a second before continuing. The two of you should push the price up to 100 billion to make it grander. That bid is more fitting for people of your status. Cloud Grasp and Alchemy Child snorted and didn't say anything else. They still wanted to bid, but the price was too unreasonable. Moreover, they still thought that Li Qie might be playing with them. 20 billion sold. The auctioneer eventually smashed the hammer and formally announced the winner. Wow! Turtle Seeker became sentimental at the sky-high price. His entire sect wouldn't be able to muster this sum. The auctioneer then handed the 10 bottles to Li Qie. Though he hasn't paid yet, he was on credit so he could take the items first. Li Qie accepted the bottles and didn't bother to look at them before raising them in front of Turtle Seeker. Give them to your disciple. What? Turtle Seeker and Wise were stunned despite being old ancestors. Is this a joke? A big shot in the crowd found this unbelievable. Both the pills and the winning bid were insane. No one here would want to hand over them to someone else, especially a stranger. Alas, this was unraveling before their very eyes. Hence everyone's astonishment. If anyone were to offer the pills to Turtle Seeker, the latter would think that it was a cruel joke. F for me. Turtle Seeker stammered since he was overwhelmed with emotion. Who else but you? Your disciple needs them, no? Li Qie replied. Turtle Seeker had given up on the pills, but here they were, right in front of him. I can't repay you, he spoke like a junior. I don't need you to repay me, you can't come up with 20 billion anyway. Li Qie chuckled. He waved his hand and then said, It's no big deal, just consider it a part of fate. Wise regained his wits and was ecstatic for his friend. Accept the young noble's gift. Turtle Seeker eventually realized that this was actually happening. He got on his knees to show his gratitude. If you ever need Archipelago's assistance, just say the words and we will do everything we can. Chapter 45:13. Shaking Immortal Grass. The crowd was still in a stupor because Li Qie gave all 10 bottles to Turtle Seeker ancestor instead of just a few. Not to mention a stranger or an acquaintance, one would hesitate on giving them to their own disciples or best friends. No one else here could do the same as Li Qie. Only supreme characters such as Dao Sanqian had the ability to do so. It took a while for Turtle Seeker to accept this dreamlike reality. Remember, they have only spoken briefly. He could feel the heat coming from the bottles in his hands. This kindness was virtually impossible to repay, not even if he were to spend the rest of his life in Li Qie's service. While the crowd still felt perplexed, the fourth auction was brought up to the stage. This was an immortal grass placed inside a flower pot. Upon closer inspection, it didn't grow from the pot but was transplanted from another place. The pot had an ash-gray color, seemingly a relic of the past. Its coarse surface gave the impression of it being capable of connecting with worldly energies. The soil was special, a combination of violet terra mud and abyss flower buds. It had enough moisture and emitted a flowery fragrance. Even a fool could tell that this soil was meant for something brilliant. The grass itself was only 4 inches tall with only 9 leaves. It seemed rather feeble and the leaves could be blown off by a breeze. The grass was clear, looking like it was carved from precious jade. The leaves had a violet glow to them and seemed rather heavy. If one fell to the lake, it would certainly sink to the bottom. Most importantly, the veins on the leaves were all different and golden, seemingly depicting unique diagrams. These golden lines seemed to be alive, always flowing like the Grand Tao itself and looking like dragons. Their golden glow illuminated the surroundings and turned into scattering particles. Shaking Immortal Grass. One big shot recognized it. Indeed. Everyone else agreed with this and felt their heart beating faster. This was an immortal grass desired by all since it contained the Grand Tao and could communicate with heaven and earth. In other words, it could help a cultivator reach the next realm without facing a bottleneck, a catalyst for cultivation improvement. Of course, it wasn't omnipotent. It simply raised the chance of reaching the next realm by a considerable number. For cultivators, bottlenecks could exist at any realm. However, not all of them were unsurpassable. Time was usually the limiting factor. This type of grass was too precious and rare. Only the Supreme Masters would keep them around and wait for a crucial moment to use it. The big shots here were at a high realm, meaning that it would be difficult to keep on improving. Furthermore, if they didn't need it, perhaps an ancient ancestor from their sect could use it. This is a mature grass with 9 leaves. A big shot from an immemorial sect praised. Indeed, and after our careful grooming, its medicinal potential has 0 impurity. The auctioneer revealed. And here I thought that it would be a budding grass. This is completely different. Another clan member said. This meant that the grass could be used right away without a waiting period. The younger grass would have limited medicinal potential. The waiting period could be anywhere ranging from tens of thousands of years or more than 100,000 years, perhaps even longer. It's not easy to find a mature one. An ancient ancestor said, "Where did your grotto find it?" The problem with finding a mature grass was the procurement process. This grass would start running, and the moment it came out of the soil, it would wither and die. Capturing one successfully required immense power or a heaven-defying technique to bring the grass back. Otherwise, an unknowledgeable cultivator coming across one would only end up ruining it. Now this mature grass has been successfully transplanted into the pot, meaning that the buyer could wait for the right time to use it. Taken here from long ago, we have been growing it for 50,000 years, and it sure was not easy. The auctioneer responded. This casual statement made listeners imagine how hard it was, from the transplanting to the cultivating process. Chapter 45:14. Must have the magical grass was desired by countless big shots. Moreover, this was an adult one. The participants couldn't look away, especially those experiencing a bottleneck. What is the starting price? One of them became impatient. A mature immortal shaking grass is truly precious. The starting price is 3 million Dao Lord refined jades. Each increment will be 10,000. The youths here couldn't believe the astronomical starting sum. In fact, it disqualified most cultivators from the great powers. How illogical! The Dao Lord sword art was only 300,000. This grass is somehow worth 10 times more? One youth murmured. Correct. His senior responded, there might be dozens of Dao Lord sword arts in the world, maybe 100. The junior thought about it and agreed. There have been many Dao Lords before who left behind a legacy for their sect. This grass might be rarer, especially one at this stage. Dao Lord sword arts are certainly mighty, but they're still non-living. An expert that has the ability to buy this grass doesn't need these sword arts. Moreover, if it somehow helps a genius become a Dao Lord, then there will be no lack of sword arts in the future. The senior went on. Other youths changed their mind about the value of the grass right away. Many of the big shots here were from Dao Lord lineages. They already cultivated top laws. Moreover, they could also create rather capable ones. Therefore, the effect of this grass was far better than a Dao Lord sword art in their eyes. Breaking through to the next realm meant gaining limitless potentials for them. A key example of this was Alchemy Child and his master, true immortal young emperor. This wasn't to say that the grass would guarantee him the throne. Nonetheless, the percentage would certainly improve. After becoming a Dao Lord, he would then produce numerous techniques for the sect. All of these justified the grass starting price for the big shots present. The auction begins, 3 million to start. The auctioneer announced. 4 million. Alchemy Child immediately bid. The crowd exchanged glances, unpleased with this aggressive bid. It was no different from Li Chie's style. Again. One big shot murmured. However, none of them showed any sign of relenting since they weren't afraid of Alchemy Child. Alchemy Child bowed towards everyone and said, "Our young emperor is looking for this grass. Please show mercy, ancestors." No one answered because at the start, they assumed that it would just be a budding grass far from maturity. Now, no one wanted to go easy on Alchemy Child. Not even his master was a scion. 4,050,000. A cultivator in stealth bid. 4,100,000. The big shot who received a fortune telling about the eastern fence joined. 4,200,000. Sky Judge Ancestor bid. 4,300,000. Another from a Dao Lord lineage bid. 5 million. Cloud Grasp also bid, reminding people that 3,000 Dao also had a supreme genius, Shen Juntian. He naturally wanted to become a Dao Lord as well, and this grass would be just as helpful. Alchemy Child's expression soured. He tried to get the crowd to give True Immortal and his master some face. Alas, reality slapped him without showing any mercy. 6 million. He became annoyed and raised the bid again. 6,300,000. The cultivator in stealth didn't hold back because of True Immortal. 6,400,000. 6,500,000. 6,800,000. 7 million. 10 million. Eventually, the bid reached this frightening amount since everyone either wanted it for themselves or their genius disciples. The bidder was none other than Alchemy Child, ready to play to the very end. 10,050,000. Cloudgrasp continued. Everyone thought that he was capable of competing since 3,000 Dao wasn't inferior to the current True Immortal. 10,500,000. A member from an ancient clan Eastern Desolace joined. He rarely bid in the previous auctions, but this was an impressive one. 4-5 Sun King? Someone asked. The person didn't respond and focused on the auction. 11 million. Alchemy Child always raised generously each time. 11,300,000. So did Cloudgrasp Elder. Meanwhile, Li Chia only watched with a smile. Nonetheless, people still paid attention to him because he was a scary competitor who didn't hold back. Because of this, they heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he wasn't interested in the grass. Jianming knew that he was only here for one thing. The other bids were only coincidental. Chapter 45:15. Money isn't an issue, 20 million. Alchemy Child made a ridiculous bid and glanced over at Li Chia. The crowd hesitated since many were knocked out of contention. Even a few Dao Lord lineages couldn't handle this price. Only the behemoths such as True Immortal and 3,000 Dao. The fact that a servant dared to bid so high was a testament to True Immortal's immense resource. This meant that the young emperor had given him an even higher limit. He still looked rather calm, so this was far from the ceiling. Others wisely backed off since it would only be a waste of time to continue. Of course, members of ancient clans and Dao Lord lineages could still handle this bid. Forget it. Sky Judge Ancestor hesitated from making another bid. There were other top medicines with similar effects. There was no need to go all out here. Cloudgrasp and the person from Eastern Desolace exchanged glances. This was only the fourth auction. If they were to buy the grass at a sky-high price, they would no longer be competitive later on. In fact, it was strategical to waste others' buying power if it wasn't for the implicit agreement of gentlemanly bids. These two had a good reason to continue due to Shen Juntian and 5 Sun King, members of the 5 Conquerors. This immortal grass might actually make a difference. Therefore, this auction was essentially reduced to a contest between the 3 Conquerors. The representative of True Immortal Young Emperor, Alchemy Child, didn't seem to worry about his opponents. It seemed that he was confident in his given financial authority to defeat the two. On the other hand, he worried about Li Chia since this guy was a madman who could bite anyone with a ridiculous bid. Worst of all, he even had unlimited credit from the auction house itself, something that suffocated all the other participants. What are you looking at? Jianming noticed his gaze and glared at him. Never seen someone so cool before? It's true, our young noble sits at the top. No one else can compare to him, so you never saw anyone on the same level before. Alchemy Child turned red as a result. Due to his status as a member of the young emperor's camp, not to mention a junior, even ancestors from the great power needed to show him respect. Arrogant hound! Alchemy Child shouted. Our True Immortal is who sits at the top. Our young emperor is the ultimate genius while you're nothing more than an insect. Yeah, True Immortal, so scary. Jianming pretended to be afraid before changing his expression. Humph, our young noble can turn it into dust if he wants, no need to be haughty. You! Alchemy Child's expression became unsightly. He took a deep breath and managed to speak. Words are cheap, but everyone can see the truth. We from True Immortal are afraid of no one. Is that so? I clearly saw you being afraid earlier. Jianming retorted, always stealing glances at our young noble while bidding. At least you're aware that if our young noble decides to bid, it would be the end of the grass for your sect. Our sect has never backed down from a contest before. Our resources are endless with oceans of refined jades, never running out for an eternity. A nobody like you can't compete with us. All right, you've convinced me, you're not afraid of our young noble joining the auction at all. Jianming smirked, clearly implicating something. Damn right, bring it, we're no cowards. Alchemy Child's blood rushed to his head and stopped him from thinking. He realized his mistake, but words were like water. Once poured, there was no taking it back. You got me interested. Li Qie finally joined the conversation. Let's see how high your authority is. I bid 30 million. This bid naturally left everyone slack-jawed, especially Cloudgrasp Elder and the big shot from the ancient clan. 30,000,000. This put everyone out of contention. You! Alchemy Child was left speechless. Chapter 45:16. Supreme Black Card. A while ago, people already viewed Alchemy Child's bid as too aggressive. Now, there was no word to describe Li Qie's raise. Game's over. A big shot from a prestigious clan murmured. What's the point in bidding? Just let him make the final bid and get this over with. Seems that way. No point bidding with the brat involved. A famous character said helplessly. They all wasted so much time making small bids just for this guy to jump in and give them zero chance of winning. 30,000,000. Cloudgrasp and the Eastern Cultivator smiled wryly and gave up. Judging by Li Qie's nonchalant demeanor, this might only be the starting bid. No one wanted to give it a shot. What if Li Qie were to suddenly give up and then they would have to pay the ridiculous price just like Cloudgrasp Elder not long ago? The only one left still thinking about it was Alchemy Child. In terms of resources, maybe True Immortal would be able to contend. 30 million. You bidding? Jianming gestured provocatively. Alchemy Child's expression kept on changing. This was pushing close to his limit. 31 million. He gritted his teeth and went for it. 40 million. Li Qie said without a care in the world. 40. The crowd felt as if Li Qie could crush any of them in terms of sheer financial prowess. What kind of auction is this? He's just here to cause trouble. Alchemy Child bellowed. This made Li Qie chuckle while Jianming stared at the youth with disdain. Isn't it obvious by now that there is no rule against a high bid? Plus, having no limit is the whole point of an auction. Just accept that you can't play this game meant for the rich. He was perfectly right. Though this annoyed the crowd, there was nothing they could do. This is 40 million Dao Lord refined jades we're talking about. One youth whispered, he already spent so many heavenly sovereign jades before, can he actually pay the sum? I don't think many great powers can. A few big shots heard this and stared at Li Qie. The majority didn't think this was a problem because of the auction's guarantee. Alchemy Child had no choice but to latch onto this. He still needs to have a guarantee or a deposit to make a bid this large. Our sect can put down 20 million Dao Lord refined jades right now. Can he do it? We need to prevent any complications. They came prepared with Dao Lord jades, but Li Qie might not. Some big shots wouldn't bring currencies along and would just settle with the auction house at a later date. However, Li Qie didn't need to defend himself because the old man from the grotto immediately spoke. As mentioned previously, young noble Li has unlimited credit at our auction house, so there is no need to worry. However, since people have still been asking, we will give him our supreme black card. Having said that, the old man put down a shiny black card on Li Qie's table. A black card. The knowledgeable big shot smiled wryly after seeing this. This was the ultimate symbol in Grotto Courtyard. The holder would be able to participate in any auction on top of borrowing refined jades up to an agreed limit. In this case, Li Qie had unlimited credit, meaning that he could use all of the auction house's resources. They only give out a few cards in each era, yet Li Qie has one now? Someone with knowledge regarding this card said. It was insane how much the auction trusted Li Qie. Alchemy Child's complexion turned red, then white, speechless. He had heard about the black cards before because in fact, his sect had one too. It was in the possession of a peerless ancient ancestor, not his master. Therefore, his argument to stop Li Qie no longer worked since the guy had a black card now. Now can you stop accusing people? There are plenty of rich cultivators in this world outside of your sect. Jianming stared contemptuously at him and said, You! The youth's face became unsightly. 40 million. Are you going to bid or are you giving up? Jianming went on. Is this a challenge to True Immortal? The youth then asked. Chapter 45:17. Solo auction alchemy child's threat during an auction didn't win him any love from the crowd. For the big shots, doing so was despicable and unbecoming of their status. Nonetheless, Alchemy Child was far from a big shot. To put it nicely, he was a trusted aide of the young emperor. To put it bluntly, no more than a mere servant in the grand scheme of things. Therefore, he could say whatever he wanted without besmirching his reputation and status, for he had none. It wouldn't affect true immortal's reputation in the slightest. On the other hand, he was a special servant due to his master. He could whisper to his master and be rather influential. After thinking this through, some big shots understood why the young emperor sent him as a representative. If anything were to go awry or improper, the young emperor could just say, he was only a servant. Moreover, Alchemy Child could still intimidate others using the sect without suffering proportional backlash. Having to resort to threat, I see. Is this what true immortal does to win an auction? Jian Ming asked. Provoking true immortal, boasting shamelessly, and maliciously slandering my young emperor are all unforgivable sins deserving of death. Be aware of your precarious circumstance and change your way. Otherwise, my sect will annihilate you. Alchemy Child switched the topic from the auction to something else. No one here was a fool, so they naturally understood his intention, wanting Li Qie to back down from the auction. On one hand, they didn't want to lower their status by arguing with a servant. On the other hand, this servant was actually influential enough to carry out the threat. So many words only to say that your sect is too poor to compete. Our young noble has no time for the likes of you. Jian Ming said with disdain. 40 million. Keep it coming. Li Qie waved his hand and urged the auctioneer to hurry up. 40 million, going once. The auctioneer shouted. 41 million. Alchemy Child gritted his teeth and made another bid. He would need to ask for permission in order to go any higher. 50 million. Li Qie casually responded. Alchemy Child felt as if he had just been slapped in the face repeatedly after hearing this. 50 million, going once. The auctioneer said. Just give me a second. Alchemy Child had no choice but to go communicate with his master. 60 million. It only took him a moment to return. He immediately made a generous bid. It seemed like true immortal was going to go all the way for this immortal grass. Most importantly, the young emperor didn't want to lose to Li Qie. While you were gone, young noble Li has bid against himself. It is 100 million now. The auctioneer revealed. Alchemy Child's expression couldn't be described with words. He successfully convinced his master to grant him a higher limit. Alas, Li Qie has beaten him even before he got back, shattering his confidence and leaving him breathless. This was akin to a cultivator breaking through to the next realm during a tough battle. They believed that they would be able to stomp on their foe now. Alas, what happened next was a swift defeat. This could drive someone crazy. Alchemy Child's eyes turned red, seemingly wanting to feast on Li Qie's blood and flesh. He actually bid against himself. The big shots smiled wryly while shaking their head. There wasn't a rule against this because it meant more revenue for the auction house. Why wouldn't they allow it? In this case, the raise was sheer lunacy. All of their preparation was for naught when someone like Li Qie was around. 100 million was a ridiculous price even for a mature shaking immortal grass. No lineage would do something so silly. He's a madman. This became the common opinion of Li Qie. Did you hear that? 100 million. But judging by your destitute style thus far, I don't think your sect can gather this much. Just give up. Jian Ming, the sycophant, continued his act. Alchemy Child started shaking in rage. His face was as red as can be. I'm clearly provoking your sect right now. What are you going to do? Li Qie asked with a smile. The big shots exchanged glances after hearing this. Few would dare to state this publicly and trivially. Where is he from? How is he so confident? One of them whispered. Alchemy Child felt blood streaming up his throat from anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. 100 million. Sold. The auctioneer slammed his hammer, signaling the end of an uncompetitive auction. The next item is very special. He handed the item over before introducing the next. It is from an immemorial lineage known as 7 Martial Pavilion. Chapter 45:18. Seven Marshall Pavilion. The crowd showed no sign of recognizing this title. Seven Marshall Pavilion? Doesn't ring a bell to me. Their item is listed 5th? One youth said. Only a few old men have heard of this title before. They were specifically chosen for the secret auction due to their wealth and power. They had relationships and friends everywhere as well. Seven Marshall Pavilion was an actual lineage, not just a name? One big shot said. Yes, it was real. Pure Sun Dao Lord talked about it before, so it has to be true. Another important character responded. What item will this be? One more became curious. I can't believe something from that era is still around until now. A famous character felt the same way. This magical lineage was mentioned by numerous invincible masters. Alas, their members had never been seen before. Nothing was known about its location and structure. Their merit laws and techniques were unknown as well. This sect only existed in the words of top masters for generations now. Usually, this meant that it was a thing in the past, having been destroyed or disbanded. This wasn't the case for Seven Marshall Pavilion. Therefore, it was rather puzzling. It would make sense for a small sect to be this unknown, but Seven Marshall Pavilion was mentioned by various beings. Pure Sun Dao Lord, Blessed Dao Lord, Duality Master, and many others. A lineage mentioned by these masters must have been frightening and inscrutable. Alas, its elusive nature made regular cultivators think of it as a legend only. Only a minority was sure of its existence, and stated that it was hiding for a particular purpose unknown to others. The auctioneer coughed to get everyone's attention and said, We are certain that this item is from Seven Marshall Pavilion. We guarantee it. The auction house was putting its reputation on the line, proving the existence of the pavilion in the process. Have you met any disciple from there? A big shot asked the auctioneer. The latter only smiled without answering. He didn't divulge further information on Seven Marshall Pavilion. Perhaps he didn't know anything in the first place. Only the top ancestors from the grotto were privy to this information. Has anyone actually seen them before? A sacred ancestor from a prestigious clan asked. They do exist. A sacred ancestor from the east answered. In fact, they have ties to many Dao Lord lineages. For example, the Pure Sun clan has always been very close with them. Really? One big shot was skeptical. The sacred ancestor nodded and said, It's definitely true. The problem is that not just anyone can make contact. Only a few ancient ancestors from the Pure Sun can communicate with them. Wait, Void Imperfection 3 Schools and Heavenvine Citadel, those ancient lineages, they might have connections to the pavilion as well. If anyone in the world were to know more, it would be them. Not to mention the pavilion, the names you listed are becoming illusory existences. They rarely appear at all. One big shot said. True, but at least their disciples have walked the world. The same can't be said about the pavilion. One ancestor shook her head. Then let's go ask the Pure Sun. A hot-headed ancestor suggested. They're still around. No one answered because this clan was officially reclusive. A few big shots might have contact with them, but who would be bold enough to go there? Ever since their reclusion, Eastern Desolace became leaderless. Nonetheless, their previous prestige remained and no one dared to disrespect them. It's difficult to visit Void Imperfection and Heavenvine as well. We're about to lose communication with them altogether. An Eastern big shot said. In reality, they didn't understand why these ancient lineages would choose to go into seclusion. They had dominated for so long and were still powerful. If we can't find or don't want to go, there is still another lineage that can answer this question. Bones. The sacred ancestor from the Easter suggested. Rumor has it that Bones Dao Lord has visited Seven Marshall Pavilion before. This might be the most reliable piece of information regarding this place. The group exchanged glances. Few knew about this, but the ancient ancestor was right. Why the hell do we need to go so far? Someone else said. The auction house clearly had contact for this transaction. Everyone then turned towards the auctioneer. If Seven Marshall Pavilion's item was here, the auction house must have met a member from there. Ahem. The auctioneer said, Esteemed guests, I and the grotto know nothing about this. We are only responsible for the auctions. Nothing else. The auction house clearly had no intention of revealing information about the pavilion. Chapter 45-19, Shadow Conference. Let's get this going already. One big shot urged. Everyone was interested in this treasure because it came from a legendary lineage. A few wanted to find out more about the lineage through this treasure, hoping to see some clues. 7 Martial Pavilion, Jianming started talking to his group. I heard there is a shadow conference that takes place there, really secretive stuff. You know quite a bit. Li Qie glanced at him. Hee, I've only heard about it out of coincidence, don't know much more. Jianming smiled. Spying on someone else's secret can end with decapitation. You are always sneaking around trying to find forbidden things. Be careful now. Li Qie smirked. Jianming felt a chill coursing down his spine. He shuddered in response. I don't do anything like that, it's just that I got lucky and occasionally heard a few things, not on purpose though. He tried hard to defend himself. Yes, I was blessed by the heaven and somehow stumbled into that place. I saw something shadowy. Ancient existences were conversing, but I was polite enough not to stick around for too long. Quite a coincidence, huh? Li Qie smiled. Jianming smiled awkwardly. He wasn't sneaking around that time and only came there out of coincidence and luck. He became curious and couldn't help himself. However, that scene was terrifying, so he immediately ran. The shadow you mentioned looks like an ocean? Where did it come from? The Taoist became vested in the conversation. A swindler like you know about this too? Jianming was surprised because he only got there by chance. However, the Taoist seemed to know without having the same experience. As if you're the only one who knows. The Taoist stared haughtily at him and said, When I was reading the heaven, your ancestors were still playing in the mud. Please. Jianming glared at him and said, Enough boasting, you wouldn't be saying that if you were there to see it. I'm sure someone told you, you didn't find out on your own. Don't look down on others with your dog eyes. The Taoist uttered coldly. Our clan knows every eternal mystery and secret in the world. A regular person like you wouldn't understand about the changes of the ocean and the existence of the shadow. Humph. Then do tell, what is the shadow conference? Don't tell me you don't know after all the strong words. Jianming retorted. That's a... The Taoist opened his mouth, nearly falling for the trick. He immediately realized it and glared at Jianming. Brat, don't even dream about tricking me. Haha, what trick? I just wanted you to prove your knowledge. Seems like I'm mistaken. Jianming tried again. In reality, he was just a frog under the well regarding this matter. He knew that the Taoist had more information than he did. Of course, this wasn't the Taoist calculating himself but rather, leftover pieces from his clan. Therefore, Jianming wanted to pry it out of him. You won't understand even if I tell you. The secrets of the world are beyond your comprehension. The Taoist said. Still at it? At least tell me some proof of your knowledge. Jianming said. The Taoist turned red but refused to speak. He knew how to keep his mouth shut about certain things and wouldn't bite. His clan was privy to forbidden information. Alas, divulging these secrets could result in disasters. Therefore, the Taoist ignored the brat. Eventually, Jianming mumbled and complained, then gave up. Meanwhile, the auction was still ongoing with one bid higher than the previous. Outside of the item from the pavilion, there was a supreme artifact from an ancient Tao lord, an immortal treasure, and something from the River of Time itself. One auction originated from blessed Tao lord. This one caused quite a stir and everyone went all out. Not just Alchemy Child from True Immortal. All in all, any of these treasures would cause a bloodbath in the outside world. Cultivators would kill for them. The big shots came prepared and had ample resources. They just didn't bid early on, so they had enough for the later rounds. One thing kept on recurring. Whenever someone made a high bid, the crowd would steal glances at Li Qie. They didn't want to provoke and cause him to randomly make an insane bid. They assumed that he was here only to antagonize the other participants. During the item from Blessed Tao Lord, Alchemy Child was as nervous as can be. Eventually, they understood that as long as they didn't say something to offend Li Qie, he wouldn't make a bid. They heaved a sigh of relief after realizing this and refrained from saying anything negative. In reality, he didn't need any of the auctions. The fire dragon pills were only to help out Turtle Seeker Ancestor. As for the shaking immortal grass, he disliked Alchemy Child and wanted to toy with him. The subsequent treasures didn't interest him either. Eventually, the item from Blessed Tao Lord had an owner. This was the 9th auction. Alright, There is still one last auction. Esteemed guests, please take a break right now. The auctioneer announced. Chapter 45-20. Final auction. The big shots became anxious as the final auction was being brought up. They started calculating their financial power and resources. The auction house had told them about the various items, just nothing in detail. Very well, here is the final auction. The auctioneer clapped and his sex disciples carried out a trunk with numerous seals from top masters, a testament to the value of the thing inside. The auctioneer then opened the seal under watchful gazes. Buzz! Temporal fabrics opened after the lid was lifted. Everyone got an illusion that time came to a brief halt. Although this only lasted for the blink of an eye, it made them exchange glances. This temporal halt clearly came from the treasure. They saw rays oozing out from the treasure. They had the shimmering of rubies, being as bright as can be with a temporal affinity. Time was definitely the source of life. While they were illuminated by the rays, they felt an unending life source. The treasure was as large as the trunk, tall enough to reach the chest of an adult. The entire thing was a translucent amber. However, there were several layers to them due to the varying shades of red. Inside was a girl wearing a time-worn style of clothes. The big shots here haven't seen anything like it, certainly not the style from this epoch. Moreover, they looked rather expensive even from a cultivator's viewpoint. This meant that she came from a prestigious lineage in the past. She had clear skin and sculpted features on a small face. Her nose was the most perfect work of art. She appeared to be around 8 years old but looked superior to anyone else. At the moment of her birth, she was destined for greatness and ready to rule. She lacked the vivaciousness of a child and possessed a dignified temperament instead. This wasn't something that should be found in a young girl. Alas, it somehow felt right when seen on her. They couldn't tell whether this natural-born noble was alive or otherwise. Nonetheless, they still felt intimidated by her presence. Though they were prepared for the final auction, seeing it left them emotional. Li Qie finally showed interest in an auction. His gaze pierced through the amber layers to see the girl. The other treasures failed to garner his attention. Not her. Everything about her was a mystery. However, the encapsulation preserved her throughout the years. Swindler, is she alive or not? Jian Ming whispered. I don't know. The Taoist shook his head. Don't lie to me. I know that you have calculated her before. Jian Ming insisted. The Taoist paused for a moment before whispering. Fine, I didn't see anything, it was too chaotic. I thought your clan's divination was peerless. I guess you didn't learn well enough. Maybe not even at the elementary level. Jian Ming egged him on. The Taoist swiftly responded. You don't know shit. That thing sealing her can separate all else. It's not as simple as just calculating because you want to. It can stop time along any fortune-telling. She herself is a chaotic entity. Trying to figure out this temporal flow will take an insane amount of time and effort. The Taoist had some clues and wanted to calculate the girl's identity. Alas, during this process, he found that it was virtually impossible and not worth the price. Moreover, it might even end with death. Who is she? One big shot asked. I don't know, but possibly not from our epoch. An old peer with knowledge of antiques said, her clothes are from an ancient era. There are a few ancient clans from the east that might be from the same one, like Void Imperfection. I agree. Someone from the east nodded. I saw a portrait before, an ancestor from Void Imperfection. The outfit is similar but I can't be sure. Is it a self-seal or did someone else seal her? Another asked. Either way, the result is unreal. An adept master at temporal seals said, something like this required an immense force, resources, and manpower. Therefore, the sealing intent aside, this character must be very, very important. His friend added. They agreed that a seal surviving an entire epoch wouldn't be used for a regular cultivator. Chapter 45-21. Chronoblood Amber, the final auction of the night and the best of them all. This one belongs to our auction house. The auctioneer announced. He paused for a moment before continuing. It was found by a clan elder in a perilous location. After an appraisal, we have determined that the outer layers are made from rare chronoblood amber. We can't tell with absolute certainty whether this is its natural form or was created by men. The latter has a higher probability while the former would make it one and only in history, as far as we know. Chronoblood amber, one big shot said. Just the amber block alone is priceless since it can be reused. Cultivators with a bit of background, especially existences from previous generations, understood the significance of this amber. Its value couldn't be overstated in the mind of ancestors. In history, the reason why ancestors could live for so long wasn't due to their lifespan. It was because they used temporal bloodstones to bury themselves, entering a prolonged state of hibernation. These stones were awfully expensive. The stronger the cultivator, the more stones required. A regular sect had no chance of keeping up. Only the great powers would do so for their ancestors. Alas, even the behemoths didn't have unlimited resources. There was no lack of ancestors dying from old age since they couldn't keep up with the expense. This particular amber took it to the next level. Normally, regular bloodstones could be replaced by the ancestors' descendants. The amber would only need to be used once and could last forever. Of course, forever wasn't accurate here. It was just long enough to seem like an eternity. There were two sources, man-made and natural. The first was refining the purest temporal bloodstones and taking their essences to create the amber. This refinement process was extremely difficult. The refiner needed to be powerful enough. Moreover, the number of stones required was unreasonable as well. Therefore, refining enough amber for complete encapsulation meant expending immeasurable resources. On the other hand, chronoblood amber could be found in nature, created by heaven and earth. Only one or two cultivators have come across it in history. Now, this large block of amber could be reused by the powerful existences. The auctioneer continued his introduction. I don't need to elaborate on the amber's value. The key focus should be the little lady in the amber. She is not from our era or even epoch, judging by her clothes. It's hard to give an exact date, but she might be older than any current lineage. Do you know anything more about her background? Sky Judge Ancestor asked. Our ancestors have perused numerous ancient scrolls with a focus on old characters. Unfortunately, we know nothing about her background, at least for now. The auctioneer shook his head. Is she still alive? The Eastern Fence cultivator inquired. Uncertain. The auctioneer answered. We would need to open the amber in order to see. But since this is chronoblood amber, she is most likely alive. The big shots exchanged glances and agreed with this logic. Someone being encased in chronoblood amber should be from an ultimate lineage far exceeding Dao Lord lineages. The girl's status should be noble and prestigious beyond words, being sealed at such a young age. Nonetheless, there was another possibility. That coincidental circumstance had her encased in this amber. This probability was virtually impossible because natural found chronoblood amber was too rare. Moreover, this amber would be found in places blessed by the heaven. They were usually dangerous and unavailable to cultivators. How could a little girl traverse through the perils and enter the amber at the right time? What is the starting price? A big shot became impatient with the long reduction. Our auction house paid a sky-high price to the clan that found it. The auctioneer replied. No one thought that he was embellishing because just the amber alone was priceless, let alone the young girl. We will not be asking for refined jades. The auctioneer revealed. This was understandable because after so many eras of business, they most likely had plenty. The normal restrictions are lifted for this one. The auctioneer said, we only ask for items that might interest us, any quantity is fine. Let us appraise the items first and you can wait to make an official bid. No restrictions at all? A big shot asked. Yes, so feel free to rest and discuss it with your sect before making a proposal. The auctioneer nodded. Many big shots got up right away. Of course, they weren't leaving the auction but rather, going to talk with their sect about potential items to offer to the auction house. It didn't take long for them to return, clearly having gained more authority. Prior to this, they came with enough refined jades but for this last auction, the seller only wanted items. This caught them off guard. The auction shall commence. The auctioneer said after all the participants have returned to their seats. Can we bid several times? Someone asked. Yes, as long as each bid is in good faith. The auctioneer replied. Let's go already. Another urged. I offer Pure Sun Dao Lord's Pure Sun mantra. A grand cultivator began. Chapter 45-22. Offers the first bid stunned everyone and caused them to stare at the bidder. Alas, this character hid their appearance and identity. Someone from the pure sun. A big shot whispered to his friend. This clan chose isolation and no longer interfered with the world. Its disciples stopped appearing as well. However, this big shot made people think that he was from the clan due to his bid. After all, who else would have a mantra belonging to the Tao Lord outside of his own clan members? Fellow Taoist, you are from the pure sun? A participant couldn't help but ask. Most became interested right away, especially members of the East. Their eyes became brighter. The reason was very simple. Ever since the clan's isolation, the East became a snake without a head. The great powers and clans of the East were no longer united, so the land became weaker. If the pure sun were to appear again, Eastern Desolace might rise once more. In reality, the majority of sects in the East wished to see the pure sun, void imperfection, and heaven vine again. With the help of these ancient lineages, Eastern Desolace's influence and authority would soar. The cultivator in stealth shook their head and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. I am just an insignificant cultivator, not from the pure sun." "Then how do you have the Tao Lord's mantra?" Someone from the East questioned. "My ancestor was a general under the Tao Lord. He contributed greatly and was bestowed this mantra later on. It is considered our heirloom." The cultivator responded with haste. There was no problem with this answer because the Tao Lord had many generals under his banner. Moreover, there was no concrete detail about the gifts, so it couldn't be proven false. "Remember, this is the key auction." The person from the East said, "The first auction was already a Tao Lord sword art. Now, you're using a Tao Lord merit law as a bid. Don't you think it is improper?" Others agreed with this as well. A Tao Lord merit law was only the starting point for an auction of this level. Though Pure Sun Tao Lord was special, his mantra was still not worth the amber and the young girl. Have to try to know. After all, the auction house didn't state any restrictions. Any item can be proposed. It is up to them to accept or otherwise. The hidden cultivator calmly answered. "Pure Sun mantra, would you accept it as a bid?" He then shamelessly asked the auctioneer. The auctioneer only smiled, clearly refusing the mantra as a bid. This wasn't to say that the mantra was inferior. It's just that the scroll alone was not comparable to the final treasure. One merit law from Scion Tao Lord and a hammer crafted by him. One big shot said. The auctioneer still only smiled. The big shot didn't give up and continued. "In addition to those two things, we will also offer a pot of 9 spirit flower. It has been our heirloom for 600,000 years and underwent 9 cycles. That flower is quite rare. There might only be a few in the entire world." Someone else couldn't help but praise. They didn't care about the Tao Lord merit law or weapon. However, this flower stood out due to its rarity. An impressive flower. The auctioneer praised but still didn't accept the bid. "My offer is a cauldron from Stone Climb Alchemy Emperor, a bowl of night shine frost unique to Northern Profound Mountain, and 3 horns from a black-scaled dragon." A grandmaster offered. These items were rather rare but still didn't interest the auctioneer. "I offer an ancient scroll from a legendary place known as Buddhist Burial Ground. It is from a forbidden temple there. There is only 1 copy in the whole world." A big shot from an ancient sect said. "Great, this scroll can be on the list." The auctioneer said. "Oh!" The crowd exclaimed after hearing this. A few of them understood why this was chosen over the Tao Lord items. The auction house had no lack of them. On the other hand, rare items and artifacts had a higher value. "I offer a painting with the name, Emperors. It was painted by 15 Tao Lords through the generations using all of their efforts. A prime minister of a dynasty bid. This attracted people's attention. It was a work of art painted over many generations. Its value was not bad at all. It's amazing." The auctioneer praised but didn't accept it as an offer. Heaven Dragon Gate is willing to offer true dragon blood, scale, bone, and claw, 1 each. A big shot stated his affiliation and offered. "True dragon." A big shot said, "If there is someone actually in possession of these things, it would be Divine Dragon Valley." The big shot coughed and said, "It's close enough, the dragon definitely has the bloodline of a true dragon." Of course, This meant that the dragon wasn't an actual true dragon. It was just another species with a part of this bloodline. This offer wasn't enough to be added to the list. At this time, a seemingly regular cultivator said, "I have a heavens will secret law of an ancient emperor. These secret laws are not bad at all. They're comparable to a Tao Lord's patrimony merit law?" One big shot said. "Then it is just on the level of the best Tao Lord merit laws. It is not competitive in this auction. There's no point in bidding." Someone else rudely commented. Chapter 45-23. The Dongfang nonetheless, their criticism was warranted. Imperial secret laws were mighty, but they weren't superior to the best Tao Lord merit laws. Even if this one was somehow special, it still couldn't be exchanged for the key auction. The cultivator said, "Our law is special not because of what it is but rather, its origin." "Are you saying that this law is from an immortal, not an emperor?" A few participants started laughing after hearing this. The cultivator didn't become embarrassed and earnestly answered, "Sounds about right." "Sounds about right?" The crowd stopped laughing and became serious. They were only messing around earlier, but this response changed everything. "Impossible. Immortals don't exist." An ancestor from an immemorial sect shook his head. The cultivator calmly explained, "I'm not saying that our law came from an immortal but rather, a very particular existence." "Who?" The auctioneer showed signs of being interested as well. The cultivator pondered in silence for a bit. He clearly hesitated before answering, "This is a taboo that few know about. Our clan is from an immemorial era and has ties with this being. Hence our fortune." "Taboo? What taboo?" The big shot started thinking about it. Suddenly, as they spoke and thought about this issue, a bolt seemingly coursed through their mind and made them shudder in unison. "The one that shouldn't be spoken." They eventually recalled a particular legend. They then shut up and realized that this cultivator might be talking about it. "So the Dongfang has this history." One of them murmured. "Yes, how surprising since it's an unremarkable clan." Someone from a great lineage said, "This might be the reason why they're still around." The auctioneer had a serious expression as he nodded. "This secret law's origin is frightening indeed. However, it alone is not enough." He paused for a bit then added, "If your clan adds another item, then it'll be considered." "Why's ITT?" The cultivator became surprised. The auctioneer revealed a smile akin to a greedy merchant staring at gold. He said, "I heard that your clan has a decree personally written by that existence. How about adding it?" "No." The cultivator refused right away. "Then that's the end of it." The auctioneer waved his hand in regret. "What decree are they talking about?" A crowd member became interested. After all, this auctioneer was the best in Grotto Courtyard and had seen countless treasures before. He was clearly interested in this particular decree. The value of the amber was obvious at this point, yet the Dongfang still refused to bid their decree. This was a testament to the latter's worth. They thought that this might be related to the forbidden existence. Of course, the auctioneer and the Dongfang member stopped talking about it. The conversation stopped there. "All right, any other bids?" The auctioneer changed the subject. His eyes shifted towards Li Chia. Alas, Li Chia only focused on the girl within the amber and didn't hear anyone else. She commanded his full attention for some unknown reason. Jianming and the Taoist knew that the girl was his reason for being here. The amber itself didn't matter. True Immortal offers a secret art of blessed Tao Lord, a Tao Lord weapon, and an immemorial heavenly portal. Alchemy Child made an offer representing the entire sect this time, not just his master. 3,000 Tao offers 3 Tao Lord merit laws, 3 bottles of Divine Ascension pills, 6 boxes of gold mend powder. Cloudgrass Belder also made a bid. 3,000 Tao was just as capable as True Immortal. After these two behemoths made their bid, the other big shots felt as if they were no longer in the running. The bid from Alchemy Child was not bad at all because Blessed Tao Lord was special. These might not be the Tao Lord's best merit law and weapon. Nonetheless, they should still be superior to most. It seemed that True Immortal also coveted this final auction. Our school offers an art for indestructibility, and another for communicating with heaven and earth. A member of a mysterious sect also made an interesting offer. We offer an ancient stone. Everyone bid differently, one by one. Quantitative appraisals were exceedingly difficult for these treasures. A few of them were added to the list by the auctioneer. For example, the behemoths. The auction house was interested but not overly motivated to make a sale just yet. "I want this." Suddenly, Xueqi stopped looking at the girl and interrupted the bids. Everyone immediately stopped and he became the center of attention. Chapter 45-24. Bestowing grace. The crowd became nervous. He had been quiet in the last auctions, so they relaxed considerably. Though the competition remained fierce, no one went as high as Xueqi did. Therefore, his involvement was not a good sign. Nonetheless, they still felt curious about his bid since it would be nothing short of monstrous and oppressive. There could only be one winner for this final auction. The majority was only here to watch the show at this point. Obviously, who doesn't want this? Finish the auction first. One junior complained. "If our young noble wants this, then he'll get it. Take a look in the mirror first and realize how futile your bids are." Jianming immediately retorted. A few big shots gritted their teeth in annoyance. Wise ancestor smiled awkwardly and slapped him again. "What is your bid, young noble?" The auctioneer asked eagerly, feeling the same anticipation as the rest of the crowd. "Very well, since fate has brought us together, I shall bestow a fortune to your auction house." Xueqi smiled and said, "A fortune? Great, that's a great bid." The auctioneer became emotional and blurted out. When he repeated "great" 3 times, everyone knew that this was not going well. "What fortune?" one big shot asked. Someone who was part of the list complained, "This bid is too vague. While we've bid real physical items, what is a fortune here?" No bid has been praised on the same level as Xueqi's just now, and this worried the winning participants. "Our ancestor has just sent a message. In addition to the aforementioned items, an immortal monarch of our sect is willing to bestow his grace to the auction house." Alchemy Child received a message from a high-ranking member. An immortal monarch? This shocked the crowd. What does this mean? A youth understood little about this matter. The big shots, on the other hand, understood what a favor meant in this case. It was a great deal for the behemoths to do so. In true Immortals history, only very few existences can have this title. A knowledgeable cultivator commented. The crowd exchanged glances. True Immortal had produced countless top masters before. Alas, only a few could gain this title. They could be counted on one's fingers. How many have received True Immortal's grace before? Especially from an immortal monarch too. A big shot from the south murmured. The grace could vary in nature. However, it usually meant that the receiver would gain the protection of the giver without doing anything in return. In this case, it extended beyond that since an immortal monarch has personally bestowed his grace, meaning that he would offer full assistance whenever Grotto Courtyard was in danger. There were other benefits too, albeit not as consequential. Therefore, this truly added weight to their bid. In addition to the previous items, our progenitor is also willing to extend his grace to Grotto Courtyard. Cloud Grasp Elder waited for Alchemy Child to finish before revealing the intent of his sect's big shot. Progenitor? Dao Sanqian. This prompted some older cultivators to take a deep breath. This was a being existing alongside the river of time. The title alone stirred the listeners. How does this compare to the immortal monarch's grace? Someone wondered. The protection of Dao Sanqian meant that the auction house could operate for years without worries. On the other hand, although the identity of the immortal monarch remained unknown, this character should still be brilliant. Who would I pick? A big shot murmured, True Immortal or 3000 Dao? Feels about the same. Not necessarily. The progenitor of 3000 Dao is known as the teacher of Dao Lords. He absolutely stands at the apex, no different from a Dao Lord, or so people say. Someone from the West didn't dare to say Dao Sanqian. This is True Immortal we're talking about. Someone with the title of Immortal Monarch is definitely an ancient existence from a Dao Lord's generation, perhaps a disciple of Blessed Dao Lord or a general of another. A big shot commented. Others agreed with this. During True Immortal's strongest era, someone with the title of Immortal Monarch must have incredible achievements and might not be inferior to Dao Sanqian. Don't forget, True Immortal is older than 3000 Dao. It has an advantage in terms of resources and foundation. Someone else brought this up. This was also true. The rich history of True Immortal implied incredible wealth and stability. 3,000 Dao was lacking comparatively. I would pick True Immortal. One participant concluded. By this point, they realized that all other contestants have been knocked out. It would go down to either True Immortal or 3,000 Dao. We must have this item. Alchemy Child said with absolute confidence since he was representing True Immortal, not just his master. Chapter 45-25. Ignorance, don't make claims you can't carry out. Jian Ming sneered. There was already an existing feud. If Alchemy Child could, he would absolutely kill Jian Ming. Therefore he instantly retorted, "Fool, our immortal monarch is an apex existence while you all are mere worms. Being disrespectful to my sect and the monarch will leave you with a burial-less death." Yeah, our young noble doesn't give a damn about your monarch or sect. If he wants this auction, he'll get it. Be smart and get out of the way. Alchemy Child naturally couldn't compete in a childish argument since he hasn't done it before. After all, Jian Ming traveled extensively and lived on the streets, honing his tongue with experience. Why are we dragging this trivial matter out? Grotto Courtyard, make a decision already. Li Chia waved his hand at the auctioneer. Meanwhile, the auctioneer was still stunned after hearing Li Chia's bid earlier. He finally regained his wits after the comment. Our monarch said that the courtyard could state whatever demand, everything is negotiable. Alchemy Child said confidently. Thus, please carefully consider and pick our sect. This is the only right choice that will help your auction house exist for an eternity with a supreme foundation. Let me know what you think. Others exchanged glances. Alchemy Child wouldn't dare to make this claim without permission. Therefore, he was acting as an official representative of True Immortal. It seemed that this monarch truly wanted the item at all costs. We appreciate True Immortal and the monarch's kindness. The auctioneer bowed toward Alchemy Child. This made the latter think that a decision has been made. Victory was his. Therefore, his expression changed as he started gloating with total satisfaction, looking down on the rest of the crowd and telling these mere insects to never mess with True Immortal. He arched his chest forward, smirked, and didn't try to hide it in the slightest. Alas, the auctioneer's next line brought him back to reality. After careful deliberation from our ancestors, we have chosen a winner for the final auction of the night, young noble Li. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the auction. It was our pleasure to serve you all today. This took most by a storm. Only a few big shots didn't find this surprising, albeit still unexpected. Alchemy Child's expression was still one of jubilation as he stood there frozen, unable to process the outcome. His complexion then changed color repeatedly, matching his internal emotions. His haughtiness has been slapped back to reality by the auctioneer. This turned into anger and unacceptance. Auctioneer, you must deliberate with the auction house regarding this important matter. Don't make the wrong choice and mess up the future. Alchemy Child raised his voice at the auctioneer. The big shot snorted and sneered after hearing this. Participants of auctions didn't always win and had to accept the result. After all, the highest bidder would always be the winner. Therefore, the opportunities were equal for all. Now, Alchemy Child had threatened both Li Chia and the auction house. This was unbecoming and detrimental to his reputation. Of course, he was only an alchemy servant. His action didn't necessarily harm True Immortal's image. The auctioneer didn't like this and waved his hand, no longer using honorifics. You need not worry about our future. We have discussed this thoroughly already and came up with this decision. Your sex conditions were indeed generous, but they aren't suitable for us. I apologize. The decision came so fast. What is this about thoroughly, such nonsense? Alchemy Child stopped choosing his words. Despite their business creed, the auctioneer's patience grew thin. They didn't need True Immortal to interfere with their method. Moreover, Alchemy Child was a nobody. Even a big shot from True Immortal was not qualified to preach. The crowd also thought that he was a sore loser. This was truly hard to watch. Bah, you're making a fool out of yourself and your sect. It's just one auction. Jian Ming said, how did the so-called #1 sect in the world not find anyone better to act as their representative? Maybe it should change its name to True Asshole instead. Except learn to hide it with your pants instead of exposing it and making a fool out of yourselves. True asshole, huh? A few youths started laughing while imagining the image. This brat's mouth is too foul. A big shot shook his head and smiled. One cultivator in stealth laughed. The brat is annoying, but he got it right this time. You! Alchemy Child was livid. Our sect will annihilate your... I know. Annihilate my clans and make servants out of us after your young emperor becomes a Tao Lord. Wait, flay my skin and drink my blood, flattening our ancestral ground. Anything else? I've heard it all before. Alchemy Child nearly vomited blood from anger. The auction is over, please leave. The auctioneer told Alchemy Child, politely telling him to leave, but in reality, workers were ready to escort him out. Chapter 45-26. Lake guests started leaving after the end of the auction. A few big shots came and talked to Li Qie. Though they didn't know about his background and identity and his cultivation wasn't impressive, the fact that he was recognized by the auction house showed that he was somehow special. Thus, they wanted to befriend him and introduce themselves before leaving. I'm from Wutong Mountain. Our jade tree's flowers blossom once every 500 years. The fermented wine made out of them is wonderful, so when you have time, fellow Taoist Li, come for a drink. A big shot elegantly invited. Sky Mountain always welcomes visitors. Visit us when you have time, fellow Taoist Li. Another invited directly. Ancient Sword wants to befriend someone like you. Your presence will brighten our humble abode. Others also invited him. The majority tried to talk to him, but some also stayed far away from him. After all, he had offended both True Immortal and 3000 Tao, the two strongest lineages in the contemporary. It would be hard for him to stay in Sky Border. Some thought that the feud with True Immortal was especially serious. He had humiliated them enough to warrant revenge. This was a serious consequence, potentially life-threatening. Therefore, they preferred to stay away instead of getting involved in this mess. Young noble, Archipelago remembers your kindness. If you ever need assistance, every member of Archipelago will be of service. Turtle Seeker said as he was about to leave. The fire dragon pills were too generous. He kept on bowing repeatedly before waving from a distance. Eventually, only Li Qie's group and members of the auction house were left. All right, time to pay up. Li Qie told one of them. The old man from the auction house immediately bowed and answered, "It is an honor to have you here, young noble. These are just minor gifts. Please accept." Having said that, he handed over the paperwork, meaning that Li Qie didn't need to pay for the prior auctions. He stared at the old man and smiled. A bit clever. Very well, let's not dwell on formalities and vulgar things such as money. However, I won't take advantage of you. Bring pen and paper over. I will leave behind one character for your grotto. Thank you, young noble, thank you. The old man was overwhelmed with excitement. One character from Li Qie was worth countless times more than the payments. It didn't take long before workers brought everything necessary over for Li Qie to write. Wow, wonderful items. The Taoist commented while looking at the prepared objects. Iron stone bamboo as the shaft, fur of a heavenly firefox as the brush. Ink made from celestial smoke grass, inkstone carved from 7-star Tao rock. And the paper, let's see here, a total of 18 layers embedded together. He stared at the old man and said, "These are perfect materials for a master to write a talisman, not just simple calligraphy." These items were extremely valuable and could be considered treasures for making talismans. They were never used for regular writing. Normal cultivators would never have the chance to see them. In fact, just holding the brush was virtually impossible due to its weight, let alone writing. The auction house intended to have the perfect items for Li Qie to leave behind a peerless Tao. In fact, anyone capable of writing with this brush would leave behind a part of the Tao regardless of the content. How crafty! Jianming said, "This is wanting our young noble to leave behind a Tao affinity." The old man chuckled awkwardly and said, "The young noble is a marvelous existence. Regular pen and paper aren't worthy of his touch. He must have the best materials possible for writing. Only these things are worthy of being containers for his calligraphy." Can't argue with that. Jianming was impressed by the old man's choice of words. Yes, it would be insulting to let Li Qie write on regular pen and paper after knowing his identity. Moreover, They would help preserve the embedded Tao for eras to come. Whether they did it out of respect or for their own gains, there was nothing improper about the act. Li Qie only smiled and casually wrote, never removing the pen from the paper. Once the character was finished, everyone saw that it was the character, Lake. The first impression was that it was written clumsily. Upon closer inspection, there was something archaic about it. After enough time, they would then appreciate the sharp strokes akin to the swings of a blade. Instead of being carved onto a rock, this Tao was embedded onto the paper. Eventually, while reading from a Tao comprehension perspective, they saw that this was a natural character with no gaps and breaks. It was as if he had taken out a heavenly Tao and imprinted it here. This Tao was as vast as an ocean with runic dragons soaring within. Thank you for your gift, young noble. The old man bowed again. Li Qie glanced at the auctioneer with the goatee and said, though your auction house is not the primary branch, this character will give you legitimacy and bless you with good luck to live on while not shaming the ancestors. We will remember your teachings, young noble. The auctioneer and the old man kneeled. The former continued, we descendants find it glorious to be in your presence and earning your grace. This is a momentous event that we won't ever forget. I know that there are inconveniences, so I'll forgive you this time. Li Qie smiled. The auctioneer smiled wryly and said, I am weak and have let down the ancestors. Plus, my true appearance is very ugly. That's why I do not wish to show it to you, young noble. There's nothing ugly about an octopus. Plus, you're occupied, so it's fine. Li Qie waved his hand. What? Jian Ming and the Daoist felt their scalp tingling. You, your seal ancestor? Jian Ming stared with his eyes wide open. How different from what I saw. The Daoist murmured. He had snuck into the grotto to steal some treasures but was scared away. He only caught a glimpse of Seal Ancestor's true form during that time. Wise Ancestor smiled as well, not expecting the auctioneer to be the famous Seal Ancestor. Rumor has it that Seal was the strongest and oldest ancestor of the grotto. He had lived for many years but few have seen his true form. Moreover, he was apparently omnipresent in the grotto. His tentacles could sense every inch and corner of this place. The appearance of this auctioneer didn't make anyone think that he was Seal Ancestor in the slightest. Chapter 45-27. Seal Ancestor's Fortune. One theory noted that Seal Ancestor's true form must be rather unsightly with countless tentacles. This contributed to the auction house's peace because few dared to cause trouble here. Jian Ming had heard about Seal Ancestor's tales before. Today, he finally got to meet the being, albeit not in his true form. The Daoist was utterly surprised because he was one of the few who saw Seal Ancestor's true form. Though he only saw a small part of the gigantic being and only briefly, he still noticed the different auras. There was nothing threatening coming from the auctioneer, the opposite of the great octopus. Since my offer was a fortune, pick while I'm still here. Li Qie said. The auctioneer bowed and said, I actually have a request but I'm afraid it might be out of line. Speak, don't worry. Li Qie said. The auctioneer took a deep breath and said, our lake is from an immemorial period, tracing back to the previous epoch. The sages were sure that it must have something to do with our roots. After generations of research and rumination, we have understood a thing or two. That's why you all built the sect here, hoping to use the magical lake to control an independent domain. Unfortunately, this is just the result of greed. Li Qie chuckled and said, right. I myself was arrogant and wanted to use my own power to control this magical force. I absorbed it into my body in order to call on the Tao. The auctioneer had a sad smile. You would have been reduced to ashes if it wasn't for your bloodline. It's also unfortunate that your branch isn't the orthodox one. Li Qie added. That I am aware of. He respectfully said, we have never dared to act as the main branch since that would be disrespectful to the ancestors. The grotto actually had an impressive origin dating back to the previous epoch. Rumor has it that their progenitor was a follower of a supreme existence and had numerous contributions. As time passed, their clan prospered and declined. One notable period was during the leadership of the two saints. Once the two saints left, their primary branch was no longer active. They, the side branch, eventually built the auction house on the ancestral lake. This lake contained an unknown power with a mysterious seal. This helped them last for so many eras now. Your request is to open the seal in order to escape. Li Qie already knew the answer. That is indeed my request. Please help me, young noble. The auctioneer got on his knees. Previous sages of the auction house successfully borrowed the power of the immemorial lake. During the auctioneer's generation, he became ambitious and wanted to channel this power into his own body for better control. Alas, he nearly lost his life in the process. Nonetheless, he did gain something from the reckless endeavor. He was able to control part of this power. The negative side effect included being trapped in the seal, unable to leave. Therefore, he wished for a miracle from Li Qie. To carry out my end of the bargain, the fortune I can grant only includes freeing you. Li Qie said flatly, what you will learn and the blessings obtained by the spirits depend on your own comprehension and luck. I understand. This is more than enough. The auctioneer kowtowed. Very well, prepare yourself. I will help you find the temple of the spirits and its mysteries. Li Qie said. The man then sat down in a meditative posture, entering a state of zen and channeling his energy to harmonize with the world around him. Li Qie raised one finger and utilized a mystical Tao technique to follow a natural path leading to the door beneath. Golden particles oozed from the tip of his fingers as if they were stars. They traveled and left behind a temporal trail. This trail seemed to be indelible and created a divide in time and space. While standing in this divide, one could turn back and see the past or look forward and see the future. The starry beam eventually touched the old man's forehead and created a tsunami within his mind. Boom! His true body started shaking violently. He felt an explosion finally opening the gate inside his mind. In the past, he has tried countless times only to fail. Alas, Li Qie was able to do so in just a few seconds. With the opening of the gate, he found himself to be standing in a massive dimension and heard deafening battle cries. He looked forward and saw heroic spirits marching. They resembled the great gods, gigantic and wielding divine weapons. Banners fluttered everywhere, each large enough to blot out the sky. The symbol engraved on them was none other than an animated silver fox. He then heard battle horns and suddenly, he returned to an ancient carnage where his godlike ancestors fought to the death. Their blood rained down as they faltered. Keep in mind that the auctioneer was in his true form. Nonetheless, he felt tiny compared to the combatants participating in this hopeless battle. Alas, his ancestors marched forward for the sake of the land and the future of their race. Though he wasn't from the same time and space, he could still smell the stench of blood. The horns made his blood boil, wanting nothing more than to join the battle to fight with his ancestors. Focus up, feel the grand Tao. Suddenly, he heard Li Qie's whispers. The words resonated like bells and woke him up from his rage. He was drenched in a cold sweat, realizing that he had almost lost his way. He sat back down again and meditated to learn the mysteries of the Tao. Chapter 45-28. Foolish provocation. After Li Qie carried out his part of the bargain, he left the grotto with the rest. The auctioneer with the goatee and the ancestors of the grotto walked with Li Qie to the gate before waving enthusiastically. We forgot about those bandits from the Du. Jianming suddenly remembered their business here. Gotta teach them a lesson to stop them from being so haughty. When will you learn anything? Wise ancestor glared at him and said, our mission is to take our Tao stone back, not to stir trouble. You've done enough of that. Ancestor, we'll naturally resort to peaceful measures first before using force. If they are unable to tell right from wrong, then we'll destroy their lair. Jianming laughed and spoke as if he could destroy the Yu with one hand wave. Who's gonna do it? You. The ancestor joked. Jianming's eyes shifted shadily as he smiled. Ancestor, we both know that my meager skills can't do anything, but you and the young noble are invincible. The Yu are nothing and will be dealt with in a few seconds. He took advantage of Li Qie being around and spoke fearlessly. Li Qie didn't seem to mind, so wise ancestor stopped scolding him. Jianming then confidently led the group toward their target. Why are you following us? We're busy here. Along the way, he glanced at the Taoist and asked, I'm not following you, stop being so noisy. The Taoist retorted, well, you're walking behind me and in the same direction as I am. Jianming glared at him. It's a big road, mind your own business. The Taoist responded, it's okay to be a follower, no need to be shy since we'll recruit you. It's hard to watch you like this. Jianming never wanted to lose an argument. You think too highly of yourself, you're not part of this at all. The Taoist became irritated. If you're following our young noble, then we're in the same camp. Hee, I know what you're thinking. You want the young noble to bestow you something nice. If that actually happens, then don't forget about my contribution. I want a piece of the pie too. Jian Ming got closer and whispered. The Taoist kept on walking and ignored Jian Ming while he smirked, clearly coming up with another scheme. They left the city to find the Yu. Alas, a group stopped them along the way. These were familiar faces, Alchemy Child and his friends. However, there was one addition. An old man wearing a robe with golden stitchings. The robe was spotless and without a single wrinkle. Though he wasn't particularly tall and sturdy, his complexion made it feel as if he was made from bronze. This was rather threatening, but strangely enough, his eyes were calm like a clear lake. Stop right there! Alchemy Child roared. Sir Alchemy Child, what a surprise to see you again. I would have thought that you would be too embarrassed to show your face near the city after being escorted out by the auction house. Wow, true immortal, strong with thick skin too, how admirable. Alchemy Child started trembling with rage again. It was one thing after another. Losing to Li Chia and then getting kicked out by Grotto Courtyard. Brat, mind your words or I'll rip out your tongue. Another member of True Immortal bellowed. Oh no! Jian Ming patted his chest as if he was horrified for a second before looking normal again. Ignorant fool, I won't argue with you. Alchemy Child took a deep breath and managed to calm down. He looked over at Li Chia and cupped his fist. Fellow Taoist, our young emperor is truly interested in your immortal grass. Would you like to visit True Immortal as a guest? He suddenly changed into a different person. Amicable instead of haughty. No one would buy this act. It seemed that they haven't given up on the immortal grass. I see. Li Chia smiled. Our young emperor is a true dragon, a future saint in the making. I don't need to say more regarding his supreme talent. He also loves to befriend everyone, and after hearing your name, he wishes for a meeting. I have no reputation to speak of. Li Chia responded. Stop going around in circles. Jian Ming laughed and said, just say that you want the immortal grass and state the offer. Maybe our young noble will be benevolent and sell it to you. Alchemy Child chose a different method this time around. After all, they didn't want others to say that they were forcing Li Chia or capturing him back to True Immortal. He ignored Jian Ming again and calmly said, Fellow Taoist, just name the price. We will buy it from you as long as it is reasonable. Not for sale. Li Chia instantly refused. Don't be so fast, fellow Taoist. Everything is negotiable. Please come meet our young emperor. Maybe a friendship can come out of this. Alchemy Child didn't give up. Not everyone is qualified to be my friend. Li Chia said. You. Alchemy Child's tone changed instantly. Bold words. A few pedestrians heard Li Chia and couldn't believe it. One cultivator said, everyone wants to befriend a potential Tao Lord in the making. Who is this brat? So arrogant. Did you hear that? Jian Ming said intimidatingly. Alchemy Child's expression became ugly. He could no longer pretend to be polite and coldly uttered, Li, don't pick the hard way because you can't redo your choice later. Finally showing your foxtail. How despicable and unbecoming of a True Immortal's member. The Taoist joined in. Haha, do you want to be slapped again? Our ancestor will be happy to oblige. Jian Ming poured salt on Alchemy Child's fresh wounds. Favorite. Chapter 45-29. Untethered Vajra, slap me again? In your dreams. Today is a different day. Alchemy Child snorted. Oh, got a backer this time? Jian Ming smiled and said, I'm afraid to say that your backer won't be able to protect you from the young noble. He can wipe out your sect with one hand. You're not leaving this place unscathed today after insulting our sect. Alchemy Child threatened. Yep, that mouth still needs a slapping. Jian Ming concluded. Gold Elder. Alchemy Child told the old man next to him. The latter had no choice but to step forward. He cupped his fist and said, Gentlemen, let's put this behind us. We can talk and clear out any misunderstandings. I, Untethered Vajra, would truly appreciate it. Untethered Vajra? Wise has been staring at the old man the entire time. He thought that he knew him from somewhere and became startled after hearing the title. Untethered Vajra? A young listener nearby found it unfamiliar. However, the older experts, especially the vagabonds, immediately became emotional. He's here. One of them blurted. Who is he? The young listener asked. One old vagabond stared at the old man with admiration in his eyes. He excitedly explained, Untethered Vajra is renowned and was well respected by many great powers. He might be the greatest vagabond cultivator in the world. He's that strong? Those nearby were surprised. At least in the previous generation, he was unbeatable among vagabond cultivators. The old vagabond continued. Untethered Vajra swept through the realms and was considered an esteemed guest wherever he went. Some considered him to be the most accomplished vagabond cultivator. This was easier said than done. Though he wasn't the strongest cultivator, he was a role model for those from humble beginnings. That's not what I heard. He might not be a vagabond or from a small sect at all. A passerby joined the conversation. Rumor has it that he is from a time-worn lineage dating back to the previous epoch. They lived in a place known as Vajra World and were the strongest there. Alas, the great calamity ended their epoch. Nonetheless, their sect was lucky enough to have survivors. These men then lived in seclusion and no longer went by their old names. Of course, these facts are all disputed. This passerby had so much knowledge of the Vajra and enlightened the crowd. They noticed that he seemed to be protecting Alchemy Child and started talking. Why is he mingling with True Immortal? One asked. Not strange at all. He was good friends with many great powers and even served as a guest cultivator for many of them. An expert responded. Vajra, help me teach them a lesson. Let them know the immensity of the world. Alchemy Child ordered. The Vajra smiled wryly. He thought that he was very unlucky being near Golden. True Immortal then came asking for help. He didn't like being ordered around by this arrogant brat. Alas, there was nothing he could do. Alchemy Child recruited him because the youth was hellbent on obtaining the immortal grass. He couldn't return to his master empty-handed. He wanted to contribute and be remembered for this. Why did Alchemy Child seek Untethered Vajra? True Immortal has plenty of experts. A crowd member commented. True Immortal certainly didn't need to ask anyone for help, but it was happening right now. Maybe their ancestors can't come to Golden fast enough. One youth said. No, they're doing this on purpose. Robbing someone is not good for their reputation. One senior understood and sneered. Others agreed with him right away. True Immortal cared about its reputation and didn't want others to think that they were robbing Li Chia of his immortal grass, at least not so blatantly. Once this happened, they could justify it being Alchemy Child, a servant, acting on his own volition. Furthermore, Untethered Vajra was not from their sect. Untethered Vajra didn't know all of this, only that True Immortal needed his help and he couldn't refuse. Fellow Daoist, please come with us to True Immortal. He demanded with a commanding tone. His voice intimidated the crowd and showed them his power. Not interested. Li Chia glanced at him once. I apologize then. He roared and raised his hand. Bestial roars could be heard as a golden radiance erupted. Images of dragons and tigers could be seen as he became gigantic. The crowd members shuddered after seeing his gathered power. Whoosh! His large hand reached for Li Chia with flashing lights, looking like a golden dragon with its claws at the ready. Li Chia seemed feeble in comparison, unable to resist. Alas, once it actually came close enough, it was no different than a breeze hitting him. Li Chia became amused. This man was putting up an act, so he decided to play along. He retaliated with a palm strike and easily stopped the attack. The old man exaggerated by staggering several steps backward. Fellow Daoist, your power is something else. Untethered Vajra struggled for breath. That's strong. Spectators couldn't believe it. His cultivation doesn't look that impressive. An older cultivator found it puzzling. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult for Li Chia to stop this combatant. However, he didn't use any force at all, yet the man still acted as if he was defeated. Chapter 45-30. Acting, you are as strong as a god. Untethered Vajra's expression was rather exaggerated, as if he was grievously wounded after the exchange. However, he didn't relent and continued, Nonetheless, I will overestimate myself and try again. He took one step forward and gathered energy once more. Roars resounded before he made a move. I don't know how strong Xueqi is, but just look at that impeccable aura. A spectator praised. The bestial roars were intimidating and real, a testament to the cultivator's strength. Untethered Vajra seemed eager to fight regardless of Xueqi's power, not wanting to let down true immortal. Strong you may be, I will fight in my young noble's stead. Wise ancestor stepped forward. So be it, let's see what you can do, wise ancestor. Untethered Vajra shouted. Clank! Wise unsheathed his sword. Its divine pulse frightened the crowd since they could feel the ancestor's strength. Take this! Untethered Vajra roared. He summoned a portal and let out a raging lightning storm. Come! Wise raised his sword, ready to parry the incoming lightning bolts. However, the moment his slash touched the bolts, they suddenly dispersed into nothingness. Untethered Vajra seemed to be injured by the sword energy and staggered again. The sword art of the Wu is peerless indeed. He praised. Wise was left speechless. He merely started the first variation to repel the lightning bolts. How did his foe lose already? Wise knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Untethered Vajra so effortlessly. He then went on to perform a vertical slash. The energy traveled like a rainbow across the sky. Untethered Vajra became resplendent. A diamond shield manifested into reality and landed in front of him, looking like an unbreakable mountain range. Bam! Alas, unlike its appearance, the shield broke down to the slash and Untethered Vajra staggered backward for the third time. How can I stop your sword art? He said, aghast. It was as if Wise was the strongest swordsman in the world. Wise, on the other hand, felt the toughness of the shield earlier. His attack had no chance of piercing it, let alone crushing the entire thing. He knew that his opponent purposely destroyed his own shield. Why would he do something to help his enemy? Of course, Wise wasn't an idiot and understood right away. Untethered Vajra had no intention of helping true immortal. Alas, he couldn't refuse their request and had to put on an act to shield himself from repercussions. Fellow Taoist, try this move. Soaring Dragon. Untethered Vajra released a golden dragon into the sky. It raised its claws and revealed its fangs, capable of tearing apart an entire army. Very well. Wise understood that this was all for show. Thus, he gathered all of his sword energies. They took the form of a rising sun with chaotic rays. Rumble! The two of them fought in the air and swept away the clouds. The sun and moon lost their colors. You have truly mastered the techniques of the Wu. Untethered Vajra praised again. You're too kind, your commendable arts have broadened my horizon. Wise laughed. Though the battle seemed fierce and flashy, they always held back at the last second. Weaker cultivators would think that they were serious and fighting to the death. Xueqi chuckled after seeing this. The old men were crafty enough to put on a good show for the audience. He then stared at Alchemy Child and said, How do you want to die? You dare! Alchemy Child barked back. You tell me. Xueqi smiled and walked closer. Go! Alchemy Child waved his hand and his fellow sect members unsheathed their weapon and readied their treasure. A dozen or so immediately surrounded Xueqi. Allow us. Jianming and the Taoist joined the fray. Jianming opened his trunk and released strange treasures, instantly going on the offensive. The Taoist was normally reserved but in reality, he was immensely strong in battle. He waved one banner and sealed the disciples inside a tornado. Alchemy Child was only a servant under the young emperor and didn't have a high status in true immortal. Thus, his men were only regular disciples, no match for Jianming and the Taoist. Alchemy Child turned pale and could sense death coming for him. He shouted, Don't be insane, my master is a scion and will be a Tao Lord soon. If you touch a hair of mine, you will become his enemy. He tried to threaten Xueqi. Most would give true immortal and the young emperor face, not wanting to go to the extreme. He had done this plenty of times in the past to deter his opponents. I will give you a chance to attack or I'll crush your neck. Xueqi naturally wouldn't fall for this. Alchemy Child could see that the threat didn't work. He shouted for help. Untethered Vajra, help me! Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Untethered Vajra acted as if he wanted to save Alchemy Child. Alas, he couldn't get away from Wise. Wise wanted to laugh because he wasn't putting in any strength in his attack, yet the Vajra acted as if he was under unbearable pressure. Chapter 45-31. Courting death. Untethered Vajra roared and tried to break free, unleashing one golden dragon after another. His mighty power assaulted the sky and stirred the heart of spectators. Their legs trembled with fear. Unfortunately, his effort and the devastating golden dragons were stopped by Wise Ancestor. Spectators didn't know how Wise was so strong. The Vajra's techniques were frightening. Each dragon could rend the earth or destroy any ancestor, let alone them. Alas, Wise still managed to stop the Vajra from helping Alchemy Child. Untethered Vajra is worthy of his fame as the #1 vagabond. He's strong enough to contend against any ancient ancestor. One expert said with admiration. The Vajra's techniques and power could let him roam the world uncontested. This Wise Ancestor is so scary too. How come I haven't heard of his domination before? A youth asked. The Wu was a behemoth, at least during the chaotic era. They reigned for a long time but eventually declined. A last-gen cultivator explained. The spectators had no idea that the two were acting because they weren't holding back with their auras and techniques. They just had enough control to not hurt each other. Majestic Sky Dragon. Untethered Vajra roared and summoned a massive golden dragon. It had small dragons accompanying it and the horde coiled around him. He looked magnificent and divine just like a dragon god. It seemed as if he could control all dragons. He then commanded all the dragons to attack Wise Ancestor. The flashiness of the attack made Wise nearly burst out in laughter. He couldn't let the guy down and shouted, "Sword Firmament!" Thousands of swords manifested into reality and rushed to meet the dragons. Rumble! Sure enough, Wise managed to stop the draconic assault with his sword without any problem. While the two combatants were relaxed inside, spectators found their attacks horrifying, not wanting to become needless casualties. At first, Alchemy Child had hopes of Untethered Vajra saving him. After all, the guy's power was recognized by True Immortal, hence their request. Alas, he watched the Vajra being pushed back time and time again. Despair started to surface inside his mind. Lichia found this rather amusing. The Vajra was trapping the youth who had no idea. He should have been an actor instead of a cultivator. I'll kill you then since you won't make a move. The result will be the same anyway. Lichia smiled. Do you wish to suffer the wrath of True Immortal? My sect will avenge, Alchemy Child billowed. My ears have calluses from listening to the same words over and over again. Lichia waved his hand and interrupted before moving onward. Since he was only a servant, there was no reputation and prestige to worry about. He turned and fled, not expecting his plan to go south so quickly. Alas, he saw Lichia blocking his path and was horrified. He immediately changed direction only to see Lichia in front again. To hell with you. This happened several more times before he gave up and attacked. Phoenix Claw. Poof! Flames engulfed his hands and turned them into phoenix claws capable of crushing any physical affinity. He reached for Lichia's heart with this attack. The flames alone could reduce any opponent to ashes. This is a top technique from True Immortal. One spectator commented. Alchemy Child couldn't actually use the technique correctly. Alas, it was rather famous so people were surprised. Even a servant has access to this technique? One expert said. It's because the young emperor values him and probably gave him many things. Another murmured. 4 other great powers, only elite disciples had access to this level of merit law, not an alchemy servant. Unfortunately, the youth didn't master the technique. Lichia simply crushed the move and grabbed him by the throat, dangling him in the air. Re-release me. Alchemy Child panicked and bellowed. My master is True Immortal Young Emperor. Master save me. Crack. He couldn't finish before Lichia added a bit more force and crushed his neck. His legs then went limp. Time came to a halt as everyone watched his death. He killed the young emperor's servant. This is serious. One cultivator regained her wits and said. Everyone understood that Alchemy Child was only a servant in True Immortal. However, his master was an heir. As the saying goes, check the dog's master before beating it. Though most found Alchemy Child annoying, they wouldn't have escalated the issue. This was akin to slapping the young emperor in the face and provoking true immortal. Li Qiye, on the other hand, tossed the corpse away and said, "I'll kill your master too if he dares to come." Chapter 45-32. The Yu Li Qiye's contemptuous attitude towards true immortal meant a declaration of war. Listeners took a deep breath. How many cultivators in the world would dare to do the same thing? His audacity has no bounds. Does he think he's unbeatable? One youth blurted. An unbeatable cultivator would still need to think twice before declaring war on true immortal. The worst-case scenario is clan extermination. A last-gen cultivator thought that Li Qiye's words were arrogant and unwise. What sect is he from? A few experts pondered this question. It doesn't matter, even someone from 3000 Dao wouldn't do this carelessly, the same for Dao Sanqian. Another stated. No one refuted this fact. Though true immortal wasn't as strong as it used to be during Blessed Dao Lord's era, it was still an untouchable behemoth. Dao Sanqian, a true master that has tested time itself, wouldn't go against true immortal without ample deliberation. This is a case of being too ignorant for your own good. A clan elder shook his head. Everyone thought that Li Qiye had messed with the beehive. There would be no place for him to stay in 8 Desolaces. Boom! A loud explosion drew everyone's attention. They looked up and saw Untethered Vajra and Wise Ancestor performing an ultimate move. This resulted in both of them falling down to the ground. Untethered Vajra struggled to breathe, but nonetheless, he cupped his fist and said, "I cannot defeat the peerless sword art of your clan." Those in the know would find this ridiculous because the Wu wasn't known for their swordsmanship. Wise Ancestor smiled wryly. He didn't use any power at all. Untethered Vajra did most of the work. "You're too kind." He had no choice but to play along. "I can't believe that a weakened clan still has such a mighty ancestor," one spectator said with admiration after seeing Wise in action. "How disgraceful of me." The Vajra stared at Alchemy Child's corpse and then said with regrets, "I was too weak to protect you and couldn't carry out True Immortal's request." Having said that, he told the disciples from the sect to take Alchemy Child's corpse away. There was nothing else they could do anyway due to their limited power. They were fortunate enough to survive. "I'm afraid your future path won't be easy, but I'm sure you will rise above anyway. I feel inadequate in comparison." The Vajra said. "Inadequate or just lazy?" Li Qiye smirked. The Vajra smiled wryly and said, "A vagabond such as myself has no power to speak of. Even if I had gone all out, it would just be an ant trying to push down a tree." "Go." Li Qiye let him go. "May we meet again." The Vajra cupped his fist and left. The spectators also dispersed afterward. "The guy should be an actor," Jianming commented. He knew how powerful Wise Ancestor was and that the old man didn't go all out. However, the Vajra acted as if he was struggling for his life. That's the only way for him to deal with True Immortal. Wise shook his head. He probably did it on purpose to get rid of that annoying brat. The guy had no idea what the hell happened before dying. The Taoist smiled and said, "Alchemy Child would be screaming in the Yellow River if he were to find out the circumstances of his death. He only came seeking the grass because he thought Untethered Vajra would be able to protect him. The old man is a crafty one. I better watch out to not become a victim later." Jianming said and added the Vajra to his blacklist. There's a reason why he traveled the world and came out unscathed. It's not easy being a vagabond and dealing with the great powers. Wise smiled. "Might not be a vagabond." Li Qiye chuckled. "Right, there is a high chance of him being from an ancient sect. It's either reclusive or too weak to matter now with only a few members." The Taoist nodded. "Let's go." Li Qiye didn't care about this issue. "Yes, back to the U." Jianming led the way again. "Remember, don't cause trouble. We're the ones asking for a favor." Wise warned again. Jianming only smiled. Since he had such a mighty backer, there was no way the Yu could escape this time. Eventually, the group stopped by an isolated hill outside the city. Jianming looked around and said, "It's right here, this is where the thieves live." He then looked up. There were white clouds stacking each other, looking like a snowy mountain range. Li Qiye looked up and chuckled. "I'll get them out, they can't hide forever." Jianming took out a puppet and placed it on top of the hill. "Fire!" He gave the order and the puppet started shooting massive shells. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions made the clouds disperse. "This is your peaceful measure?" Wise glared at him. "Haha, I forgot." Jianming smiled awkwardly but didn't stop the shelling. "Who is it?" Figures appeared amidst the cloud and started descending. Flying wasn't a big deal for cultivators. Some used swords and treasures to fly. However, these figures moved like monkeys leaping in the forest. Instead of branches, they leaped from one cloud to another. Bam! 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 Muscular men in tight clothes landed in front of the group. "Why did you attack us?" One of them shouted. "It's just a misunderstanding, we're on the same side. Brothers, long time no see." Jianming smiled and said. The members of the U recognized him. The middle-aged man who spoke first said, "Brat, what are you doing?" It looked like Jianming had dealt with them before. "See, birds of a feather." The Taoist mumbled. "Our ancestor wants to see Fat You. It's important." Jianming got really close to them, standing shoulder to shoulder. Of course, the 4 clans and the U could be considered in-laws. Chapter 45-33. Fat You. You dare to call our clan master fat? The disciples of the U glared at him but didn't seem to be particularly offended. Fine. Can my ancestor call him that then? Given our clan's relationship, you all should be kneeling to my ancestor. Even Fat You would need to do so. Jianming smiled. The group then noticed Wise ancestor. Jianming immediately introduced Li Qian Wise, our ancient ancestor and the famous Wise ancestor of the Wu. I'm sure you have heard of him before. Whether they knew Wise ancestor or not, they still earnestly bowed towards the two. Though they didn't kneel, this was still respectful enough. Outsiders would find it surprising. The famous thieves actually conducted themselves like those from a proper clan? As I've said, our ancestors are here to speak to Fat You. Shouldn't you let us in? Jianming repeated. We need to report this to the ancestors. The U members hesitated before replying. The U were considered thieves due to some of their unsavory acts. They rarely interacted with outsiders and great powers. The 4 clans were exceptions since they had ties with the U in the past. Later on, the U and the Tai had an alliance marriage. This helped with their relationship. Of course, due to the U's terrible reputation, this friendship was often kept a secret and direct contact was limited. Invite our guests. A voice came from above. With that, the clouds suddenly parted and a gigantic ship could finally be seen. Of course, clouds weren't enough to hide something so massive. There was a stealth spatial technique at work here. Young noble, up we go. Jianming smiled at the group. This is my first time boarding the ship. Wise ancestor said. Haha, it's actually bigger than it seems. It's an independent realm. Jianming has been here several times before and laughed. It is their ancestral ground. These thieves have lived here for generations now, always floating around and stealing. That's their way of keeping up with their ancestors' traditions. It's a nice ship. Li Qian commented. Its name is God Vessel. The Taoist said. Our ancestors have read their fortune before, helping them escape from the great calamity and actually benefiting from it. I've heard of this before. They consider themselves to be the U, but I think they're just a side branch. Jianming said. Wrong. The Taoist said. Their ancestor was certainly from the main branch, it's just that he was a sinner and was imprisoned. This allowed him to focus and become a greater cultivator. When the calamity came, the prison broke down and he came across God Vessel, eventually starting the current U clan. So you're right that they're no longer the orthodox branch. The original clan wouldn't recognize them. After all, the U was a prestigious clan who wouldn't allow any misconduct. Well, either way, the U is no longer around, so they're the U. Jianming said. Let's go. Li Qian said. The group then flew onto the ship. Once they got up, they found that it was actually even larger than expected. This was nothing short of a floating island. Though the members of the U looked a bit rough, their manners were just fine when interacting with Li Qian's group. A prestigious bloodline still flowed in their veins. Therefore, though they were bandits, they chose to be cultured bandits instead of reckless criminals. The reception took place in the main hall. The clan master of the U was already there. As Jianming had mentioned, he was rather fat. His body looked like a mountain of flesh. When he walked, his fat would jiggle. He wore an expensive robe and shiny golden rings with 5 colored jades embedded to them. This ostentatious look made him look like a pampered young master, not a bandit. Deep in his eyes was a fierce glow, something that would catch others off guard. When he became serious, he would resemble a tiger ready to lunge on its prey. His fat frame wouldn't affect his speed in the slightest. "Yo, long time no see, fatty." Jian Ming greeted in a familiar manner. The clan master glared at him and said, "Brat, nothing good comes with your visit. Last time you snuck some of our disciples out, I haven't forgotten. Don't worry, I'm just teaching them how to be good people instead of bandits. Plus, I'm doing it for free. What more do you want?" Jian Ming smiled. "You're itching for a beating?" The clan master uttered coldly. Jian Ming wasn't afraid at all, even though this fat clan master was immensely strong, on the same level as leaders of the great powers. "Fatty, watch your mouth in the presence of our ancient ancestor. Say the wrong thing and he might destroy your clan. You'll be homeless then." Jian Ming came closer and whispered. One could see that these two were rather close. This was because Jian Ming regularly disposed of stolen goods for them, not to mention the closeness of the clans. "Fatty, hurry up and greet the young noble," he then said loudly to put on an act. He couldn't let his clan know that he was helping the Yu with illegal transactions. Otherwise, his seniors would give him a harsh beating. "I, Yu Zun, respectfully greet the young noble and wise ancestor." He bowed to greet the two. His large frame seemingly made the hall tremble a bit during the bow. Chapter 45-34. Home of the Dead. Yu Zun invited the two ancestors to sit down while stealing glances at Li Qie. He was curious and frustrated about Li Qie being an ancient ancestor. No matter the angles, the guy didn't resemble an ancient ancestor. He even seemed inferior to Wise ancestor. However, he could tell that Wise was following Li Qie's lead, so he didn't dare to say anything. "Ancestors, may I humbly ask for the purpose of your visit?" He cupped his fist. "I'm afraid it is something that will trouble you, virtuous nephew." Wise smiled. "Ancestor, please let me know. We will do everything in our power to assist you." Yu Zun replied. His enthusiasm caught Wise by surprise. There were old ties between them, and this was strengthened after the marriage. Alas, due to the Yu's special circumstances, they rarely interacted and kept a distance. Therefore, from another perspective, their relationship was awfully weak. Wise was ready for the Yu to refuse the request. If he were to let them know how important the Dao stone was, their villainous blood might make them extort him. In reality, the entire clan has been treating them awfully well. He pondered for a bit and got straight to the point. "When the ancestral aunt went to your clan, her dowry included something that belonged to the 4 clans. The reason for our visit today is to take it back." "The dowry." The clan master didn't expect the reason for this visit. The two parties rarely mingled. Jian Ming was an exception. Therefore, he assumed that it would be something of significance to have 2 ancestors arriving. He pondered a bit before responding, "I'm afraid this is rather difficult. Ancestors, their married was a very long time ago and the ancestral aunt's branch is all but gone. Finding something that old will be challenging. This is why we need your help, virtuous nephew." Wise said. "May I ask what it is?" Yu Zun asked. "A Dao stone. It was special to the ancestral aunt." Jian Ming said, "Think about it. Do you remember anything? Ask some old men." "Well," Yu Zun said with uncertainty, "I know about it but I'm not that sure. The dowry was generous back then." Having said that, he smiled awkwardly and added, "You know about our situation. Normally, when disciples or even ancestors pass, their funeral arrangements would be done on the spot. This applied to the ancestral aunt as well. We descendants don't know much about it anymore. They had a nomadic lifestyle, so whenever a member passed away, they would be buried on the spot if they didn't want cremation. Because of how much time had passed, they didn't know the location of the ancestral aunt's grave. It was a very special item. I'm sure the ancestral aunt was attached to it." Jian Ming said, "Fatty, think carefully, this is very important." Yu Zun didn't dare to be careless after hearing this. In recent years, Jian Ming have helped them out with getting rid of merchandises. This was a huge favor. Now that I think about it, there is really something. He responded after a moment of contemplation. It is not with the ancestral ant but rather pioneer ancestor. Pioneer ancestor was renowned and mighty, the husband of the ancestral ant. He always carried something with him and had it with him before burial, nothing else. From what I've heard, it could be your Tao stone. He said. Where is his grave? Jianming couldn't wait. I can answer this question. He is one of the few who has a chosen place for his grave. He answered. A chosen place? Wise found this surprising given the nomadic nature of their clan. We didn't keep track of all the graves, but pioneer ancestor was different. He already picked a spot when he was still alive. He added. Where is it? Wise asked. Enyang Crossing. He became serious as he answered. Enyang Crossing? Jianming became startled. What did your ancestor want to do? To live again or to enter the reincarnation cycle? The Taoist felt the same way. We aren't sure. He shook his head. He's the only one who chose Enyang Crossing, according to our sparse records. It's a place for the death. Excavating a grave there won't be easy. Wise's expression soured. Indeed. He smiled wryly. Rumor has it that he had a plan and everything. Once he died, the disciples of our clan only carried him to the entrance and didn't dare to enter. That place is no joke. The Taoist said, just entering should be fine, but digging a grave? That's fundamentally different and will alert the dead. Numerous invincible beings have been buried there and their corpses might wake up. They'll be just as strong as before. Right, it is a devilish place. Jianming smiled wryly. Wise thought of a worse possibility. What if your ancestor has finished the crossing? The Tao stone would be gone then. There is good news. The seniors have said that with a successful crossing, his lamp in our clan will extinguish due to him entering the reincarnation cycle. The lamp is still lit, so I don't think he has crossed over yet. Should we go to that cursed place? Jianming was afraid of digging up a grave surrounded by the dead. What else can we do? Wise said. On the other hand, the Taoist was interested in this. Did your ancestor obtain a fortune or know something? Why did he choose that place? Chapter 45-35. Where is the grave? Yu Zun couldn't answer this and shook his head. I know very little about pioneer ancestor, only that he was a true dragon soaring on the horizon. His vision eluded frogs like us. If I have to pick something, it would be that he took several long journeys during his prime. Normally, ancestral grounds were immobile. The destruction of the ancestral ground spelled the demise of a sect. For the Yu, God vessel was their ancestral ground. It was usually always on the move with no goal in sight. Because of this, their disciples rarely went out. After all, they were always going out together as a clan. Therefore, a powerful ancestor such as Pioneer normally guarded God vessel. The ship would take him wherever he wanted. Thus, it was noted that he left the ship several times. The descendants didn't know the reason for his departure. Perhaps these journeys gave him the idea of burying himself in Enyang Crossing. Reincarnation and rebirth are just legends. Your ancestor can't do it. Jianming doubted. Anyone else would be livid by this comment regarding their ancestor. However, Yu Zun only shook his head and said, other ancestors mentioned it, living again was definitely his goal. Such wishful thinking. Li Qia, who has been quiet the entire time, finally commented. I haven't heard of a successful case. Jianming said. The place is incalculable too. Trying to do so would result in calling the ominous. The Taoist added. Your clan had tried before? Jianming stared at the Taoist. We had ancestors wanting to understand the crossing. Unfortunately, only failure and mysterious death ensued. Because of this, we are told to never seer into that dangerous place. The Taoist answered. Dangerous it may be, we still have to go or we won't be able to get the Tao stone. Wise said helplessly. We could be walking to the gate of hell or the reincarnation cycle. Jianming found this dreadful. Wise then asked Yu Zun. Putting this matter aside, did our ancestral aunt take anything with her for the burial? Though they speculated that the Tao stone might be with pioneer ancestor, Wise still hoped that there might be another possibility, hence the inquiry. Well, Yu Zun didn't have a response. Normally, it would be improper to ask this about someone else's ancestor. In this case, she did originally come from the four clans, so it seemed fine for Wise to ask. I don't have an answer, he said. The ancestral aunt passed away a very long time ago. What I know came from recent ancestors. Can we somehow find her grave? Wise asked again. That's hard to say. As you know about our custom, the majority of members will be buried on the spot without a memorial tablet or records. Dust to dust, returning to the earth. Yu Zun sighed and said. There were reasons for this custom. Firstly, they didn't have their own territory. Secondly, they didn't follow the orthodox path, having robbed and stole from numerous great powers. If others were to know that they were buried nearby, the graves would not be safe. This made the omission of memorial tablets and records necessary. We might be able to find it. It'll just take a very long time. Yu Zun said without any guarantee. Wise then coughed and mentioned something sensitive. If we find our ancestral aunt's grave, would you give us permission to respectfully open it? What about pioneer ancestor's grave? He put it rather delicately. In other words, the four clans must open the graves in order to find the Tao stone. This, of course, required permission from the Yu. Yu Zun smiled awkwardly and then answered. The truth is that we don't know the exact location of pioneer ancestor's grave. We couldn't help at all. The only thing we can do is remember and honor him. A fool could tell that Yu Zun was giving implicit permission. If the four clans could actually enter Enyang Crossing and find the grave, then the Yu would close their eyes and ignore this matter. As for the ancestral aunt, we would have to negotiate after finding the grave. It might take some time too. He added. Yu Zun was being reasonable enough because after marriage, the ancestral aunt became a member of the Yu. If her maternal side wished to excavate her grave, they would still need permission. We shouldn't wait for the ancestral aunt's grave. According to my calculations, the crossing will be actually opening soon. The Taoist told Wise. Then we should go to Enyang Cross first. It would be problematic if the ancestor is already gone once we're there. Wise agreed and stood up. Why do you keep saying we? It's just us, the four clans. Jian Ming brought up something else. You're trying to get close to us and scheming something, aren't you? The Taoist gave him a disdainful glare and ignored him. So be it. Enyang Cross first before pioneer ancestor is gone. Li Qie stood up and ordered. Yu Zun got up and cupped his fist. Young noble, may I have permission to ask you something? Speak. Li Qie said. He scratched his head and said, Young noble, as an ancient ancestor, are you older than Wise ancestor? Yes. Old enough to be forgotten. Li Qie glanced at Wise then said. My question is regarding our clan. Yu Zun hesitated before asking. I heard that during the chaotic era, the four clans followed a big shot here. All of them came from the same place. I believe that our clan also had ties with this place. Chapter 45-36. What is home? There were ties indeed, and? Li Qie said flatly. Young noble, may I ask whether our branch has a chance of returning to our home or the primary branch? Yu Zhu was happy to hear this. You tell me. Li Qie said. If this was the goal, your clan wouldn't have waited until now to do something. You all have been robbing and stealing for eras now, completely free and unrestrained. Can you change your way after returning to that place? Well, Yu Zun couldn't answer right away. Do wild monkeys like being stuck in cages? Li Qie went on. Of course, I'm not praising your lifestyle at all, it isn't admirable. He paused for a bit and continued. Say, your clan is willing to change your way, but the real question is, would the main branch accept you? Remember, the original clan is a righteous faction. Their ancestors were prestigious characters walking on the path of justice. As descendants, albeit a side branch, what did you choose to do? Though nothing heinous such as murdering the innocent, you all have been reduced to bandits. Yu Zun was tongue-tied again. Jian Ming, who was nearby, came over and whispered, Fatty, what's wrong with you today? Why so sentimental? This isn't your style, you damned bandit. When it's all said and done, we still need a home. Yu Zun sighed and bitterly said, Our members have been rootless for generations now. born in the sky and buried in the ground without memorial tablets and offerings. In other words, no more than stray spirits in the wilderness. He became emotional after saying this. For their branch, God Vessel was their home. Alas, it wasn't a suitable site for a cemetery. This meant that their end was rather sad and lonely. Living on the ship was fine. Alas, this was only temporary and nothing else was there after death. This rootless type of existence left them sad for some reason. Of course, some of them have attempted to live permanently in other places. This just didn't work out. Perhaps it was due to their bloodline demanding freedom. The current clan wasn't doing badly. It wasn't prosperous but could still be considered a great power, albeit in the absence of an ancestral ground or vast territory. Your ancestor was a sinner now, his descendants are the same way. Li Qie shook his head. This makes it difficult for them to accept you. Yu Zun didn't say anything because this was a sore spot for the clan. Sure, they haven't done anything heinous and only picked targets who were deserving of being robbed. Alas, this didn't abdicate them from all responsibilities. Ultimately, their branch was banished from the main clan. How could they ever return without this being resolved somehow? Seems like we are destined to drift forever. Yu Zun smiled bitterly. How do I put this? There are two sides to everything. Your nomadic lifestyle has advantages and disadvantages. The former is simple, always being able to run during moments of danger. On the other hand, other great powers can't uproot their home. That is an advantage indeed, Yu Zun admitted. If they were to meet a powerful enemy or any danger, their vessel could instantly flee to an unknown location. This could potentially save their entire clan from any casualty. That's why settling down isn't necessary, but of course, it's not impossible if that is your wish. Li Qie said. Please guide me, young noble. Yu Zun bowed. Pick a spot and destroy God Vessel. How can your clan drift anymore without it? Li Qie said. But God Vessel is our very foundation. Yu Zun blurted. Having a ship as a foundation meant floating forever. You might probably think that you just need to stop flying it and pick a place. However, when danger comes one day, will your clan fight to the bitter end or just fly away once more? Which has a high probability? We wouldn't stay and die, Yu Zun answered. Their clan has grown used to running at the first sight of danger, even losing their shoes in the process. This generational way of life has been embedded deep in their bones. Other clans and sects can try to defend their territory for the sake and prosperity of their descendants. This land was built with generations of blood. Li Qie said, there is no perfect outcome, a price is necessary. If you want a home, use your life to build one. Of course, there is nothing wrong with prioritizing survival and avoiding danger either. It's about choices, and from these choices come karma and consequences. These things don't just fall down from the sky. Make your decision for the sake of your descendants. Choices, Yu Zun murmured. If you wish to have a permanent home, ask yourself and the clan whether you have enough determination to do it. If not, then keep on drifting and attribute this to not being the right time. Li Qie finished. Having said that, he started walking out. The group hurriedly caught up. Yu Zun stood there in a daze. Once the group left, Jianming looked back at the barely visible ship amidst the clouds. This looked like a scene from the legend. This ship is amazing, nearly impossible to make a breakthrough for attackers. Jianming salivated. This ship protected the Yu for many eras now, a testament to its value. Its origin is rumored to be frightening. The Taoist said, a supreme artifact during the ancient era. The ancestor of the Yu got lucky and found it during the Great Calamity, or he would have died. Chapter 45-37. Heaven Devour a Mad God, to Yin-Yang Crossing. Li Qie ordered. The audacious Jianming felt a chill coursing down his neck after hearing this. The world of the dead, the living isn't meant to be there. The Taoist said. There is a possibility of waking the corpses if we dig up a grave there. The coffin lids won't be able to stop them. Wise said with a serious expression. Not just a possibility, it is absolutely certain, and it will be wild. The entire mountain will be filled with corpses, and not just regular zombies. They will include the strongest cultivators in history, those capable of grasping stars and changing the celestials with a single thought, the Taoist said. Shit! Jianming's head shrank down into his neck a little as he spoke. We can at least kill the living. How do we kill something that's already dead? I heard people say that those corpses can't be taken down. Of course, they're already dead regardless of what you do, but they can kill you. Moreover, their power and battle potential aren't that different from when they were alive. The Taoist said. No wonder why even that big shot from Divine Dragon Valley died there. Jianming stated. That madman deserved to die. Arrogant people, such as yourself, will be obliterated after going there. The Taoist said. This naturally annoyed Jianming. He glared at the Taoist and then said, You trying to curse me with bad luck? Of course not. The Taoist smiled. What I'm saying is that you are comparable to that madman. Both will be remembered in history. You're finally right for once. Jianming gloated for a bit before realizing that something was wrong. Wait, are you praising or insulting me? Is it not enough to compare you to Heaven Devourer Mad God? This is a supreme honor. Just think about it, how many in history are comparable to him? Only a few, and they're all famous. The Taoist waved his hand. True. Though Jianming knew that the Taoist was cursing him, the comparison made him feel good. Wise Ancestor ignored the two since he worried about the bigger picture. The Mad God was insanely powerful, being on the same level as Apex Moon Dao Lord. He never lost to anyone in his life yet met his end in Yin Yang Crossing. Heaven Devourer Mad God was a mighty ancestor of Divine Dragon Valley. How should one describe his strength? During his era, he was formidable enough to break the heaven. He was the senior brother of the valley's second Dao Lord, Apex Moon. They have fought before and his unbeatable streak remained. Therefore, the arrogant cultivator feared nothing under the heaven. Thus, he decided to enter the cemetery of Yin Yang Crossing. This wasn't considered outrageous during his era since he had beat them all. The result was rather obvious. He caused enough trouble to call out a wave of corpses. They pushed off the lid and climbed out of their graves. All famous cultivators. There was only one target. Heaven Devourer Mad God. At the start, he showed his supremacy and repelled the horde. Alas, these mighty corpses were unkillable. Fatigue eventually got the best of him and he couldn't get out of their containment. The unbeatable cultivator was torn to pieces first, then reduced to ashes. Wise Ancestor shuddered after recalling this tale. Would they be able to escape from the horde of corpses? He had zero confidence because no one has done so, at least not in the historical records. Heaven Devourer Mad God wasn't the only one who chose to infiltrate the Yang Cemetery. Many coveted the treasures buried in there, eventually throwing their lives away. In the incoming days, the crossing will begin. If we're lucky enough, Pioneer Ancestor will try to cross too. Maybe we won't have to enter the cemetery and can meet him at the bridge. The Taoist said. That's not a bad idea. Jianming and Wise Ancestor agreed. What if he doesn't bring the Dao stone with him? However, Jianming thought about this potential complication. The Taoist thought about it and said, someone who cares enough to bring an item along there will always have it with them. He'll take it with him for the crossing. Shit, that could be bad too. If we don't meet him, he might be gone with the stone forever. Jianming said. Thank God that he still hasn't crossed over yet or the Dao stone would be gone forever. Wise Ancestor started sweating. Right. The Taoist said, anything crossing to the Yin wheel will disappear forever, perhaps entering the reincarnation cycle. Time is of the essence then. Jianming was serious since this pertained to the prosperity of the four clans. Calm down, there is still time before the next crossing. The crossing emissary won't be there so the dead won't come out. We need to wait. The Taoist, on the other hand, disagreed. I've never seen one before. Jianming became curious. Yes, the emissary is a specialist in leading the dead from the cemetery. The Taoist said. Wise Ancestor had witnessed the ferrying process previously and nodded. The bridge only appears with the emissary, the latter seems to be in control. Once they're both there, the dead finally come out to try and enter the Yin wheel. Who is this emissary? Why does he try to cross the dead over? Jianming had many questions. Chapter 45-38. Pertaining the legend, no one knows his identity. A legend states that he is only a strand of soul. Another says that he came from the netherworld. Some believe that he is an ancient existence, wise ancestor elaborated. How can he live for so long? Jianming inquired. Wise ancestor rubbed his chin and then said, Who knows? The emissary has existed for a long time now. Dead or alive? Unknown. Origin? Unknown. It's a being shrouded in mystery. How interesting. Jianming then thought about the Taoist and smiled happily. Swindler, your renowned clan knows everything. Hee hee, what about this emissary? We have indeed calculated this topic. The Taoist stared at him and said earnestly, Oh, tell me already. Jianming's eyes lit up since these were his favorite topics. Why should I? Searing is a dangerous art. I can't just give out this precious information to you. Hey, what the hell are you saying? You have been following us, eating our food, and drinking our water on top of riding our young noble's coattails. We'll throw you out right now. Wait, no, since we're nice people, we'll let you walk away. Jianming accused him. The Taoist glared at him. He was only following Li Qie. Since when did he become a freeloader? He coughed and tried to play it off. Very well, I can appreciate your desire to learn, so I'll make an exception. Listen well, how much you learn depends on your own fortune. His attitude annoyed Jianming, prompting a brief glare. He then brushed it aside and laughed. Tell me already. The truth is that the emissary is not a person. The Taoist revealed. What do you mean? Is he a ghost? I guess that's not a new thing in this world. Jianming's eyes lit up. Ghosts don't exist. Li Qie smiled and interjected. There are only resentful spirits and lingering intents. The absence of ghosts is actually a great thing for the world. Really? Jianming became disappointed. So there are no immortals or ghosts, only people. That's a little boring. Do you still want to listen? The Taoist glared at him. Of course, keep going. Let everyone know how impressive your clan's divining abilities are. Jianming got closer to the Taoist and smirked. It's just you who wants to listen. The Taoist said seriously. Our ancestor, a great seer, attempted to read the fortune of the emissary. He found that the emissary was neither human nor ghost, a being whose root is far, far older than your clan. Really? But our 4 clans are rumored to be from the previous epoch. Jianming said. He is an even older existence. The Taoist said. The fortune couldn't trace all the way back, but there were clues. He had deep ties with an ancient emperor. That sounds plausible. Wise nodded. I did feel an archaic imperial aura coming from him. It is suppressive even for top cultivators. He had witnessed the opening of the crossing before and saw the emissary. This left an unforgettable impression on him. Ancestor, are you saying that the emissary is an ancient emperor? Jianming asked. I'm not sure, but that is a known legend among the upper echelon. It's rather possible. Wise shook his head. Why would an ancient emperor ferry the dead? Don't emperors and Tao lords ascend to a higher realm? Jianming doubted this legend. It doesn't have to be the emperor's true body. The Taoist said, it could just be an avatar or a divine intent, or maybe a previous incarnation. Previous incarnation. Wise focused on this last part since it gave him a fresh perspective on this matter. What is a previous incarnation? Who has something like this? Jianming asked. Someone who has lived again. Li Qie said. Oh. The group became emotional. Jianming calmed down and became excited. He got closer to Li Qie, his eyes flashing brightly. Young noble, you must know the identity of this emissary, hee hee. Can you please tell us? A few secrets are beyond your station. Not knowing is better for your well-being. Li Qie replied. Oh. Jianming had no choice but to restrain his curiosity, not daring to ask any longer. Let's get going, since the opening of the cross is the best chance of meeting pioneer ancestor. Li Qie said, needing to go to the Yang cemetery will make it more complicated. There are too many graves there. The group shuddered, not wanting to enter a place filled with mighty corpses. Young noble. The Taoist had a question. Is the reincarnation cycle real? The corpses in the Yang cemetery all want to experience this, right? Li Qie rubbed his chin and said, the cycle? Yes and no, but true reincarnation isn't like this. I see. The Taoist ruminated. His clan has done plenty of research on this matter since it pertained to fate and time. Li Qie didn't dwell on this topic and moved onward. The group hurriedly caught up. Yin Yang Crossing was located in both Sky Border and Inner Wild, bordering Desolate Wild. It consisted of 3 main areas: Yang Cemetery, Yin Wheel, and Yin Yang Bridge. The first 2 were always present, but the bridge required the opening of the crossing before appearing. While standing outside, the crossing had a crescent shape. To the left were Desolate Wild and endless mountain ranges. This included the Yang Cemetery. This area was geographically perilous with peaks and ravines. Top masters would be able to see hazy energies engulfing this place. The peaks were home to the graves of numerous experts. They came here on the verge of death, hoping to find a grave. They would then lay down in the coffin for years to come, awaiting the crossing in order to enter the Yin Wheel. Chapter 45-39. Yin Yang Crossing. When the group made it to the edge, they saw many cultivators there, including big shots from the great powers, ancestors and monarchs. Some young geniuses were present as well. They stood on top of a peak and had a good view of Yin Yang Crossing, Yang Cemetery to the left and Yin Wheel to the right. In the middle was a plain brimming with life and water, definitely suitable for long-term inhabitants. Everyone knew that during the opening, a bridge would connect the cemetery with the wheel. The group looked over the grave and saw how magnificent it was. Some peaks pierced through the clouds and were covered in snow. Rampaging rivers could be seen roaring like dragons along with bottomless valleys. One thing was for certain: all of them contained the graves of top masters. These graves also varied in appearance. A few had a tablet as large as a hill with clear engravings detailing the exploits of the owners. Some were nothing more than a puddle of dirt sticking out of the ground. A few had even less than that. Just a flat surface, nothing else. One wouldn't be able to find them without digging randomly. Therefore there were more graves than visible. A faint aura could be felt everywhere. Despite its virtually indiscernible nature, anyone would know that this was an ominous sign. As one looked farther into the region, there was no end in sight. No one knew the exact vastness of the cemetery and the number of graves erected there. Of course, none attempted to measure this place due to its perilous nature. Perhaps there were some bold enough. Alas, they most likely didn't make it out alive. If we actually have to find pioneer ancestors' grave, it'll be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. There are countless graves here. Jian Ming became pessimistic. Right, there might not be a memorial tablet at all. The Taoist shook his head. We didn't ask the fatty about any markings or runes on his ancestor's grave. Jian Ming said. Yu Zun might not know since he said that they only took him to the entrance, not the cemetery itself. The ancestor was the one who came in and buried himself. They don't know the exact location, and even if they did, their clan wouldn't keep records of it. Wise said. So our trip will be a waste of time if he doesn't come out for the crossing. Jian Ming said. Suddenly, he thought about something and told the Taoist, Haha, I'm wrong. We have a peerless diviner right here. You should perform a reading on Pioneer Ancestor. Maybe you can figure out the location of the grave. No way in hell. The Taoist refused. Calculating the dead is awfully unlucky, terrible karma. What do we do then? We can't dig up the grave one by one. Jian Ming said. Obviously, unless you want everyone to die. The Taoist replied. Li Qie only smiled at the conversation and focused on the Yin Wheel instead of the cemetery. It stretched deep into an area known as Highest Wild. It seemed to be the void, yet not due to the existence of floating unknowns. Light didn't seem capable of reaching it, a stark contrast to the cemetery bathed in the sun. This was especially true due to the snowy peaks reflecting bright rays. Alas, they couldn't pierce through what seemed to be an invisible curtain separating Yin Wheel from the cemetery. Strange gray suds floated in this void, seemingly the aftermath of spatial fabrics being crushed. That's the Yin Wheel? Doesn't look too strange. Just another space. How does it become the place for reincarnation? Jian Ming looked over and said. This is its normal appearance. The real thing only appears during the opening. Wise Ancestor explained. A large maelstrom would appear then. It looks like death or the eye of the Yellow River and will open the reincarnation path. So there's a chance of entering the vortex and reaching the reincarnation cycle? Jian Ming smiled, seemingly excited. No, when that maelstrom appears, it will be extremely dangerous and capable of tearing anyone to pieces. Only the dead from the Yang cemetery can get close. In fact, there are speculations that by burying themselves long enough, they would be able to enter the Yin wheel. The Taoist glanced with disdain, seemingly laughing at Jian Ming's lack of knowledge. Humph, it's just that I didn't give a damn about this godforsaken place. Jian Ming retorted, I don't buy it either, there's no way that vortex is so devilish. The living entering the Yin wheel will die. This has been established for eras now. Of course, there is one exception. The Taoist elaborated. Really, who is it? Jian Ming asked. He actually believed the Taoist's claim about the Yin wheel, but only wanted to argue for the sake of it. Calamity Tao Lord. Wise Ancestor answered instead. Calamity Tao Lord? That one snail? Jian Ming was surprised. Pop. Wise Ancestor smacked his head and said, Your mouth will be the end of you one day. Think before you speak next time. Hee, this lowly one was wrong. Please forgive me, great one. Jian Ming smiled wryly and cupped his fist towards the sky. The Taoist enjoyed watching him being slapped and said, Calamity Tao Lord's background is unreal. Heh, a calamity might actually descend and it'll be too late to apologize then. I've already apologized, he won't care about the nonsense of a junior. Jian Ming was a little bit afraid and said, Please don't send anything down, my feeble self can't handle it. He had heard about the legends of Calamity Tao Lord. Rumor has it that this Tao Lord had something known as Heaven's Will elucidation. During the Tao Lord's era, he could summon calamities from above and destroy his foes without lifting a finger. This extended to clans and kingdoms as well, hence his title as Calamity Tao Lord. Chapter 45-40. Yin Wheel Calamity was a mysterious Tao Lord with numerous legends. A consensus was that he came from a secret realm and was certainly a demon. To be exact, his original form was a snail. Before becoming a Tao Lord, he took advantage of this and used his shell as a weapon versed in both offense and defense. The strongest weapon had a hard time scratching this shell, let alone breaking it. Because of this, ever since his debut, he rarely suffered an injury. Of course, possessing one of the toughest things in existence only played one part. His own power was just as impressive. One snail, one shell, unbeatable. This phrase was often used to describe Calamity Tao Lord. Amusingly enough, the most memorable thing about the Tao Lord was not his unbreakable shell but rather something known as elucidation calamities. This knowledge came from the previous epoch. No one currently could possibly research or fathom this truth. It was completely different from the current cultivation system, hence the impossibility. Most importantly, after cultivating this art to the highest level, one would be able to call down calamities relating to the heaven's will or the mysteries of the world. Therefore, calamities could descend from several sources: the whim of the Tao Lord or negative comments about him. A weaker calamity would result in one death. A more serious one would destroy a clan or a kingdom. Therefore, no one dared to say a thing about the Tao Lord during his era. Though countless years have passed, he was still considered a taboo existence. How did Calamity Tao Lord enter? Jian Ming's curiosity made him courageous. It is said that when the crossing opened and the Yin wheel activated, the Tao Lord forced his way in under the protection of his shell. Wise Ancestor glanced at the wheel. Did he enter the cycle? Jian Ming immediately asked. No one knew, but he came back alive, albeit with serious injuries. Even his renowned shell was heavily damaged. Wise shook his head. That's something to brag about, the only one to return alive. Jian Ming murmured. He wasn't the only famous cultivator to try. Unbeatable ancestors from person or true immortal have done so. Unfortunately, they were reduced to ashes. The Taoist said. Do you think that this strange place is the key to reincarnation? Jian Ming couldn't help but ask. There has to be a reason for all of this, the emissary and the crossing. We don't know whether rebirth is real, but most believe in it. The Taoist said. Hee, so have your clan done any research on this? Did you try to calculate the secrets here? Jian Ming went on. No. The Taoist didn't elaborate. This seemed to be a sensitive topic for their clan. Why not? Maybe you'll be able to understand the mysteries of Yin-Yang crossing, enough to reach the other shore. Jian Ming didn't give up. Mortals aren't meant to understand the cycle of life and birth. The Taoist snorted. Meanwhile, more groups continued to arrive. Even a few reclusive masters started showing their faces once more. The atmosphere became rather intimidating. Why are they here? They're scheming against the dead? Jianming stared at the big shots and asked. Something's off. Normally, only juniors or those without background would come here, wanting to steal from the graves or meet their ancestors. Great powers care too much about their reputation to do this, but look, many reclusive masters are here. Wise observed for a bit before whispering. Even a few ancient clans from the east are here. The Taoist added. Let me go ask around. Jianming immediately ran over and acted familiar with a random crowd member. Brother, you here to get rich? He smiled and said, You got an ancestor coming out for this crossing with an heirloom? He went around and asked sensitive questions. The actual answers didn't matter. He was merely reading their expression. Everyone's here for Seer Monarch's divinatory trigram. After a while, someone gave him useful information. Oh, I see, he said before running around again. He returned to the group and said, They're here because of a famous big shot buried in the cemetery. Seer Monarch calculated that this being would come out this time to enter the cycle. Having said that, he stared at the Taoist and smirked. Seer Monarch is very famous in Sky Border. Heh, is he related to your clan? Humph, only an inadequate side branch. The Taoist snorted with contempt. So it turned out that the ancestor of this Seer Monarch was indeed from his clan. However, he left and started his own lineage. What's with the contempt? Seer Monarch's skill is world-renowned. So many great powers come to ask him for help while you is only known as a swindler despite being from such a prestigious clan. Jianming teased. Divining and calculating are to understand the heavens' machination, not for vain fame. The Taoist retorted. In my opinion, your skill is far inferior. Seer Monarch is rumored to instantly know the future after one reading. Jianming didn't give him any face. Nonsense. The Taoist snorted. False advertisement with trumpets and drums. Not to mention our forefather. He probably can't even compare to the Grand Seer of Seer Watch in West King. Sounds like you're the one falsely advertising about your clan. Jianming remained skeptical. His abilities came from our clan and his ancestor was only an outer disciple. You tell me whether I'm lying or not. The Taoist said with pride. I see my mistake. Jianming continued. Then can you calculate which big shot everyone is here for? The Taoist couldn't help but touch his searing shell after hearing this. Alas, he eventually shook his head. We do not spy on the dead. Fine. Jianming scowled and said, I was only testing you. I'm sure that it's an ancient ancestor from a famous sect given the circumstances. It's Everlasting Monarch from True Immortal. A random youth nearby suddenly interjected. Chapter 45-41. Everlasting Monarch, Everlasting Monarch. Wise ancestor took a deep breath, shaken. That old monster? Can't believe he is still around. Jianming shuddered. Yes, it is rather unexpected. His everlasting Tao isn't enough. Now he wants reincarnation or rebirth too. The Taoist added. Those nearby heard this and became emotional. They then realized the reason why such a large crowd was forming in Yin-Yang Crossing. True Immortal will not ignore this. One expert murmured. A junior who wasn't familiar with this title asked her senior. Who is this Everlasting Monarch? Why does everyone know him? It was obvious judging by everyone's reaction that he was a renowned big shot. How should I explain this? A senior smiled wryly and shook his head. Let me put it this way, he is Blessed Tao Lord's junior brother. The juniors gasped in astonishment after hearing this. Some believed that Blessed was the greatest Tao Lord in history. Of course, this was debatable, albeit highly supported. His achievements were virtually peerless. His power, fortune, and everything else were among the top 3. He represented true invincibility for many cultivators. Thus, his junior brother couldn't be that far off. Everlasting Monarch isn't just the Tao Lord's junior brother. He is the longest living existence from True Immortal, starting from the era of Blessed all the way to the final Tao Lord of True Immortal, Heaven Wheel. The senior went on. How many generations is that? One junior took a deep breath. At least 6 or 7 generations. The senior calculated and said, putting aside the dark period of the arrogant woman, Everlasting Monarch was around for all of these other generations. That's frightening. The older cultivators shuddered despite having heard this title before. This was a being whose fame and power are on the same level as a Tao Lord. Starting in the generation of Blessed, he lived through World Razor, All Things, Heaven Wheel. Therefore, he wasn't famous just because he was Blessed Tao Lord's junior brother. Most importantly, he actually lived through those generations, unlike other ancient ancestors who buried themselves in hibernation. This meant he had actually lived through 7 generations, being far older than those ancient ancestors. He stopped appearing after Heaven Wheel Tao Lord's generation. That was when Emperor Yi appeared out of nowhere and defeated True Immortal, ending the era of the Blessed. 2 popular theories attempted to explain this. The first stated that his lifespan ended after helping Heaven Wheel Tao Lord reach the apex by being his Tao protector. The second said that Emperor Yi assaulted True Immortal and killed their big shots, Everlasting Monarch included. Of course, these were mere speculations. There was no record or proof of a battle between Emperor Yi and Everlasting Monarch. The only thing for certain was that he stopped appearing after Emperor Ye's generation. All in all, these mysteries couldn't be verified. Now, it turned out that he was buried in the Yang Cemetery. His resting place could have been the supreme ancestral cemetery of True Immortal, yet he chose this place instead. This monarch was a central figure behind every Tao Lord of True Immortal. He had either taught or protected them. In the end, this supreme being still passed away. Perhaps he thought that he hasn't lived enough and wanted to obtain rebirth via Yin-Yang crossing. Everlasting Monarch might have countless treasures with him, maybe even those belonging to Blessed Tao Lord once. Someone murmured. Jianming's big ears heard this and his eyes turned bright with greed. Shit, should we try to steal from this monarch? True Immortal will be there too. The Taoist shook his head. They will be here, and many big shots too. They're just waiting outside since it's not the right time. The speaker earlier smiled. Jianming and the Taoist were villains at heart. Their nose was as sensitive as a dog's nose, so they could sense something else from these words. They looked over at the youth and saw that the guy wore a simple black robe with a fit figure. It wasn't overly muscular with bulging muscles. Nonetheless, he gave the impression that he was made of steel, not flesh. He had an unforced smile, looking rather amicable and easygoing. Brother, where are you from? Jianming thought that he could trick the guy and smiled. The youth didn't seem to notice Jianming's wretched smile. He immediately replied, I'm from a very distant place. I and 3 more companions came to get to know the world. Here, let me introduce them. He didn't come alone. His friends included 2 males and 1 female. We are known as the Improper 4, members of the same mind and heart. I am Pure Sword. The youth smiled. Improper 4? Jianming exchanged glances with the Taoist, thinking that this title was terrible indeed. Not a very good title, but your name doesn't match at all. Pure Sword? Jianming laughed. Hee, don't tease me, brother. Pure Sword didn't mind. Call me Ahan. One of the 4, a middle-aged man, spoke with a thunderous voice. Chapter 45-42. The Improper 4 Ahan was twice as tall as a normal adult and had bulging muscles. His skin seemed to be made from golden rocks and brimmed with power. Most important, his arms were actually rocks, unlike the rest of his body which was made of flesh and blood. Upon closer inspection, these rocks looked more like yellow jade stones. The color was similar to his regular complexion. It would be hard to tell that they were rocks without being close enough. The arms had a faint glow just like jades that have been polished by a gentle flow for many years. A sacred spirit. The Taoist finally took note of this. His eyes narrowed as he said, How rare, especially after the Great Calamity. 8 Desolaces had numerous races and tribes. Sacred spirits were exceedingly few in numbers. According to the legend, they were born with the will of the high heaven and the flesh of the earth. Because of this, it was difficult for them to have offspring. Therefore, being in the presence of one was quite surprising. Nah, I just have the bloodline, not a pure blood sacred spirit. My ancestor was one though. Ahan laughed. His voice was gentle, a stark contrast to his huge frame. Both Jianming and the Taoist could tell that he was special and definitely came from a prestigious clan. Woodman. Another member of the four was a man of few words. Sure enough, he was a tray ant from top to bottom. He had green leaves and vines growing around him, looking like a mobile tree. He was even taller than Ahan. Alas, when he stood still, one might actually mistake him for a tree. Call me Xiao Yan. The final member was a beautiful girl in a silky dress. She seemed to be accompanied by the wind, going wherever this affinity blows. Perhaps she was the wind itself, coming and going at a moment's notice. She could be as gentle and pleasant as a breeze or as tough as a tornado. Eyes naturally lit up after seeing her. People couldn't help wanting to get close. She seemed to be the most normal out of the four. However, there was something illusory about her. The other three were obviously living and walking beings. Alas, her existence didn't seem as tangible. Improper indeed. Even forgetting your real names. Jianming smiled. Names are just names, nothing more. Friendship comes from the heart, everything else doesn't matter. Pure Sword replied. Is that right? Jianming said, a silly youth, a muscular man, a tray ant, and a ghost-like girl. That is indeed a strange group. Since they didn't use their real names, he didn't need to be overly polite or care about their feelings. Are you from Eastern Desolace? Wise ancestor could tell given their dialect and manners. We are from a small place surrounded by the wilderness. Our family members don't talk much, so we don't really know where we are. Of course, we have been heading westward since we snuck out and came across this place by accident. Pure Sword said. Yeah, I totally believe you. Jianming chuckled. The group didn't seem to mind his antagonistic attitude because they weren't completely honest in the first place. Li Qie glanced at Pure Sword and said, you're biting off more than you can chew. The sword and the physique. You can only pick one unless you think you are superior to your ancestor or that your Tao heart is indomitable. Pure Sword's expression changed. Jianming's contempt didn't affect them, but Li Qie was talking about his secrets. The guy caught on after a single glance, hence Pure Sword's astonishment. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist? He bowed toward Li Qie. Fellow Taoist is not something you can say. Address him as young noble. Remember, his advice is an honor, a fortune accumulated by your ancestors. Jianming interjected. Young noble, may I ask who you are? Pure Sword listened and bowed again. Li Qie ignored him this time and stared somewhere else. How interesting. The Taoist said, a youth with 2 grand arts capable of catching the young noble's attention. Few lineages in the present day can do this. Haha, swindler, why don't you calculate who they are then? Jianming asked. The Taoist rubbed his chin, clearly interested. Pure Sword bowed with a smile and said, we are only unknown juniors, unworthy of your time and energy, Taoist. Smart. The Taoist said, clearly happy with the praise. Don't start floating after a single praise. Jianming sneered. The Taoist ignored him and still basked in the moment. As for Li Qie, he has been staring at the girl. She took note of this and stared back at him. May I come closer? She asked. This sudden request caught the group by surprise. Yes. He didn't seem to mind. After receiving permission, she came close enough that their shoulder nearly touched. The duo's eyes were on the girl. She couldn't be described as kingdom-toppling. However, her features were distinct. Small face, long hair, jet-black eyes like 2 stones from an abyss. She appeared to be around 20 years of age and wore a light blue dress. Her aura seemed rather profound and calm. My name is Lin Mo. She told him. Li Qie. He smiled and started touching her soft hair. She, surprisingly, didn't stop him. Jianming and the Taoist stared at this scene in a daze, speechless. Chapter 45-43. Lin Mo. The atmosphere between Li Qie and Lin Mo felt natural despite this being their first meeting. She stood close enough for her head to be nearly touching his shoulder. Li Qie's group exchanged glances since the two appeared to be close friends, or something even more intimate than that. They found it strange because they had been following Li Qie for a while, but haven't seen or heard of him having a friend. From their perspective, no one could get close to him. Earning his favor was harder than reaching the sky. As for Lin Mo, she only needed to say a few words before becoming close with Li Chia. Moreover, they even looked like lovers. Their eyes shifted between the pair. Though this was their first meeting, how did they get so close? Also, there wasn't a hint of awkwardness between them. This natural scene was unique. The two were meant to be this close. Jianming and the Taoist weren't idiots. They immediately knew that she was extraordinary somehow. Alas, they couldn't pinpoint her to a particular figure despite their vast knowledge. Her appearance wasn't supreme, but when she was standing next to Li Chia, this was meant to be almost like destiny. "Ms. Fairy, may I read your fortune?" The Taoist got an itch and wanted to read Lin Mo's fortune. Jianming nodded repeatedly like a chicken eating grains and said, "Yes, let the swindler do it, he's actually surprisingly accurate." "Very well," Lin Mo said calmly with no sign of embarrassment. The happy Taoist took out his trigram shell and held it with both hands. He took a deep breath and said respectfully, "Let me prepare the shell." Having said that, he started shaking the shell with both hands and chanted a mantra. He then tossed out the shell to initiate the starting process. Bam! The shell spun around several times before falling to the ground. An image finally appeared on the surface. This image foretells the two worlds being connected, a great expedition together. The Taoist took a look and mumbled. Suddenly, his expression changed and he put away the shell. He smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems like my cultivation has been unstable recently and I can't divine anything, my apology." He then bowed toward Lin Mo. Jianming could tell that something was amiss. He pulled the Taoist to the side and whispered, "Swindler, what did the initial test say? Tell me already." I can't. The Taoist shook his head. "What do you mean you can't?" Jianming became angry. "Don't try this on me, I know your cheap tricks. Tell me or I'll castrate you." "You can't be reasoned with." The Taoist felt like kicking the guy flying. "Why are you messing around? Don't you want to know?" Jianming insisted. The Taoist naturally wanted to find out more information. He hesitated before replying, "I really can't, it is forbidden." "Are you sure? This is your reputation as a diviner on the line. Not being able to do it shows that your abilities are nothing more than cheap tricks." Jianming continued. "Your very existence is a cheap trick." The Taoist couldn't help but retort despite being aware of Jianming trying to egg him on. "Whatever, tell me the details then." Jianming didn't mind the insult. The Taoist pondered for a bit and chose his words carefully. "That was only the preliminary process, not a true fortune-telling. Nonetheless, because of my clan's amazing skill, this is still 60 to 70% accurate." "So was it a good or a bad reading?" Jianming asked curiously. "Hard to say." The Taoist replied, "My intuition is telling me that her fate was either changed or concealed." Jianming took a deep breath and said, "This is serious business, trying to hide things from the heaven's eyes. Ordinary cultivators can't do this." "That's putting it lightly." The Taoist shook his head. "Even Tao lords might not be able to do it. It is a grievous offense. Therefore, I feel that there is a large shadow behind her, but I don't know what it is." "A shadow? Is it auspicious or ominous?" Jianming murmured. "Not sure since it's hidden. Peering through it requires an absurd level of power. I can't do it, but maybe an ancestor from our clan can." The Taoist said. "How does she compare to the young noble?" Wise ancestor came over and gossiped as well. "Incomparable." The Taoist smiled. "The young noble's fate is incalculable. Let's say that if his fate is as vast as heaven and earth, then our fate is as tiny as an insect." He paused for a bit before continuing. "As for this Miss Lin, her fate is a star or a bright moon. In other words, our fate is also insignificant compared to hers. Just answer the question next time. Her fate isn't on the same level as our young noble's." Jianming said. "Yes, but that's a needless statement since she's above all of us." The Taoist smiled wryly. The three stole glances at Lin Mo, certain that she came from somewhere frightening. Alas, they couldn't come up with a famous cultivator or a place. An explosion interrupted their discussion. They looked over and saw a great path of energy stretching from the horizon to a peak nearby. Once the light dispersed, they saw a towering pavilion with halos appearing on top of the peak. 3,000 Dao's people are here," a crowd member said.
I wonder how many are here.
Another said. They then heard a cough and saw an old man standing at the bottom of the pavilion, looking like a guard. Chapter 45-44. Bones Monarch. True immortal has to be here too. An expert murmured after seeing the pavilion. They'll be here for sure since they know their monarch is coming to the crossing. An elder said with a serious expression. Since many people have received the news about everlasting monarch, true immortal would certainly come, whether it be to see him off or retrieve some items. I wonder what items he has on him. A clan master asked. The thought of this moved the crowd. In fact, this was their reason for being here. The appearance of a great historical figure. He might have items beyond the reach of the current true immortal. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they were to somehow obtain anything during the crossing, it would benefit them for generations to come. The older cultivators knew that when masters chose to bury themselves in the Yang cemetery, they would often bring along their most precious possessions. Next came bringing these peerless treasures through the Een wheel. Therefore, certain groups would always come to these openings, hoping for an opportunity to rob the dead. Of course, the majority got nothing and paid with their lives. 3,000 Dao, one of the strongest lineages, has arrived. Everyone knew that true immortal would show up soon enough. Cloud Grasp Elder is just the guard. Who are the people in there? A national teacher stared at the elder by the entrance of the pavilion. In fact, he wasn't the only one curious. Other big shots noticed this as well. Becoming an elder in 3,000 Dao was a big deal. These elders were far superior to their equals from other sections. Cloud Grasp Elder had more prestige and influence than many high elders and national teachers. Unfortunately, he seemed to be the gatekeeper today, which made people think about the cultivators inside. There are surely ancestors in there. Which ones? A schoolmaster speculated. Can it be Dao Sanqian? A master nearby shuddered. Impossible. No one wanted this to happen, not daring to repeat the name. Right, only an earth-shattering matter will necessitate his appearance. Everlasting Monarch's event is not enough. An ancestor from a big sect had a serious expression. They agreed with this assessment. Only a few things left in the world could command his attention. For example, the sudden appearance of the next Dao Lord. It must be Skybreak Monarch. Jian Ming said, Cloud Grasp is his underling. Only the monarch is qualified to make him guard the entrance. Boom! Suddenly a gigantic entity slammed onto another peak and caused an earthquake. Debris went flying everywhere. Once the dust settled, people could see that it was actually a throne made of white jade. No, it turned out to be bones, not jade. The entire throne was carved from a single bone belonging to a massive creature. That is, people became startled to see the white thrones with embedded gold. It looked gloomy and regal at the same time. Bones sect. A cultivator thought about a lineage from the east and blurted out. 3,000 Dao is here too? Just in time. A cold voice came from the throne. Everyone looked up and saw a man sitting on the throne. He had an impressive stature and wore a robe with golden stitchings of a 5-clawed dragon. This was the outfit of the emperors seen in the mortal realm. Of course, they didn't have the same divinity. They then noticed something else. His body was normal but he had a skull instead of a head. A red glow could be seen through the eye sockets, looking like the flame of his soul. His teeth were perfect and white. They shined brightly when he opened his mouth. Normally, seeing a skull would be rather creepy. This wasn't the case since spectators found it to be more like a work of art. He also wore a crown with an embedded jewel. It emitted a gentle and holy light. Bones Monarch. Ahan took a deep breath and said, This monster is here too? This will be fun. Who the hell is this? One youth was frightened. Is there a race like this? Another asked. Skeletons weren't rare but a hybrid of flesh and skull was different. This isn't a race, there's no race like it either. A senior shook his head. He is the sect master of bones, just a human who cultivates a top art from that sect, golden cycle of death. Bones, I see. Many have heard of this lineage before but didn't know much about it. Bones was a sect from Eastern Desolace, one of the oldest in all of Sky Border. In the past, its name was Undying Gate. It used to be reclusive so few knew of its existence. As time passed, It gained an invincible member and became a top power.
This person was none other than Bones' Tao Lord.
Rumor has it that this Tao Lord didn't come from Undying Gate. For some unknown reason, he chose to join this weak sect despite already being so strong. Its name changed to Bones with the addition of the Tao Lord. Later on, Bones' Tao Lord and 13th fought a shocking battle ending with their death. However, the Tao Lord was famous for being able to return to life after being killed. Alas, these were all legends and couldn't be verified. Chapter 45-45. Golden Cycle of Death. Bones' Tao Lord left behind a supreme art, the Golden Cycle of Death. Rumor has it that anyone cultivating this art would have their body destroyed. To be exact, the flesh and blood would be refined, leaving only bones behind to start the cultivation process. As one gained higher attainment, flesh and blood would start growing again. The stronger, the more flesh. In theory, at grand completion, the skeleton would be fully covered in flesh. At this point, the cultivator would be comparable to a Tao Lord. This was tough to verify because even the top geniuses of Bones couldn't reach grand completion. Because of this, the majority of its disciples had bones showing. This was another reason for the name change from Undying Gate to Bones Sect. This art was a nightmare for its enemies. Since there were only bones left, killing this sect's members proved challenging. Breaking all the bones wasn't enough since they could automatically assemble once more. The speed of recovery depended on the disciples' skill and attainment. This wasn't a new concept in the cultivation world. Strong cultivators with a tough true fate could also recreate their body. However, this process required a lengthy period of time. A few injuries demanded years of healing. The Golden Cycle of Death made it fast enough to be effective in battle. Moreover, at grand completion, the flesh became as strong as the sturdiest metal, something akin to indestructibility. This played a part in why some believe that 13th didn't actually kill Bones' Tao Lord back then. Looks like Bones' monarch is very close to reaching grand completion. An ancestor said with a heavy tone. He's a notorious character, never yielding to anyone. Someone who was from the same generation as Bones trembled with fear. He has been their sect master for 5 generations now. A big shot from the east commented. There were reports of him successfully performing 5 cycles of the art, allowing him to wield all the power and influence in Bones. He was afraid of nothing, perhaps due to the indestructible nature of this art. Therefore, he had no qualm antagonizing any person or sect. Did that skeleton really reincarnate 5 times? Jian Ming stared intensely, wanting to see some clues. Wise ancestor shook his head and said, "Not sure, but from what we heard from the ancestors in those generations, he had actually lived 5 whole generations, hence the rumors. If it's that easy to prolong lifespan, there would be immortals already." Li Qie stared at the monarch and said, "However, the Golden Cycle of Death is indeed an apex technique containing the profundity of life, capable of extracting birth from death." All eyes were on Bones' monarch now. The latter glanced at them without hiding his arrogance and pride. His haughty expression was as clear as possible despite only having a skull. He stared at the upper part of the pavilion and his eye sockets flashed brightly. "Old Skybreak, is that you?" he roared. "So it's really Skybreak, monarch." A big shot took a deep breath after hearing this. Skybreak was one of the 6 heavenly monarchs of 3,000 Tao. Rumor has it that ordinary matters didn't necessitate their involvement. In recent generations, not to mention Tao Sanqian, even the 6 monarchs rarely showed up. Cloud Grasp Elder didn't say anything even though someone was yelling at the monarch. He was not on the level to speak to Bones' monarch despite being an elder of 3,000 Tao. This skeleton was a mighty and arrogant monster. His unkillable nature made him quite problematic to deal with. "Bones, this is not the place for you to bark." An ancient voice came from the pavilion. "It really is him." An ancestor gasped after hearing this voice. "Something big is happening here." The other big shot started whispering. Everyone immediately thought that his target was none other than everlasting monarch of true immortal. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy. They then wondered what everlasting monarch had in his possession that would tempt even Skybreak monarch. "Try and stop me then. Although my target is enveloping, I don't mind warming up with you first. It'll be too late when those geezers from True Immortal come." Bones laughed and said, "Enveloping? Who is that?" One youth asked. "Enveloping is the #1 monarch of 3,000 Dao." Her senior immediately answered.
The #1?
The young disciples nearby were surprised to hear this. In fact, there were rumors of him being just as strong as Dao Sanqian. "I'm afraid you'll need to train more. Come challenge him once your art is at grand completion. The current you is not enough." Skybreak didn't hold back. "You speak as if he is at grand completion for the golden cycle." Bones laughed and said, "If that's the case, then he wouldn't need to be subservient to Dao Sanqian. Humph, he is still missing something. Perhaps another 100,000 years of training."
What?
One youth became confused. "Isn't enveloping monarch from 3,000 Dao? Why does he have the golden cycle too?"
Because enveloping monarch came from Bones.
One ancestor explained. "He used to be a supreme genius there. They even believed that he could become a Dao Lord."
Then why did he become a monarch of 3,000 Dao?
The youth asked again. "Who knows, he left Bones to join 3,000 Dao." A different ancestor said. It turned out that enveloping monarch was from the same generation as Dao Sanqian. The two became friends through competition. Chapter 45-46. Godwhip Princess. The two were legends with a strong friendship. Eventually, enveloping joined Dao Sanqian and became his strongest follower. The two of them created 3,000 Dao. Keep in mind that in the beginning, enveloping monarch's background was more prestigious. Bones' sect was a Dao Lord lineage and the golden cycle of death was a supreme art. Dao Sanqian's background wasn't bad in the slightest, but it couldn't compare to Bones at its height. Moreover, the ancestors of Bones had high hopes in enveloping monarch, hoping that he would become a Dao Lord in the future. His departure was a great blow. Bones even declared their intention of punishing this bad seed. Unfortunately, he became too strong already, so there was nothing they could do. Of course, this was understandable since he left and still continued to train with the golden cycle of death. This could be considered traitorous. 3,000 Dao went on to become a behemoth. Outside of Dao Sanqian's domination, enveloping monarch also contributed greatly. These contributions were well documented and recognized by recent generations. Alas, enveloping monarch's sacrifice was not in vain. 4 eras, their sect produced Dao Lords and became a wonderful lineage. The deep friendship between the two became legendary as well. It's understandable why Bones' monarch is doing this. He has been the sect master for 5 generations now. It is his responsibility to carry out this mission. An expert aware of the story said. Bones' monarch seemed hell-bent on fighting, or even killing enveloping monarch. No one had a problem with this since the latter could be considered a traitor. It's more than that. Bones' monarch might be enveloping monarch's junior brother too. An older big shot shook his head. Really? Many became surprised. No, he's more likely to be a martial nephew. An ancestor from an eastern clan said, I don't think they were from the same generation. Yes, the bond only makes the will to cleanse stronger. A sect master said, whether Bones' monarch was a junior brother or martial nephew, he must have looked up to enveloping monarch then. The relationship made the betrayal even more unbearable. Brother's golden cycle might not be at grand completion, but it is still more than enough to suppress you. The ancient voice from the pavilion answered. Bullshit. Bones' monarch laughed and said, one day, Bones will topple your sect. Others took a deep breath after hearing this. Just saying this line could herald a disaster, but Bones was different. He had still lived for so long in spite of his arrogance. Stronger foes might have taken him down, but he would always come back in the next generation. As for these foes, they were either dead or in hibernation. I'm afraid you lack the strength to do so. The voice didn't become angry and had only disdain. Very well, I'll start with you then. Bones' monarch declared, come out and become a victim of my cycle. I'm not here today to play with you. The man inside had no intention of fighting. Humph. Bones snorted after hearing this. Suddenly, a loud explosion was caused by a figure descending from the sky. Next, a dozen more or so landed and caused debris to go flying. Once the scene became clear, the crowd saw radiant armored soldiers standing there. The leader was a girl in an armor made from gold and platinum. She had both an intimidating yet feminine appearance when the wind blew the strands of hair in front of her forehead. "God Whip Princess," a crowd member blurted after seeing the flashy entrance. The current heavenly phoenix, gorgeous and powerful. One youth had nothing but admiration in his eyes. "She's definitely a sight for sore eyes." Another youth praised. "Enough of this infatuation since you have no chance. God Whip School and 3,000 Dao are too close." A senior glared and said. The princess was the successor of God Whip, rumored to be the final disciple of God Whip deity. Her talent and background are both exceptional. Therefore, her future companion needed to be brilliant as well. After stealing the spotlight, she lowered her head in the direction of the pavilion and respectfully said, "Greetings, heavenly monarch. Congratulations, virtuous niece. You have obtained the legacy of brother deity." The voice in the pavilion answered, "Visit 3,000 Dao sometimes and spar with Shenjun." "May I ask how brother Shenjun is doing recently?" She happily said, not hiding her affection. "He's recently left his isolated cultivation so you can visit." The voice answered, "I will definitely go and see his supreme arts." She excitedly responded. Many exchanged glances after hearing their conversation. Of course, this was bad news for some of the youths. So she's really God Whip deity's disciple. A big shot has heard about this before. Now, it was finally confirmed. God Whip deity was renowned and considered to be on the same level as the 6 monarchs of 3,000 Dao. The two sects had a deep relationship due to a particular person, 8 Stallion Dao Lord. The Dao Lord was original from God Whip, an immemorial lineage that has declined. 1. This title has too many meanings. I might have to change after getting more contact. Chapter 45-47. 8 Stallion Dao Lord's legend. The Dao Lord during his youth still had impeccable talent and comprehension. Unfortunately, God Whip was reduced to a small sect at that point. His future seemed rather limited, let alone reaching the throne. This changed when Dao Sanqian took note of him and decided to become his Dao protector. This was a godsend opportunity, certainly not easy to come by. Given Dao Sanqian's prestige, countless people wanted to become his disciples. In this case, he actually served as a Dao protector. 8 Stallion didn't let him down. His cultivation soared and eventually became an invincible Dao Lord. He didn't forget his roots and took care of God Whip, elevating its status and giving it ample resources. God Whip deity also benefited from this. He suffered from the same limitation as the Dao Lord previously, and worst of all, his talent was far from being exceptional. Lucky for him, he was very close with 8 Stallion. They both experienced hardship, so as the Dao Lord grew stronger, the Dao Lord taught him many things. This was especially true after the coronation. Though God Whip deity never became as strong, he still became a monarch-level character and didn't let his friend down. In the last generation, God Whip School received 8 Stallions' love on top of gaining a monarch. This made them strong enough to be considered a Dao Lord lineage. Furthermore, they were awfully close to 3,000 Dao, an alliance forged of blood. Today, God Whip Princess was its successor, not long from becoming the schoolmaster. She stood above her peers and had notable achievements on the battlefield, leading her legion across sky border. Thus, she had all the right traits and gifts. Rumor has it that an engagement between her and Shen Juntian was not far off. Though the two sects never mentioned this detail, her expression when talking about Shen Juntian made it rather likely. "See, give up now. You are not worthy or qualified to be with her. How will you beat Shen Juntian?" A senior glanced at a disciple who was enamored with the princess. The junior's love was extinguished right away by the cold comment. Nonetheless, he didn't give up and said, "Why does any of that matter? As long as there is love." "Stop daydreaming." The senior interrupted him. "Why would she love you? Even a blind person can see that she likes Shen Juntian right now." The junior had no response to this. His expression withered. It was tough for youths to stay calm whenever Shen Juntian was brought up. He was another one of the 5 conquerors, being equal to true immortal young emperor and 5-son king. These youths had all the advantages in the world. Moreover, some believed that Shen Juntian might be an imperial prince, the son of 8 Stallion Dao Lord. That's why you should just give up. Those two are a good match in terms of status. Those two sects want this to happen, so if you act recklessly, you'll only be asking for trouble or worse. The senior said. A sense of pessimism and despair struck all of her suitors in the crowd. They knew that they had no chance of winning her love for a multitude of reasons. Of course, she didn't care about their feelings and thoughts nor their passionate gazes. Her focus was on the Yang cemetery. Buzz! A beam of light joined the scene, encompassing a large radius and illuminating many cultivators. This radiant beam crossed through time and space, seemingly capable of teleporting anyone to the reach of its light. This is... The crowd became startled. Buzz! A mysterious rune brimming with power appeared in the radiance. True Immortal. A big shot recognized the rune right away. They're arriving at last. Everyone became emotional. In the contemporary, there were behemoths such as 3000 Dao, Lion's Roar, Divine Dragon Valley. This was especially true for the prospering 3000 Dao. However, all of them seemed to be lacking something. History and foundation. True Immortal started with Blessed Dao Lord and had reigned for generations. They produced countless top cultivators before. Though it had experienced setbacks from the arrogant woman and Emperor Yi and was nearly destroyed, it still rose again to dominate the world and had numerous sects under its banner. This was a testament to its unbreakable foundation and frightening tenacity. It had 7 Dao Lords in total, something no other sect could compare to. Today, given the fanfare, some big shots were certainly coming. I wonder who is coming, a spectator said while witnessing the haughty arrival. A youth eventually appeared in the light. He had his own aura and looked exceedingly handsome. 6-winged emissary. A big shot recognized him and said, the disciple of True Immortal Sect Master. He is usually with his master. That means the sect master is coming too. This answered the question looming in everyone's mind. Chapter 45-48. 6-winged emissary. The prestigious emissary usually transmitted the sect master's order. Therefore, his will was usually his master's. As the disciple of True Immortal Sect Master, he held the hilt to the sword of authority. The sect master would not be far from here. His wings flashed brightly behind him. It seemed that just a slight movement from them could start a terrible storm. He slightly bowed and announced, True Immortal Sect is conducting official business here. Where the light is shall be our camp. Please keep a distance in order to avoid unnecessary injuries. This demand caused a considerable uproar. Someone couldn't help but say, they're so overbearing. His friend nodded, this isn't new at all. It was probably worse during their golden age. What else can we do? There's no gain in antagonizing them. A third cultivator added. Some voiced their frustration but still backed off from the radius of the beam. This applied to the ancestors and famous cultivators as well. They quietly left the area, albeit begrudgingly. They didn't wish to not give True Immortal face over something rather trivial. Moving to another spot wasn't a big deal. To do otherwise would be idiotic and potentially suicidal. The majority also believed that True Immortal Sect Master was coming. An unstoppable being. Yielding now wasn't embarrassing at all. In fact, some were eager to see this elusive and famous individual. Well, I guess it's not bad. We actually get to see their sect master in person. One cultivator consoled himself while backing off. The radiance encompassed a massive territory. Thus, it took a while for everyone to leave while complaining. Li Chie's group and the improper four were also under the beam. The latter exchanged glances. Ahan asked, are we leaving? Of course, nobodies like us need to back off. Pure Sword smiled brightly and left without any resistance. The other two followed him, leaving Li Chie's group and Lin Mo behind. Though he was young, he seemed to be the leader of the group. Jian Ming, the Taoist, and wise ancestor always followed Li Chie's order. As for Lin Mo, she had no intention of leaving Li Chie's side. Thus, since he didn't move, neither did they. The five looked conspicuous under the light since everyone else was gone. Who are they? The majority didn't recognize them. Everyone gave True Immortal face, but these five purposely refused to do so. I don't know, probably not anyone important. Someone said. Isn't that merchant from a big clan? He's a known swindler. On the other hand, Jianming was actually rather well known, so someone recognized him. That brat appeared out of thin air and even killed Alchemy Child, a servant of the young emperor. An expert recognized Li Qie as well. True immortal young emperor's servant? A listener became startled. The audacity! He must be tired of living. What is his background then? It has to be impressive, given his courage. One cultivator added. Is he an actual ancestor from the 4 clans? An ancestor who had participated in the secret auction frowned and said, is he not afraid of true immortal destroying his clans? Normally, ancestors truly cared for the sake of their clans. They wouldn't oppose true immortal, and absolutely not in such an arrogant manner. If his clans were to be destroyed, he would be branded as an eternal sinner, unable to meet his ancestors in the afterlife. However, this didn't apply to Li Qie. Killing a servant isn't a big deal. A king said, but the sect master of true immortal is coming right now. If he doesn't give them respect, that would be a direct challenge to their authority. They won't stand for this. True immortal sect master was the leader of many sections. His arrival commanded respect and a grand ceremony. However, Li Qie's group of 5 refused to listen. This was akin to slapping true immortal in the face. We got a show to watch. Ahun said. What makes them so bold? Woodman asked. The world is full of tigers and dragons. Don't look through the lens of a mortal to gauge people. Pure Sword smiled and shook his head. 6-winged emissary saw that 5 people had no intention of leaving and frowned. Fellow Taoists, True Immortal is conducting official business here. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but please leave. He politely said. This wasn't offensive in the slightest. After all, being politely asked by a big shot from True Immortal would make people feel good and leave willingly. I didn't know that this was your house. Jianming glanced at him. 6-winged emissary's expression soured, but he still maintained his cool and said, this isn't True Immortal, but our ancestors will be working here. Rampant energies and powers will be out of control, and we don't wish for needless casualties. Therefore, please leave for your own safety. Stand aside, do not bother me. Li Qie spoke. Did you hear that? My young noble is telling you to scram. Your sect and its sect master aren't qualified to prance and bark in front of our young noble. He is already being benevolent by not making you all kneel. Jianming played the role of a sycophant again. Wise ancestor glared angrily at him but couldn't interfere. Listeners exchanged glances. Shocked. What an ignorant fool. One of them said. The guy seemed to be nothing more than an errand boy, yet he dared to insult the sect master of True Immortal. Chapter 45-49. Void Burn Godchild. Oh crap, my mistake. I've overestimated your sect master. He isn't qualified to kneel before our young noble, since that would be the highest honor possible. A great fortune requiring our young noble's permission. Sigh my damn mouth. Having said that, he actually slapped himself twice. This ridiculous one-man show was unbearably insulting. Not to mention True Immortal. No other cultivator would be able to tolerate this. They might actually have attacked already. His words were akin to him spitting on the sect master's face, saying that he wasn't even qualified to kneel before Li Qie. Little did everyone know that he was merely telling the truth. They certainly only heard a prestigious cultivator being utterly disrespected. This was a crime worthy of extermination. The moment he finished, 6-winged emissary's eyes were seething with anger and murderous intent. This disrespect warrants death. A listener shouted and stood up for True Immortal. Yes, no one can insult the sect master. Another expert wanted to please True Immortal. A clan extermination isn't out of line here. A few started shouting. This was their chance to please True Immortal sect master. It would rather be beneficial and nothing of value would be lost. Just one unknown junior with a foul mouth. Therefore, they acted furious and indignant, wanting Jianming to pay. Jianming stared at them with disdain and said, idiots, you all got whipped and kicked out like slaves earlier, and now, you're shouting on your master's behalf? No, you're not even slaves, since they wouldn't want such incapable slaves, haha. The shouters became embarrassed. This embarrassment then turned into anger. They didn't dare oppose 6-winged emissary earlier and only mumbled grievances. Now, They wanted to please true immortal sect master. Worst of all, this Jian Ming actually uncovered their shame.
Well said.
Li Jie laughed and added, idiots indeed. Brazen fools, how dare you spit insults at the heroes of the world? A youth stepped forward and uttered coldly, death is what you deserve. Fiery circles danced and pulsed around him. Just his appearance alone made everyone aware of his extraordinary background. Oh, Voidburn Godchild, I've been a fan for a long time. Jian Ming cupped his fist and smiled, pretending to be a fan.
That's Voidburn Godchild? A listener noticed that the guy was quite strong and whispered, impressive enough, worthy of being Voidburn Saintess' older brother.
Although both are sovereigns, the Saintess is far stronger. An older cultivator commented. Her talent is indeed something else. That's why she's chosen by Divine Dragon Valley to be Tian Feng's fiancé. An elder agreed.
Ah, so he's Tian Feng's older brother-in-law.
Another said. Tian Feng was a notorious cultivator.
He was one of the 5 conquerors with an uncontrollable love for fighting.
It's too late to flatter me now. I might spare your life, but punishments are necessary. Voidburn Godchild enjoyed being recognized.
Thank God I'll be able to stay alive.
Jian Ming smiled and said, there is one thing though, you are the godchild of Voidburn and the brother-in-law of Tian Feng. Don't you feel ashamed licking true immortals' boots? Isn't this a blow to your sect's reputation? If Tian Feng catches wind of this, he might crush your head.
You!
Voidburn Godchild's expression became unsightly. I think he's right. Crowd members started discussing this issue. Voidburn Temple and Divine Dragon Valley had more than just a marriage alliance. The progenitor of the temple used to be 8-step Dragon Dao Lord's first disciple. In other words, Voidburn Temple could be considered a branch of Divine Dragon Valley. The valley was one of the strongest lineages currently, not that far off from true immortal. Therefore, given his status and identity, Voidburn Godchild's conduct was improper for many reasons. The cold expression of Tian Feng popped up in his head and made him shudder. His brother-in-law was crazy and might actually kill him. How dare you try to create a rift between us? I'll smash your mouth. He became murderous.
Godchild, no need to be angry.
A gentle voice interrupted him.
Everyone looked over and saw a gentlemanly youth in a white robe.
He was handsome and had a seal in the form of a flower on his forehead. It made him seem knowledgeable and noble. Jade Dragon. Void Turn scowled after seeing him.
Jade Dragon Monarch is here too.
Many recognized the youth. Greetings. The youth cupped his fist and greeted the crowd. Just like the rumors, he's extraordinary. A young cultivator praised. He and Tian Feng are both demons. He is a jade pig while Tian Feng has an even more prestigious bloodline, a lunatic clam. Heaven Devour a Mad God was one too. I see. No wonder why Tian Feng loves fighting. Another became emotional. The current Tian Feng wasn't frightening enough. However, one could think about his future potential since he was of the same race as the Mad God. Chapter 4550. Serenity Goddess. Because of Voidburn Godchild and Jade Dragon Monarch's involvement, Six-Winged Emissary was pushed to the side. He was not happy about it since he needed to deal with the insults. He might not be the only disciple of true immortal sect master or the sect's successor, but he was certainly his master's trusted assistant. He has grown used to being respected wherever he went, whether it be his own sect or the outside world. Alas, these nobodies disrespected his master and ignored him. Something truly intolerable. You kneel and apologize right now, or I will not show mercy and reduce you to ashes. He raised his voice. Of course, someone of his status couldn't just attack. He needed to give them ample warnings beforehand to prevent external criticisms of his conduct. Once he said all the necessary lines, then no one else would have a thing to say about his murders. The blame would be on Li Jie's group for being suicidal, not true immortal picking on the weak. You're annoying me. Li Jie waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. This infuriated Six-Winged Emissary. His bloodthirst became chilling enough to reach the bones. At this point, he would go all out against an ancestor for these offenses, let alone Li Jie. He was afraid of no one due to his background. I see, you prefer hell over heaven. Don't blame me for being merciless then. True Immortal has shown enough restraint," he uttered menacingly. No one thought that this threat was empty. The guy served as a messenger for True Immortal sect master. His words carried considerable weight. "This brat is not holding back against True Immortal," one crowd member said. Others would have backed off already, but Xueqi maintained his contemptuous attitude. This truly astounded the crowd. Boom! Six-winged emissary gathered his energy and became radiant. 16 halos appeared and rotated around him. Each represented a supreme grand Tao and an immense level of vitality. A golden sovereign with 18 halos already. So young. One cultivator praised. Having 18 Tao meant that he was on the journey of becoming a myriad sovereign. The difference between the golden and myriad level was night and day. Thus, he still had a long way to go before becoming a myriad sovereign. Nonetheless, this was quite exceptional. Not all ancestors from the great powers could reach this level. Keep in mind that he wasn't the most brilliant youth in True Immortal. Not to mention their young emperor, there were plenty of other geniuses above him. Nonetheless, when not taking his own sect into account, he proved himself superior to most. Buzz! He spread his wings and caused spatial ripples. The rays exuding from his wings looked divine, capable of cutting down the stars. His aura engulfed the area. Though he was far from being the strongest one here, he still instilled fear into weaker cultivators. "Come meet your doom, fools." His words resonated like bell rings and made legs tremble. The merit laws of True Immortal are incredible. A spectator murmured. "Seems like you wish to fight, emissary. I will entertain you then." A soft voice answered since Xueqi couldn't be bothered to answer. A girl arrived by riding the wind, looking regal and giving people a feeling of security. She wore a fur coat and didn't need extravagant decorations to appear noble. Her pupils were golden and seemingly contained worlds. Her forehead also shined brightly as if there were divine totems hidden inside. She didn't resemble an invincible cultivator but rather, a golden daughter from a higher realm. Six-winged emissary's expression darkened after seeing her. He took one step backward. Others noticed this and immediately inquired about her origin since most didn't recognize her. If someone from Little Diamond were here to see her, they would immediately recognize her. She had shown up at the Auntie's Wonton restaurant. Moreover, she was the one who dug Xueqi out of the glacier and gained Xueqi's guidance. Serenity Goddess. The emissary's aura weakened. Serenity? Who's that? A youth asked. Goddess. Cultivators from the south bowed toward her. Even the ancestors. Those not in the know understood her status right away. Even ancestors were bowing to her despite her young age? This meant that her background must be frightening. She is the priestess of Ancestral Divine Temple. A senior told his juniors. Listeners gasped with haste. Fear and respect were instinctive responses after hearing the name of this temple. Though it was rarely mentioned compared to True Immortal or 3000 Tao, it had an eternal prestige. Chapter 45-51. Prestige. The mentioning of the temple also reminded the crowd of Lion's Roar, another behemoth. Lion's Roar to the south, pure sun of the east, True Immortal in the north, and 3000 Tao over western yonder. These were the four behemoths of Sky Border. Later on, Pure Sun chose an isolation policy so its members stopped showing up. Lion's Roar did something similar and stopped competing. Therefore, True Immortal and 3000 Tao's influence and authority grew. Divine Dragon Valley took advantage of this as well and became the third corner of the power triangle. Some believed that Lion's Roar was no longer as strong as before and was on a declining slope. It might not be able to keep its spot as the leader of the South for long. Greedy thoughts would come from whenever a great power was on a decline. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Alas, in this case, they knew that as long as the temple was around, Lion's Roar would be just fine. The temple served as an eternal lighthouse. Its light would always be there regardless of the era. No one could destroy it. Though it was a part of Lion's Roar, it was not subservient to Lion's Roar. The opposite was actually the truth since even the successor and king of Lion's Roar needed to listen to the temple. The Supreme Monarch. Everyone whispered the title of a particular being, not daring to say her true name. The temple served as her abode. Alas, future generations haven't had the honor of meeting her.
Not even the ancestors from Lion's Roar or the members of the temple themselves. Everyone still knew that as long as the temple was there, so was her. During the Great Calamity, she was someone who fought the darkness as effectively as immortal Emperor Jean. Her fame and prestige remained in the present day. Invincible masters and Dao lords never dared to show an ounce of disrespect after hearing her title. Serenity Goddess is from the Sea of Bodhisattva City. An ancestor from the south elaborated. The Sea is a peerless clan already. Now they have someone in the temple too? Another became emotional. The Sea was a top clan in Lion's Roar due to Treasure Cloud Queen. She was none other than the wife of Golden Lion Emperor who revitalized the kingdom. Their strong love for each other was well documented. The clan remained in top shape even after the Emperor's generation, being considered one of the strongest in all of Sky Border. The Sea is certainly impressive, but it pales in comparison to her status as the priestess. One ancestor said. Being the priestess of Ancestral Divine Temple meant being its successor. The King of Lion's Roar would need to show respect because the priestess was in charge of serving the Supreme Monarch. This meant that she was one of the few who was in direct contact with the monarch. This elevated her status to the next level. Even ancestors needed to greet her. At this point, people understood the significance of her position. This was the reason why the prideful six-winged emissary became startled to see her. In terms of status alone, is the goddess on the same level as true immortal young emperor? One youth quietly asked. No. A big shot from the last generation shook her head. When she is in the temple, she has considerable authority. This is comparable to the sect master of true immortal. If she is actually serving the supreme monarch, then her status would be even greater. Not just that. An ancestor from the south elaborated. Remember, she's from the sea and has a strong backer there too. Paramount Goddess. A knowledgeable cultivator nearby immediately thought about this cultivator. This title has not been mentioned in a while, but people still remembered her exploits. Is that the goddess who actually attacked 3,000 Dao? She fought enveloping monarch and forced Dao Sanqian to take action? One youth asked. Yes, she was the priestess of the temple during that generation. The ancestor from the south confirmed. Nearby listeners couldn't believe what they were hearing. Enveloping Monarch was known for being unkillable due to his golden cycle. As for Dao Sanqian, no need to say more about his power. Nonetheless, the priestess forced both of them to take action? Listeners became overwhelmed with awe and admiration. Why did she attack 3,000 Dao? The youth became curious. A few seniors have heard rumors about this but decided to not answer, only shaking their head instead. Therefore, the current priestess of the temple was even more feared. Is her position official? Someone asked. Not sure because the temple doesn't announce things like this to the world. It's only a matter of time though. A big shot responded. No one else questioned the legitimacy of her position. Her real name was Si Jingru. She approached the crowd without an intimidating aura but many still bowed to show their respect. Weak I may be, I would like to test my skill against you, emissary. She spoke softly. Though this was a challenge, it didn't seem malicious. This prompted the emissary to take another step backward. He knew that their status was not comparable in the slightest. His face turned red due to the precarious situation. Refusing to fight meant damaging his sect's reputation. On the other hand, he was obviously no match for Si Jingru. 1. The title of this emperor is still undecided. Normally, Immortal Emperor Jean is the right translation given the lack of context, but I think there is a chance that it means an emperor who fights immortals, not an immortal emperor. Regular immortal emperor titles have 2 prefix characters. This one only has 1, Jean, meaning to fight/battle/war. I recall another emperor with a very similar name before with the character Jean Wei early in the novel. Once we get more context, I'll change this title if I have to. Chapter 45-52. True Immortal Sect Master. Everyone stared at six-winged emissary with bated breath. They were aware of the emissary's superiority compared to the young generation. Others tried for a lifetime and could only become a heavenly sovereign at best. On the other hand, he was on the path to becoming a myriad sovereign on top of being the disciple of true Immortal Sect Master. In short, he had everything going on for him. Unfortunately, His achievements and status couldn't compare to the priestess of ancestral divine temple. Among their youths, only the young emperor could match up with her. The crowd naturally understood the tough situation he was in and the obvious outcome. They only cared about which moves from the temple would the priestess employ. The truth was that even imperial lineages were inferior to the temple. Alas, its members rarely showed up in the outside world and even more seldomly battled. For example, several generations ago, Paramount Goddess shocked the entire world by attacking 3,000 Dao. Of course, Si Jingru was far from being at that level currently. Nonetheless, she should still know some supreme techniques from the temple. Buzz! Suddenly, rays and lotus flowers manifested into reality again. They then turned into bright flames and engulfed the area. The world seemed to be sealed along with time itself. This made the crowd feel rather helpless, that their lives weren't under their control. The source of the flames was a special grand Dao looking like a precious treasure trove. "Please forgive my ignorant disciple, goddess." Words echoed in everyone's ears. They were gentle yet intimidating, akin to the sounds of morning bells and evening drums reaching the depths of their heart and mind. They looked up and saw an unadorned chariot made of star-crushed metal. This made it heavy enough to crush everything in its path. It didn't look expensive, but the engraved Dao runes on the walls clearly came from a Dao lord. Its power alone was enough. No need for flashy and gaudy appearances. A chariot made of star-crushed metal and blessed by a Dao lord should belong to a top master in the contemporary. Sure enough, an old man in a blue robe sat on top. His aura was one of immovability, just like a boulder. A sword rested on his knees, looking ancient and capable of splitting heaven and earth despite still being sheathed. As he sat there without activating his aura, he resembled a magical boulder that has taken roots in the world itself. Spectators became frozen. Even an inexperienced cultivator could tell that he was extremely powerful. "Master!" Six-winged emissary bowed after seeing him. True immortal sect master. Everyone figured out who he was right away. He could be considered the #1 sect master right now in 8 Decelaces. Being able to meet him was truly a privilege, a conversational topic for a lifetime. "Greetings, sect master." Many bowed deeply, even those not from true immortal. Bowing to a character of this level wasn't shameful at all. In fact, it was an honor. Thus, even those who were chased away earlier showed their respect. Of course, some big shots only nodded their head or bowed slightly. He nodded back at the crowd and then bowed towards the goddess. "I apologize on my disciple's behalf." He seemed rather sincere in both words and action. "He sure knows how to conduct himself properly," one crowd member said. Others also felt the same way after seeing his apology. Most might not have been so magnanimous. After all, the sect master of True Immortal didn't need to apologize to anyone. "You're being too polite, sect master," Si Jingru replied. "I haven't been able to visit the temple to pay my respects. Please give the monarch my regards." He bowed again. The crowd didn't dare to breathe loudly, not wanting to disturb their conversation. A visit from the sect master to the temple would be a monumental occasion. "I will deliver the message." Si Jingru bowed back and accepted the kind wish. These were 2 behemoths exchanging pleasantries. Their stance and attitude toward each other could change the political landscape of the entire world. "We are here today to pay respect to our ancestor. Please forgive us if we have offended anyone." He then bowed towards the crowd. Others immediately bowed back to return the gesture. Those who got kicked out were no longer angry and blamed only Six-Winged Emissary for being rude instead. They thought that this was how the #1 sect master should act. An impressive act. Jian Ming and Puresword's group were impressed as well. Six-Winged Emissary lacked charisma and propriety in comparison. Chapter 45-53. Astonishment. Meanwhile, Si Jingru walked next to Li Qian and grabbed his arm, looking rather excited. "I didn't expect to see you again, young noble, after saying goodbye in Bodhisattva City." Her natural smile put flowers to shame. It seeped into the soul just like a blooming flower. Spectators who saw this became speechless. The goddess status commanded respect from both the young and old. Normally, someone like her would have plenty of suitors. An example would be God-Whip Princess. Despite being unreachable, youth still harbored feelings for her. In this case,
No one dared to have these unrealistic fantasies. The geniuses couldn't talk romance with Si Jingru, for it would be a travesty. Therefore, seeing her being so intimate and smiling with Li Qie just like a young lady was unthinkable. No one would believe that the priestess of ancestral divine temple actually took the initiative to grab a man's arm. Alas, they actually witnessed the act in person. Who the hell is he? This became the question on everyone's mind. How is he so lucky to actually earn the goddess' favor? An expert became jealous. Which sect is he from? An ancestor found this puzzling. Even the 5 conquerors couldn't garner her attention, let alone prompt her to act in this manner. You've improved quickly. Li Qie glanced at her and said flatly. It is thanks to you, young noble. She said softly. Her attitude was surprising enough, but so was Li Qie's. Who does he think he is? He should be rejoiced right now, but look at him, acting all cool. A youth found this annoying. He got to be blind. A young female cultivator felt the same way. Some might faint with happiness after receiving so much favor from the saintess. However, this guy acted as if it was nothing. Contrary to other opinions, Si Jingru was happy to receive praise from Li Qie, looking as if she had just drank sweet honey. The improper four saw this and exchanged glances. What is your young noble's background? Han couldn't help but quietly ask Jian Ming. One strong enough where you aren't qualified to kneel before him. Jian Ming glanced at them dismissively as if insulting their lack of discernment. Not just anyone in this world can make us kneel. Xiao Yan stared at Li Qie and didn't buy it. Whatever. I'm telling you out of the goodness of my heart. Just know that it's up to you whether to believe me or not. The young noble simply doesn't care even if your father is the heaven itself. Jian Ming shrugged. Whenever Jian Ming spoke, others would get the urge to slap him a couple of times. He seemed masochistic in this regard. Really now? Xiao Yan still didn't buy it. Though no one knew who they were, they actually had a frightening background. Our knowledge is insufficient. Forgive us. Pure Sword hurriedly mediated. Jian Ming went on. Insufficient indeed. Not as knowledgeable as a merchant like me who has traveled to all corners of the world. You need to learn more in order to not shame your ancestors. You! Xiao Yan was furious, but Pure Sword pulled him back. The latter smiled wryly and took his time observing Li Qie. He knew that Jian Ming had a foul mouth. However, the masochistic guy didn't seem to be ignorant and overly arrogant. This made the whole thing rather strange. Li Qie ignored their conversation. He glanced at the sect master of True Immortal, then the sky before smiling. Quite a few have arrived. With that, he asked Lin Mo. What is Everlasting Monarch taking with him? Jian Ming and the others' ears became larger as they tried to listen without being too obvious. Lin Mo quietly stared at the cemetery and said, Only one thing. I see. Li Qie rubbed his chin and said, If that's the case, the title of Everlasting is well deserved. Are you interested, young noble? She looked back at him. He smiled and said, There's nothing to see. If it was special, it wouldn't be left behind like this. It might be decent but not something I need. What is it? Jian Ming finally joined, unable to contain his curiosity. Li Qie laughed and said, You are so noisy. Just wait a bit and others will take action, you'll find out then. Many geezers from True Immortal are here. Can they actually rob him? Jian Ming glanced at the sky. That depends on the price they are willing to pay. Li Qie smiled. Since the monarch brought it to the cemetery in the first place, it means that he doesn't want to hand it over. How many monarchs from True Immortal are here? Jian Ming chuckled. It might not matter either, because if Everlasting Monarch gets serious, he'll destroy this region. Can anyone from True Immortal take him on? There might be a ceremonial method. The Taoist got involved as well. Everlasting Monarch was obviously powerful since he was a being from the era of the Blessed. He could absolutely be considered one of the strongest ancient ancestors from True Immortal. Since he brought the item to the cemetery, he clearly wanted to take it with him to the Een Wheel for the cycle. He wouldn't accept True Immortal's demand. Though he was dead, his power still remained. A battle might result in the death of many experts from True Immortal. What type of ceremony? Jian Ming asked. A spirit summon. If he can remember his descendants, then they have a chance. Otherwise, it'll be a slaughter. the Taoist said.
So we got a show then.
Jianming smiled, ready to see others suffer. From what I can see, Everlasting Monarch will truly show up this time. The Taoist calculated with his fingers and then whispered, a really important figure in True Immortal is here this time. He looked up at the sky afterward. Chapter 45-54. Crossing Opening, Boom. The world shook violently with the epicenter located in the Een Wheel. Everyone immediately stared in that direction.
The crossing is opening.
A big shot from the last generation murmured, aware of this phenomenon. Sure enough, the floating foam started gathering towards the center of the Een Wheel, summoned by an unknown force. The wheel started changing during this process. As time passed, everyone felt as if it was rotating. This was strange because the Een Wheel was nothing more than a void expanse. How could it rotate or move? Nonetheless, this wasn't something felt by only one or two people. All the crowd had the same feeling. Eventually, all the gray foams made it to the center. They became black, not completely devoid of light, but similar to nighttime. By this point, it became apparent that the Een Wheel was indeed moving. Once it became fast enough, gales started to form. During this rotation, it became independent, no longer a part of space. This meant that its rotation wouldn't affect the surroundings nearby. Loud detonations came next. Once the rotation reached a certain speed, a spatial maelstrom manifested into reality. The foams in the center were experiencing immense compression and were reduced to black dots. The color of the expanse suddenly turned into the darkest shade possible as if it was emitting black rays.
Rumble.
Cracks could be heard once the maelstrom gathered sufficient power. Space seemed to be sucked into its rotation. Even time itself couldn't escape. The temporal strings were visibly being dragged into the maelstrom as well. All of the affinities were crushed into nothingness. Time lost its fundamental essences and turned into foams only to be devoured by the maelstrom.
So the foams were temporal fragments.
A big shot murmured while watching. Some noticed similarities when they first got here. This was finally proven to be true. Boom! A special phenomenon occurred within the wheel. Everyone suddenly heard splashing noises. This was unthinkable because everything was being destroyed in the maelstrom. How could there be running water? But sure enough, it was actually happening. Everyone saw yellow and muddled water coursing within. It almost resembled yellow mud but without the sand and grain. It seemed to be the water symbolizing the end of life. There was a particular odor to it. Not foul and nauseating but something personal. It made people think that they were one step in the grave, on the verge of facing death. Yellow liquid. Is this from the Yellow River? One expert bellowed.
Not sure. A big shot shook her head. No one has ever obtained this liquid, but it is indeed speculated to be from the legendary river.
At the same time, a different ancestor leaped upward and tossed out a treasure bowl. It flew towards the Een Wheel with the intention of seizing the water for research. Crack! The bowl was reduced to dust the moment it got close. The particles were then sucked in by the wheel and disappeared from sight. Incredible power. An elder took a deep breath.
Yes, this is insane.
The ancestor who tried became emotional. His bowl was a top treasure, extremely mighty and tough. Alas, it didn't last a single second and seemed to be as fragile as fried dough. Countless masters have tried to enter the Een Wheel only to die a burial-less death. Only Calamity Tao Lord survived, at least according to the records. An ancient ancestor shook his head. Listeners took a deep breath and were amazed at Calamity Tao Lord's unbreakable shell. Nonetheless, the tale said that it was heavily damaged afterward. Therefore, taking this liquid seemed to be impossible. They were extremely curious but lacked the ability to do anything about it. The ancestors from True Immortal and Skybreak Monarch didn't take action either. Though they were strong, they didn't think they were superior to the wise sages of the past. Buzz! An image appeared in the yellow liquid. It seemed to be a great world with rotating yin and yang. Everything was upside down, a world never seen before by spectators. Is that the reincarnation cycle? They were captivated by this strange scene because it was different from their own world. Is it actually there or just an illusion? Jianming and the Taoist became immersed in this scene. Are we looking at the Yellow River? Si Jingru asked Li Qie.
He stared at the image for a bit before shaking his head. It is an incomplete picture, only one tiny corner. It might not be the cycle at all. Lin Mo, who has been silent, added. If it were so easy to reincarnate, everyone would be able to do it. Li Qie chuckled. Chapter 45-55. Crossing emissary. With the formation of the Yin wheel, everyone understood that Yin-Yang crossing was about to be open. Buzz! All the Yin and Yang essences seemed to be rushing into the Yin wheel like invisible rivers. Normally, the Yin and Yang were difficult for cultivation, comprehension and observation. Now, an invisible hand seemed to be gathering all of them together in one place. The invisible Yin and Yang, in their black and white, were so close to everyone. They materialized into physical form and blossomed into resplendent colors. Next came a divine bridge originating from the wheel spanning all the way to the cemetery, resembling a rainbow in the air. It's finally here. Spectators were lost in awe. The crossing is opening. Others shouted. We need to get ready right now. A big shot quietly told his disciples. Both regular cultivators and important figures came for one reason: to rob the dead. They knew that the dead would start trying to reach the wheel soon, meaning that the bridge was the best place for an ambush. Boom! A figure landed on the perfect center of the bridge. The Yin was to his left and the Yang was to his right. Just an inch off would throw this off balance. This made him appear to be the master of Yin and Yang, capable of controlling these affinities. The strange man wore a yellow robe that didn't look special or ceremonial. In fact, it appeared to be on the cheap side, one that could be found on a servant in the mortal world. However, his high crest was the opposite and had a classic elegance. It seemed to be made from a priceless purple metal with tasseled beads hanging from it. These beads were exceedingly rare, known to others as celestial Yin beads. Just one alone would sell for a sky-high price. Alas, there were too many to count on these tassels hanging down from the crest. Its value symbolized its supreme authority. They also hid the face of the cultivator. Even the strongest masters couldn't see through the beads with their heavenly gaze without permission. Nonetheless, the contrast between his robe and his crest didn't feel out of place. The aura stemming from him changed the temporal fabrics of reality. Even 1,000,000 years seemed fleeting while passing through him. Despite not having an intimidating presence, all cultivators shuddered after seeing him. There was no way to make it past him. His very existence was the strongest barrier. Upon closer inspection, one would notice an imperial aura from long ago. It was well hidden, only the masters here could sense it. The Yin-Yang emissary. A crowd member shouted. He's finally here to open the crossing. Another murmured. The Yin-Yang emissary was also known as the crossing emissary, a truly enigmatic figure. He always appeared during the opening of the Yin wheel to lead the dead from the graves. When people talked about survivors of the Yin wheel, they would think about Calamity Dao Lord, not the emissary. He seemed to be part of the crossing, so he wasn't counted as a survivor. Just who is he? One expert asked. This question has been researched for years. Alas, no one came up with an answer. He has been around for eras now, must be an ancient existence. One big shot said. One old cultivator has been here multiple times now. Each time, this emissary always came at the right time. He seemed to be the same person as well, always wearing the same outfit. The crossing must be a passage to the reincarnation cycle. I bet this man is a part of it. The old cultivator mumbled. Is he alive? One junior asked. I don't know. His first elder shook her head. Rumor has it that he might not be a person at all. Do you mean that he's dead? Like a ghost? The junior became curious. His peers felt the same way since none of them could take a closer look at the emissary despite activating their heavenly gaze. He's here. The Taoist swallowed his saliva and instinctively touched his turtle shell. He had the urge to divine but knew that it was forbidden. Their clan had done so before and it wasn't an auspicious reading. Doesn't look like a ghost. Jian Ming could sense how powerful this being was despite not being at a similar level. An immemorial existence. Si Jingru whispered. Our ancestors said that the true origin of this being is untraceable. Of course, that's why he is in charge here. Li Qie smiled while staring at the emissary. Lin Mo did the same. Her eyes became particularly clear, capable of seeing through all the mysteries of the world. There are hints of an ancient emperor. She then concluded. Chapter 45-56. From Heaven's Stone God. Everyone maintained their focus after the appearance of the emissary. Some even gripped their weapons harder, ready to go all out. Meanwhile, the emissary glanced over in Li Qia's direction and noticed Li Qia. He then bowed deeply and astounded the crowd. Of course, no one thought that he was bowing to Li Qia. They assumed that it was symbolic, showing respect for something over yonder in that direction. What was that? The emissary never did something like this before. A big shot found it strange. True. An ancestor who has been here several times became curious. In the past, the emissary never made any needless action while standing on the bridge. Even if his expression changed, no one would know due to the tasseled beads draping down in front of him. Thus, this bowing action was unprecedented. What is over in that direction? A high elder stared at the horizon. Don't tell me that there is something special about this opening? Completely different than before? An expert speculated. Jian Ming and the Taoist became overwhelmed with emotion. They immediately knew that Li Qia was the emissary's target. Young noble, the emissary is bowing to you, Si Jingru said softly. Li Qia didn't return the gesture. He stared at the emissary and accepted the bow. There is a comic string between you two, Lin Mo added. He smiled and didn't answer since it was too long ago. The bowing made him recall several people hidden deep in his memories. In the center of the mysterious ancestral city was a divine throne placed on top of many steps. A being had sat there for millions of years without making a sound. Now, the emissary was here after many eras. His previous identity contained too many secrets and legends. Now, no one remembered them anymore. Not the frightening burial ground either. Li Qia sighed and didn't say anything else. Millions of Tao, yet none might last forever. All things in life were all but ephemeral. Boom! A loud explosion came from the Yang cemetery. Next came earth-shattering quakes. Everyone looked over and saw the peaks deep in the cemetery moving. Some started shattering so debris went flying. Something inside seemed to be tearing them apart. Rumble! After the debris and dust cleared, they saw a giant breaking out of the largest one. He was a golem towering at 100 meters and surrounded by clouds. He had sharp lines and edges. They seemed capable of cutting through space during his movement. His stone eyes shifted slightly, but they were devoid of light and flesh. His weapon of choice was a stone sword, but instead of a sharp end, it had something resembling a hammer. It had Tao indentations and markings. They intertwined together to form Tao runes. In other words, whenever the sword would attack, it would also release the power of all the embedded sword Tao. Only a top master would be able to directly embed these Tao onto a sword. Any idea who that is? A spectator asked. No idea. Do statues die? An ignorant youth said while watching this astonishing scene. He is a golem, not a statue. He was once a living being, extremely strong too. His entire body has reached atavism, meaning that he would be able to defeat virtually anyone in our generation. A big shot said. That's putting it lightly. He was one of the strongest golems in history, a direct disciple of Skystone Tao Lord. His title was from Heaven's Stone God. A gray-haired ancestor said solemnly. A Tao Lord's disciple. Everyone understood right away how strong this golem was. Skystone Tao Lord came from West King's Divine Stone Ridge. He used to be a divine stone, but with the help of the Tao, he gained sentience and became a Tao Lord. According to the rumors, Tao Sanqian had taught him before. Therefore, some considered Tao Sanqian to be the pseudo-master of the Tao Lord. Putting the disciple thing aside, he's invincible in his own right. He was a divine stone from the 8 branches. His talents were immaculate. A golem ancestor said, "Look at that sword, it was formed naturally next to him." Skystone Tao Lord once said that its power is not inferior to his patrimony weapon. The last comment made the crowd gasp. There were plenty of Tao Lord weapons, but patrimony weapons were unique. Their power was comparable to their creator, far exceeding anything else. Nonetheless, this stone sword born from the heaven and earth was comparable to a patrimony weapon? It might still have room to grow stronger in the future. There's nothing else like it. A big shot felt his heart beating faster. Everyone started salivating for this ultimate sword. To say that they didn't want it would be a lie. Boom, boom, boom. The golems started walking. The earthquake seemed to be affecting the other graves. More started opening and various phenomena occurred. One grave released a divine beam. Another had auspicious violet radiance. One more had shimmering golden rays. Chapter 45-57. Pilfering Phantoms. Yong Cemetery became resplendent with colorful lights and phenomena. The type of corpses also varied greatly. One corpse was a skeleton, but this didn't affect his agility in the slightest. Another was exactly the same compared to when he was alive. He still wore a regal outfit with no energy staining him. The only thing different was that instead of life, only death existed in his empty eyes. Not all the dead had a grave. Some directly lay down on the ground and let nature take over. For example, loud splashes could be heard and a massive alligator climbed out of a mud plain. This was a fully matured demon with bright golden scales. Its eyes were the same as all the walking corpses. Another corpse sat in the meditative position on top of a pile of rocks at the base of a cliff. Once he stood up with a sword in his hand, he released a terrible divinity. Sword energies engulfed 10,000 miles. Its Tao could cut open a new world. The dead seemed to be answering a summoning. Many started walking out of their graves. Of course, not all of them did it. Some got out and took a look, realizing that the time was not ripe and returning to their grave. Some graves didn't react at all, as if the corpses inside weren't interested in the summoning or didn't notice it. Boom! The first to arrive at the bridge was none other than from Heaven's stone god. His large frame didn't affect the bridge in the slightest. He stopped afterward, seemingly waiting for the emissary. However, the latter didn't react. The time didn't seem to be right. Some living cultivators lost patience and decided to climb the bridge. They're elders from Spirited Peak. A spectator recognized the group. These elders surrounded the stone god and exchanged glances. Why isn't the stone god attacking? A young spectator became curious. Everyone could tell that these elders coveted the stone sword. He's dead and won't attack without provocation. A big shot who has seen this event before said. Sure enough, the elders immediately took action. Two of them took out a treasure rope and tied the stone god up. One more elder summoned a divine chain that coiled around the golem. The two ends of the chain drilled deep into the ground. The rest of the elders immediately went for the stone sword. Clank! One of them unsheathed their saber, wanting to sever the golem's hand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye since they had a concrete plan. Unfortunately, the golem moved ever so slightly and the rope and chain crumbled. Boom! He then swung the sword and crushed the spatial fabrics along the way. Ah! The fleeing elders were all struck by the sword. Instead of severing, it struck them like a hammer and reduced them to bloody mists. So strong! Spectators couldn't believe it. These elders couldn't stop a single swing. He's an invincible golem, the disciple of Skystone Tao Lord. These fools had no chance in the first place. An ancestor didn't find this surprising. Those who came with unsavory intentions became frightened after seeing this. These corpses were far stronger than their expectations. Death didn't slow them down at all. This might be a unique phenomenon due to the graves in the Yong Cemetery. Buzz! A small grave opened and out came 4 identical corpses. They were tiny and wore the same clothes. The bottom of their robe nearly touched the ground due to their humble height. They wore a round hat with veils covering their faces. Even their movements seemed sneaky. They were inconspicuous, but the thing that attracted everyone's attention was the treasure chest they were carrying. It exuded a rainbow stretching across the entire cemetery. The material was unknown, but this chest seemed capable of storing all the treasures in the world. Eventually, it released more and more rainbows of different shades. Next came a variety of divine auras. Some rushed to the sky like beams, others pulsed through the ground. These seemed to be coming from different treasures or artifacts. What is that? Even a fool knew how valuable the chest was. Pilfering Phantoms. A spectator shuddered. Are they famous? One youth asked. A big shot had heard of this title before and explained, They are notorious, vile thieves. Stealing, robbing, murdering, they did it all. They stole the heirlooms of numerous sects and clans, going as far as killing their victims to keep it a secret. This included several great powers. They even stole from the behemoths like True Immortal, 3000 Dao, see Emperor Sword Kingdom, you name it. The audacity, the youth gasped. These behemoths couldn't capture them? Another became curious. They sent parties to hunt these four, but unfortunately, nothing came of it. Later on, all of them worked together and managed to surround the four. I thought they were killed since they disappeared afterward. Seems like they got away and buried themselves here. The big shot said. Chapter 45-58. 6 Buddha monarch. Each corpse held one corner of the treasure chest as they walked toward the bridge. So what's actually inside the chest? They want to take it along with them for the next life. One expert commented. With reincarnation, the previous life no longer mattered. One would only yearn and think about the next. However, these four villains still wanted to carry this chest with them. They obviously couldn't let go. They stole too many treasures to count, and only exceptional ones. A big shot said, for them to care about this chest so much, whatever inside must be incredible. Greed started showing up in everyone's eyes as they stared at the chest. I heard True Immortal lost an immemorial treasure, 3000 Dao lost a regalia, and Lion's Roar lost an auspicious immortal armor. A knowledgeable ancestor started recalling the potential artifacts. Don't forget all the sects that they destroyed too. Those treasures must have been amazing to justify the massacre in order to keep it a secret. Another said. This only added to everyone's excitement. Any of these treasures from the behemoths would cause a bloodbath in the outside world. Whatever was in the chest must be the very best, the thing these villains valued the most. If we can get that. Some salivated while staring at the chest. Boom! Another corpse flew out from the grave. This time, it was a monk covered in a bright radiance. He wore a kasaya and had light circles pulsing behind him. He had 3 heads and 6 hands, each holding a different Buddhist artifact: bowl, pestle, loop, pagoda. Auspicious clouds accompanied him as he flew in the air. 6 Buddha monarch. Someone shouted after seeing the monk. A sacred monk, even God Ape Dao Lord addressed him as Dao Brother. He buried himself here too. A disciple from a great power murmured. Such a transcending monk should have escaped the reincarnation cycle. Why is he seeking it here? The master of an ancient school said. Boom! Gales and black clouds suddenly took over, signaling the start of a storm. Thick lightning bolts struck the bridge and a figure appeared. He was covered in black armor plates from top to bottom. Lightning bolts coursed around him as if he was the source of this affinity. His eyes were empty as well with the exception of lighting currents, truly a creepy sight. Miasma emanated from him with a destructive affinity. He seemed to be a being from the darkness, the ender of living things. Black Bolt Fiend. He's here too. A clan ancestor blurted. He and the monarch are mortal enemies. They fought no fewer than 100 times while they were alive. What a coincidence. An elder added. Yes, unexpected indeed. Another became sentimental. These two have fought numerous battles to the death, intending on tearing each other asunder. Alas, both of them were on the bridge right now, side by side. They completely ignored each other. There is no feud after death. One expert said. Mortal enemies could now walk on this bridge together, no longer caring about previous sentiments. Clank! A saber hymn sounded. Next came rampaging saber energies. An old saber user then landed on the bridge. Dao Woody! An expert immediately recognized him. Ancestor! Members of a certain clan roared after seeing him. They were clearly his descendants. Alas, he didn't stop to look at them for a second. Boom! A female cultivator resembling a god fiend landed on the bridge. Waves formed behind her. Wave Breaker Goddess. Someone from the same generation said. Her beauty once captivated all the geniuses of that period. The next entity of note was a great serpent that appeared on the bridge. It took a while before someone figured out its identity. An old man from a secret sect shuddered and said, Nightmare serpent. That's a nightmare serpent? Rumor has it that if you see it in your dream, you'll be eaten by daylight. There is no escape. A big shot had heard about its legends before. More corpses arrived at the bridge. They were all renowned characters once. Not all were humans and demons. For example, the nightmare serpent was first. The second interesting creature was a skeletal duck. Judging by its large bones, it must have been rather large and would make a perfect meal for a roast duck lover. It strolled happily on the bridge, looking quite leisurely while shaking its tail. However, people were more focused on the golden egg on its back. Tao runes occasionally flashed on the shell as if it contained a supreme grand Tao. Hymns and thunders could be heard as well. This golden egg was obviously magnificent. Some thought that it might have a divine beast inside. Ever since the corpses started appearing, ancestors would start naming them. In fact, some ancient ancestors even lived in the same generation as these corpses. However, no one recognized the skeletal duck and the egg on its back. 1. Not an uncommon name, it means unbeatable saber. Chapter 45-59. Skeletal Duck. It might be a divine egg. Ancestors swallowed their saliva. Taking this egg back and incubating it might give us a divine beast. It'll protect the sect for generations to come. One sect master murmured. It wasn't impossible for a top power to train a supreme cultivator. However, they normally would only be able to protect the sect for only one generation or even a shorter period. After all, humans had their own ambition and desire. On the other hand, grooming a divine beast meant gaining its protection for generations to come. The sect's prosperity would be assured. Do it already. A spectator murmured. Sure enough, a figure appeared next to the four phantoms. He wore a silver robe so his movement looked like a lightning bolt. Extreme Lightning King. A high elder recognized the powerful cultivator. A sovereign who has reached the limit of speed. A few big shots were surprised. Though he wasn't the strongest sovereign, he became world-renowned for his speed. People said that if he wanted to escape, no one could ever catch up to him. Everyone naturally knew his intention. Taking the chest away from the pilfering phantoms. Buzz! The king raised his speed to the limit, leaving a trail of particles as he rushed through the air. He grabbed the chest and instantly made it away. Spectators still saw afterimages of him next to the four villains, but in reality, his true body was no longer there. Boom! The four phantoms immediately took action and used their power. Meanwhile, everyone thought that the king was successful because he was 10 million miles away already. So fast! They couldn't believe it. Unfortunately, for spirits appeared behind the thieves, raising their hands in the king's direction and pulling back. Time seemed to be dragged back and the king appeared next to them again. Pluff! Blood splashed in the air since one spirit pulled out the king's heart in a gruesome fashion. Ah! The king bellowed and then fell dead to the ground. Spectators were stunned since they didn't understand the transpired events. The king clearly made it far away, yet the spirits of these villains instantly dragged him back. They seemed to have control of time and pulled a temporal reversal. What happened? Not to mention the young generation, even a few experts were lost. An ancient big shot calmly explained, "This is their ace move, Ray Grasp. It is capable of stealing back the time that has just passed by." I see. This scene and technique left a deep impression on the crowd. The death of Extreme Lightning King didn't deter the next participant. An ancestor appeared with 8 layers of rotating shields and an ancient pagoda above him. Sky Shield Heavenly Sovereign. Many ancestors from the same generation recognized him. Go! He instantly made a move. The pagoda came crashing down toward the skeletal duck with unstoppable momentum and divinity. During this suppression, he reached for the golden egg on the duck's back. Crack! The duck pecked at the sovereign once. His eyes opened wide open in horror. Next, blood dripped down from a hole on his forehead. Bam! The 8 layers of shields crumbled and he fell straight down. His blood stained the bridge. What? Spectators couldn't believe it. His defenses went down to a single peck from the skeletal duck. How can this creature be so strong? One ancestor mumbled. With the word shield in his title, the ancestor obviously had a capable defense. Alas, it didn't last a single second versus the duck. Just what is this duck? Another wondered. A first-gen ancestor from a clan stared at the golden egg and said, "The creature is so mighty yet it still wants to bring the egg into the reincarnation cycle. It has to be a divine egg. The value of the egg became clear. Unfortunately, obtaining it seemed impossible. Kill. By this point, many cultivators and big shots have chosen their target and began attacking. Screams ensued because many died right away despite coming prepared. Remember that these corpses used to be unbeatable masters. Nonetheless, greed blinded the attempters. Plus, the cultivation world required taking risks to move forward. It didn't take long for the stench of blood to permeate the air. Both the corpses and the emissary turned a blind eye to the slaughter. The corpses only retaliated once provoked, nothing more. It's coming. At this time, the improper four noticed something coming from the cemetery. A tree ant got out of the grave, looking like a charred tree that has been hit by lightning and fire. This seemed to be the result of a terrible tribulation. He had 4 legs and the face of an old man on the trunk, no differently from a friendly grandpa. Despite being dead, one of the branches had a leaf larger than a human palm. It was verdant like jade, seemingly filled with water and life force. Chapter 45-60. Incineration Tray Ant. Everyone noticed the leaf right away. Incineration Tray Ant. An ancestor from an ancient clan said, a mighty tray ant from the old era, infinitely close to being indestructible and unkillable. But isn't he dead already? A youth said. That's why I said infinitely close. The ancestor went on. Look at that leaf. It is not his but rather, a legacy passed down from their ancestors. An immortal leaf that will last for an eternity. Their descendants are eligible to fuse the leaf into their own body. That's why Incineration Tray Ant had an immense life force, giving him an indestructible nature and an endless lifespan. The leaf allowed him to live for eras while he served as the protector of their race. Crowd members listened attentively. The youths didn't think much about the leaf, but on the other hand, the nearly dead ancestors desired life more than anything. Of course, immortality and everlasting life were mere dreams. No one could obtain this, but who would say no to living longer? Everyone could sense the life force oozing from the leaf. It could help someone live for countless years. Powerful, yes, but the tray ant was far from being strong enough to live forever. It was the leaf that supported him for eras until one day, he decided to bury himself in the cemetery. What if we use it to make medicine? An old cultivator softly asked. Though the cultivators here weren't tray ants to imbue their leaf into their body, they might be able to refine the leaf into medicine via alchemy and considerably increase their lifespan. The temptation was irresistible. Go! The 4 exchanged glances and leaped into the bridge, standing in front of the tray ant. See, they came prepared. Jianming murmured after seeing this. Venerable ancestor. The 4 bowed respectfully, but the tray ant didn't react. Nonetheless, they took out a censer and lit up some incense, simple yet solemn. Must be his descendants. A spectator murmured. Of course, the only tray ant among them was Woodman. Woodman took out an old badge with both hands and raised it above his head. He prostrated and said, Ancestor, your descendant is here bearing the divine wood badge. I respectfully beseech you to return the myriad age leaf. The badge was made from an unknown type of wood. It still shined brightly despite being ancient and seemed to be heavier and tougher than metal. Though spectators didn't know what it was, it clearly carried immense significance to the tray ants, capable of commanding them. However, the tray ant didn't bother glancing at the badge as if it was nothing. Incineration Tray Ant is dead and has forgotten everything. This ancestral badge is useless. The Taoist commented. The solemn ceremony didn't work and prompted the 4 to ponder for a second. They then nodded in unison. Woodman took out a scroll and opened it. This was a painting of an elegant woman. Poof! The scroll was lit ablaze. As it turned to ashes, the woman inside manifested into reality. Her bearing and manner were full of grace. She must have been someone important when she was alive. She looked rather animated, just like a living person. This time around, the tray ant suddenly stopped and stared at her. Incineration. Her clear voice could reach the soul. The dead tray ant seemingly returned to life. His eyes filled with death became bright once more. This woman must have been very important to Incineration Tray Ant, even more so than his own life. It's effective, the Taoist said. The woman was pulling him back from the dead. In this split second, She moved with lightning speed and plucked the leaf from his body. Go! The improper four got their target and immediately fled toward the horizon. I knew it, bunch of thieves. Jian Ming murmured. Where do you think you're going? A thunderous voice resounded as a gigantic palm descended on Xiao Yan. Boom! Xiao Yan performed a special step technique and instantly evaded the attack. They then looked forward and saw a horned ancestor standing in front of them. Gold Horn Monarch. Someone recognized him. Go! Pure Sword attacked with haste, evil subduing ring. A golden halo descended with enough power to contain the entire world. Immemorial gods started chanting supreme runes. Humph! The horned monarch resisted its suppressive power. Leave the leaf if you want to leave. Another big shot took action, smashing her iron walking stick. It was as if a mountain was falling down. Cane Tyrant. Another recognized the famous cultivator. Break! Ahon rushed forward and roared, Diamond Bull Force. He summoned a golden bull that thrust its horns against the cane. At the same time, one more big shot ambushed Xiao Yan. Virtually indiscernible sword energies engulfed the youth. Soaring Blade Marquis. He was recognized as well. Evil Vine Law. Woodman summoned countless dark vines for defense. Each was as thick as a mountain range. Members of the improper four showed their immense power against these big shots. They couldn't be nameless juniors. Spectators didn't think much about the robbing attempt. This happened every day in the cultivation world. Raging Tempest. Xiao Yan's technique created a terrible tempest capable of tearing the world apart. Both his allies and enemies were instantly trapped inside. Boom! The latter eventually destroyed the tempest. Alas, the four youths were nowhere to be found. 1. I'm afraid that this Treyant might be a character we've seen before in the first 1,000 chapters. I tried doing a search but didn't come up with anything. Chapter 45-61. Robbing. Once the improper four were gone, the woman also dispersed into particles and disappeared. Incineration. Treyant fell into the silent death again. The leaf being gone didn't seem to affect him since he didn't pursue the four. Of course, losing this leaf didn't matter compared to the reincarnation cycle awaiting him. Damn, didn't think the four brats would actually be able to do it. Crowd members became slack-jawed. Everyone could see the Trent's might, but the four used a special strategy to obtain the leaf. So far they were only the successful ones. The rest have failed. Surviving was already lucky enough. Ultimately, these corpses were just unreasonably strong. Taking risks was one thing, but the probability was negligible. However, the four youths managing to do it left the older cultivators in shambles. They came prepared on top of being rather prudent and secretive, possessing both brawl and brains. A last-gen cultivator praised. Everyone immediately understood that these four were actually from powerful lineages, most likely the ancient clans. Swindler, should we give it a shot? Jian Ming became tempted after seeing the successful attempt. It's difficult. The Taoist answered right away and shook his head. They were strong, but there still existed an unsurmountable gap. Moreover, just one wrong move meant death. Yo, just try to find the weakest or the most merciful. Jian Ming didn't give up. His treacherous eyes shifted from one corpse to another. Alas, he couldn't find an obvious target. All of them used to be mighty back during their own generation. The two of them wouldn't be able to stop a single finger strike from one corpse. The Taoist also scouted the bridge and calculated with his fingers. Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with a clear target either. The weakest can still eradicate the two of us. You're right. Jian Ming agreed. Try the skeletal duck. Li Qie suddenly suggested. The skeletal duck? The two stared at the little creature. That's the weakest among them? Jian Ming asked. No. Li Qie chuckled. It's just that you two coincidentally have things that might be able to buy time for you to grab the golden egg. How do we do it? Jian Ming became excited. Li Qie stared at the Taoist and elaborated. Your clan has the temporal reversal 8 trigrams. Use that rotation to show the previous life. The duck will be distracted. Young noble, you know about these trigrams too? The Taoist couldn't believe it. Li Qie then smiled at Jian Ming. You have the river sunset sphere.
As the Taoist keeps the duck occupied, use it to obtain the golden egg. It is best to exercise caution and speed. Just 1 split second too late and it'll be the end of you. How do you know about my sphere too? Jianming appeared to be frozen, feeling as naked as can be.
You certainly didn't return empty-handed.
That fortune didn't only include broadening your horizon. Li Qie nonchalantly said. You're right, I'm dumb. Jianming smiled wryly and agreed with this logic. This sphere came from a once-in-a-lifetime trip, not something from his clan. He didn't tell this secret to anyone, not even his closest friend or family member. He worried that once he revealed the origin of this item, it might cause a disaster for his clan. However, Li Qie knew right away. It was impossible to hide anything from this man. Swindler, still up for it? Let's do it. He calmed down and asked the Taoist. The Taoist stared at the skeletal duck while gritting his teeth. After a brief pause, he answered, Fine, maybe we can actually do it. Earlier, the duck killed a sovereign with a single peck. They would certainly die to the same thing. Nonetheless, they jumped up the bridge and surrounded the duck. These two want to try? People noticed their attempt. Due to the massacre earlier with many big shots dying, most have given up on robbing the corpses. Thus, the two became the center of attention. Everyone recognized Jianming because of his foul mouth.
They want the golden egg.
A commenter stated the obvious.
It's impossible.
Both the old and the young thought that they had no chance. Someone as strong as Sky Shield Monarch couldn't block its peck. His defense broke down in the blink of an eye. Juniors like them can't do anything. A big shot shook her head.
They need to know their limit and place.
A youth snorted. Looks like Li Qie gave them pointers. Maybe it is hopeful. A clan elder stared at Li Qie and then said, So what? The difference in power is too great. Strategy doesn't matter. One ancestor disagreed.
Darn right.
A genius sneered. That Li guy might be lucky to be favored by the goddess, but this makes him too confident. All he's doing is sending those two to their death. As if some pointers can overcome this. All in all, the crowd wouldn't bet money on Jianming and the Taoist. At the same time, they were rather nervous. Though they had confidence in Li Qie's guidance, they were still the ones to carry it out. Just one mistake would result in death. Meanwhile, the skeletal duck didn't react to them being near.
The two exchanged glances and then solemnly nodded. Let's do this, swindler.
Jianming placed his life in the Taoist's hand and vice versa. They knew that they were responsible for each other now. Chapter 4562. Oriole from behind the Taoist took out numerous shells from ancient times. Barely discernible cracks were there. Perhaps they were larger once, but due to continuous rubbing and polishing, they nearly became flat. The texture resembled metal instead of a regular turtle shell. Each seemed to be immensely heavy. A weaker cultivator would break their hands if they tried to catch one. Tiny Dao lines wove together like threads inside the shells, but in reality, they were still independent of each other and didn't actually touch. This seemed to be a form of spatial and temporal manipulation. He grabbed one of them and started chanting. It was difficult for listeners to tell whether this was a merit law or a mantra.
Formation. He roared and the shell in his hand flew outside. Clank, clank.
The other shells fell down and scattered randomly on the ground. Upon careful inspection, there was an actual order to their arrangement. The Dao lines from the shells began harmonizing with each other. The Taoist formed a mudra with both hands while still chanting. The shells lit up and the Dao lines released individual temporal rays. They could travel back to the past and allow someone to see the scene of their birth. Runes appeared on the ground beneath the skeletal duck and connected with each other, summoning a passage to the river of time. This was considered an attack, so the skeletal duck wanted to attack. Its movement was simple. Just a peck capable of piercing through all things and taking life away. Alas, time oozed out from below and engulfed it. It then disappeared and returned to the past. It saw its birthplace, a green field with mountains over yonder. Everything was beautiful and familiar to the duck. It found itself alive once more with life force flowing through it. This naturally captivated its thoughts. The shells were ultimate treasures from the Taoist's clan. It didn't have any offensive potential,
only allowing someone to look at their past. Unfortunately for the reader, only the target could see the divination. This was Jian Ming's time to take action. He roared the name of his treasure. River Sunset Sphere. A bright moon appeared above him along with billowing smoke. He flew through the smoke and was able to enter the River of Time, precisely the period and area when the skeletal duck was born. As the duck was immersed in the feeling of being alive again on top of seeing the distant past, Jian Ming locked onto his target. The space above the duck's back suddenly melted at an incredible rate. Jian Ming leaped through this spatial breakdown while grabbing the golden egg. The duck immediately regained its wits and looked up, only to see Jian Ming disappearing back into the present day. However, the duck's stare alone grievously injured him. Ugh! He appeared through a temporal hole again and landed on the bridge, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The duck also returned to the present day and activated its aura. This caused the spell to break and the Taoist to vomit blood as well. Go! The duo carried out the last part of their plan, jumping off the bridge. Once back in the current dimension, the duck became dead again. No one knew if it noticed the missing egg. The only thing on its mind was to cross the bridge. It had no intention of giving chase. Ugh! The two landed on the ground and spat out more blood. Just being stared at by the duck left them grievously wounded. In fact, the stares were only coincidental. The duck didn't have enough malice behind it or they would have been killed on the spot. We did it! Jian Ming was ecstatic to be holding the egg. The Taoist felt the same way. They carried out Li Qi's plan perfectly. Without his advice, they wouldn't have been able to obtain the egg before being pecked. They actually did it! The crowd couldn't believe it. After the initial astonishment, many stared at the golden egg with greed in their eyes. This was potentially a divine beast for their sect. Boom! A figure landed from the air. Godwhip Princess. The duo naturally didn't like this development. My sect wishes to buy this golden egg. Name the price. The noble lady in armor spoke in a commanding manner. She resembled a goddess of war. Bah, just say that you want to rob us. Jian Ming wasn't affected and barked back. We don't give a damn about what your poor sect can offer. You sure talk big. Her eyes turned cold as she walked toward the two. The crowd knew that the price didn't matter. The golden egg's value exceeded anything they could offer. Go! The two exchanged glances and ran toward Li Qia. They weren't gentlemen who cared about honor and reputation. In their eyes, nothing was more important than staying alive. Running from a losing battle was just fine. Where do you think you're going? She summoned a divine spear and released a torrent of energy rays. They pierced the ground and caused spectators nearby to feel pain everywhere despite being far away. I got this. Jian Ming summoned a great wall to stop the incoming rays. I haven't forgotten about your insult earlier. You're not going anywhere. Six-winged emissary shouted and joined the hunt. Chapter 4563. Killing, screw you. Jian Ming struck first to gain the upper hand, taking out a wooden puppet and throwing it down. It touched the ground and turned into a mountainous giant from the past. Boom! The sky turned dark once it raised its hands for a smash. Bring it! Six-winged emissary was undeterred. His wings turned into divine swords and issued loud clanks. The six then came together to form a single energy blade for a wondrous slash capable of cutting the stars. It split the gigantic puppet into two halves. They fell to the ground and issued a violent quake. Die! Godwhip Princess also launched her attack, thrusting her spear that roared like a true dragon. Rumble! Jian Ming and the Taoist's defenses crumbled before her relentless thrust. Eat this! Six-winged emissary slashed in the direction of the duo's escape path. Clank! He unleashed a torrential downpour of blades this time around instead of a single slash. Break! The princess maintained her assault. Her divine spear was unstoppable, continuing to break through their defenses. The duo had a hard time keeping up with the multi-pronged attack, always being pushed back. This was due to their grievous injuries from messing with the skeletal duck. Now, this battle left them in an even worse shape with wounds all over. They barely managed to stay alive. The emissary and the princess didn't hold back their power. Both were at the sovereign level. Jian Ming and the Taoist used all of their treasures and inscrutable techniques. This was still not enough. Looks like the golden egg is about to have a new master, a spectator said. No one else dared to compete against them. This was especially true for the emissary since the sect master of True Immortal was present. Moreover, invincible ancient ancestors from True Immortal were hiding in the air. Even the strongest masters here would need to think twice before attacking. Nothing good would come from opposing these ancient beings. Young noble. After a dozen exchanges or so, Jian Ming was covered in blood. He had no choice but to ask Li Qie for help. Not even an immortal can save you today. Six-winged emissary sneered, ready for the kill. He hasn't forgotten about Jian Ming's foul mouth earlier and would never miss this opportunity. He planned to torture the brat for a bit before delivering the finishing blow. I don't appreciate that comment. Li Qie initially wanted to leave the two alone so that they would suffer a bit. However, he smiled after hearing the emissary's comment and teleported into the battlefield, standing in front of the duo. Break! The princess wasn't taken aback and aimed her spear straight at this throat. Li Qie simply flicked the tip of the spear. Bam! She felt a sharp pain in both hands and couldn't maintain her grip. Thus, the spear went flying. Her expression darkened, realizing the grim situation. She instantly retreated with lightning speed. Die! The emissary gathered all of his blades together and shot them toward Li Qie. Child's play. Li Qie chuckled and swung his hand like a sword, eradicating the energy blades. Amidst the astonished crowd, Li Qie appeared behind the emissary and firmly grabbed his wings. Shit! The aghast youth wanted to attack in order to break free, but it was too late. Ah! The emissary bellowed in pain as his wings were ripped off his back, leaving behind a bloody mess. Nonetheless, this freed him from Li Qie's clutch and he immediately tried to flee. You're not leaving. Li Qie swung his hand again. Show mercy, fellow Taoist. The sect master of True Immortal couldn't just stand and watch his disciple being killed. He swung his sheathed sword horizontally and released a draconic Grand Dao soaring through the air. Sect master, allow me. Wise ancestor roared and performed a top saber technique from the Wu. This saber energy was overbearing and separated the area into two halves. Bam! Fiery sparks splashed everywhere. The saber and sword energy slammed into each other, resulting in destructive shockwaves. After loud explosions, Wise Ancestor clearly lost the exchange. He staggered backward with blood streaming down the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, Li Qie struck the emissary, obliterating all of his bones without harming his exterior. He fell to the ground and became a soft puddle. His eyes still opened wide in disbelief. He didn't expect to die here in the presence of his sect master and the other ancestors from True Immortal. His sect master couldn't save him either. Everyone gasped after seeing this. The atmosphere became silent and heavy. Li Qie had just killed the disciple of True Immortal sect master in front of his sect seniors and ancestors. As the saying goes, look at the master first before kicking his dog. True Immortal even had a monarch here, but this didn't stop Li Qie from killing six-winged emissary. This went beyond slapping True Immortal a few times. It was a declaration of war. People stared at him and thought that he had poked the beehive. True Immortal sect master's expression darkened after seeing this. It was an irreconcilable feud that required revenge. Otherwise, he would lose all face and reputation. Chapter 45-64. Rage. Little bastard, how dare you? A thunderous voice detonated in everyone's mind. Next came a frightening aura that swept through the area like a tsunami, rendering everyone breathless. It came from none other than True Immortal Sect Master. He has yet to activate his true power, yet the crowd had a hard time being in his presence. This was akin to being smashed by 1,000 mountains at the same time. They felt their vitality and internal organs being affected. Weaker cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood, for this was the wrath of a true master whom disciple had just been murmured in public. Not to mention someone of his status, no cultivator could stand for this humiliation of a lifetime. Buzz! He became radiant. Each ray exuded from him looked like it belonged to the start of the world. These were world-founding rays, capable of pioneering new existences. They were naturally destructive as well. Even ancestors among the crowd were shaken by his display of might. By this point, the weak dropped to the ground, unable to stand up. Some of them couldn't bear the pressure and felt as if their bones were breaking. Creaks could be heard all over their body. He's about to attack. Everyone became nervous. Though he couldn't compare to the invincible ancestors from his sect, he was far stronger than the majority of external ancestors. The crowd became frightened because his wrath could end with a massacre. Sects and clans could go down as a result. He'll murder this brat. Most believed that it was over for Li Qie. That's not enough to quell his rage. He might destroy his entire clan. Everyone who is related to him is about to be very unlucky. A last-gen expert murmured. It wasn't difficult for True Immortal to take down another great power at all. Brat, you seek oblivion and you shall have it. The sect master's eyes became murderous despite his tone being relatively calm. However, this calmness only creeped out listeners and made them shudder. As for Li Qie, he only glanced at the sect master without caring too much. Sect master, please calm down. Your disciple attacked first. His death can only be blamed on his lack of skill. Si Jingru calmly said. This only added to the crowd's interest in this feud. No one else would dare to talk to the sect master of True Immortal in this manner since they would be taken down with Li Qie. However, the priestess of Ancestral Divine Temple had plenty of authority and influence. Moreover, she was completely right. Six-winged emissary tried to seize the golden egg and was killed in the process. His death was due to his greed and weakness. He certainly didn't have the moral high ground here. She clearly acted as Li Qie's supporter, and having her as an ally was quite effective. The sect master's eyes only grew colder. His gaze seemingly became physical, capable of piercing the soul and destroying the true fate. Si Jingru showed no sign of fear and met his gaze directly. His pressure had a limited effect on her, a testament to her power. She stood above the rest of the young generation. Her fame wasn't empty. Priestess, the matter here has nothing to do with Ancestral Divine Temple. The sect master spoke in a commanding manner, expressing how serious he was. Others would be wise enough to back off after hearing his tone. They might even tremble in fear. Si Jingru calmly answered, You are incorrect, sect master. If you insist on being stubborn, I'll have you know that the young noble's problems are our problems. This froze the crowd for a moment. With that statement, it meant that even the temple was supporting Li Qie. Priestess, do you represent yourself or Ancestral Divine Temple? The sect master coldly uttered. Each word could kill a man from the emanating pressure. As its priestess, I naturally speak for the temple. Si Jingru responded. Her confirmation startled the crowd. The temple didn't mind opposing True Immortal just to back Li Qie up? This included him declaring war on True Immortal? Everything became different then. Since Li Qie had such a strong backer now, people would need to think twice before offending him. Henceforth, antagonizing Li Qie meant antagonizing Ancestral Divine Temple. Chapter 45-65. Immortal Monarch cultivators watched Si Jingru and the sect master of True Immortal with bated breath. The representative of Ancestral Divine Temple had officially stated its position to support Li Qie. What would be the outcome of the temple going to war with True Immortal? Everyone became emotional while thinking about the possibilities. Will there be war? A big shot wondered. In that case, no one can predict what happen. I'm afraid the death toll will be insane and sky border will change. A powerful ancestor quietly answered with a solemn expression. True Immortal's domination has been well documented. They had been the #1 sect for a long period. Who could truly contend against them right now? Of course, this didn't mean that they were unbeatable and could easily destroy Ancestral Divine Temple. Lion's Roar was still the leader of the South and one of the strongest lineages in Sky Border. Though both Lion's Roar and the temple have been rather reclusive, this didn't mean that they were weak. Both had plenty of hidden dragons and tigers. Both True Immortal and 3000 Dao wouldn't offend them for no reason. This was mainly due to the existence of a particular being, the Supreme Monarch. Dao Lords and top ancient ancestors have never dared to disrespect the Supreme Monarch. True Immortal might not be the favorite in an all-out war. The two behemoths won't go to war so easily. An ancient ancestor evaluated the situation. The majority of his peers agreed with him.
True Immortal could easily destroy weaker sections. However, to defeat Ancestral Divine Temple meant paying a heavy price. Perhaps it would be no different from what Emperor Yi did to them. Generations of declination. Moreover, blood would flow like rivers. All of Sky Border would be tormented and ravaged by the flames of war. In fact, both sides could go down from this conflict. Therefore, logic forced True Immortal to act wisely here. The crowd wondered how the sect master of True Immortal would react after hearing about Li Qie's true backer. Would he do everything to avenge his disciple? Suddenly, a Tao note could be heard and heavenly flowers fell down. Transcending melodies could be heard and wondrous rays descended. It was as if there was a paradise beyond the clouds, the place where an immortal monarch sat on his throne. The leaking aura alone left everyone in shambles. They felt like ants in comparison. They have yet to see this cultivator from True Immortal but already felt overwhelmed. A peerless ancient ancestor that has weathered the river of time. Even ancestors and high elders felt chills coursing down their spine. "No, it's an immortal monarch," someone murmured. Ancient ancestors from True Immortal were top beings. Among them, those capable of having the title Immortal Monarch were even rarer. They were the pillars of True Immortal, the reason for its long-lasting foundation. Rumor has it that they could fight Tao Lords evenly. The sect master's pressure was not comparable to this, even though the monarch has yet to show their face. Experts and ancestors bowed toward the clouds while feeling trepidation. Boom! Something else seized their attention. A beam shot into the air from the Yang Cemetery, piercing through the sky and leaving a void hole behind. Time suddenly came to a stop or became infinitely slower. The ancestor is here. The upper echelon of True Immortal took a deep breath after seeing the beam. Everlasting Monarch. Both the Immortal Monarch from True Immortal and Heavenly Monarch from 3000 Tao became emotional. This title carried ample clout since it belonged to a man comparable to a Tao Lord. If he was still alive, he would still dominate the world. A middle-aged man was seen strolling leisurely out of the cemetery. Each step took him 1,000 miles. People couldn't help themselves from respecting this godlike cultivator. He had no sign of death on him and simply looked like an elegant noble. Judging by his appearance alone, one would mistake him for a regular person. Time didn't leave its mark on him, as if he could walk untethered on the river of time. Despite his lack of aura, everyone viewed him as an immortal walking in the mortal world. So transcending. Skybreak Monarch sighed and said. Once Everlasting Monarch got close enough, people started bowing deeply in his direction. Chapter 4566. Seven Seal True God. The monarchs in the present day didn't dare to underestimate this historical figure. They swallowed their pride and accepted their inferiority. Li Qie also stared at Everlasting Monarch. To be exact, his focus was on the monarch's waist. There was something resembling a scented pouch. It seemed out of place for the monarch to have one, since this was something slightly feminine. However, upon closer inspection, there were faint rays flashing within. Something seemed to be alive and wiggling in there. Its movement was the source of the rays. Despite the lack of intensity, the profound rays could be the oldest and purest of their type. They could be the source of time itself. Using Tao truths as threads, not bad at all. Li Qie commented. Tao truths were inscrutable. They were meant to be comprehended and didn't have a corporeal form. However, someone managed to make a bag out of them. This was heaven-defying, to say the least. In other words, the rays inside weren't weak. It's just that the pouch itself was incredible, capable of storing all things and hiding them. On the other hand, the thing inside must be incredible to be exuding rays still visible to outsiders. Something left behind by the old immortal. Lin Mo commented, not leaving with her group members. By this point, everyone understood what True Immortal came from. So what's inside? Jian Ming stared curiously at the pouch. The Taoist started rubbing his fingers to calculate. However, he suddenly stopped out of fear. Everlasting Monarch is one of the few where the word invincible is not an exaggeration. Wise Ancestor stared at him and said, his sect is here not to show him respect and see him off to the next journey, only to take back that item. I can't possibly fathom what is inside, since they already have so many wondrous artifacts. True Immortal had a total of 7 Tao Lords.
Therefore, they have accumulated a frightening amount of artifacts and peerless treasures. Treasures the world considered to be priceless were nothing more than common items in their eyes. Today they specifically came for something, meaning that it might be the only one of its kind. Figures began descending from the clouds. Terrible auras immediately engulfed the region like multiple tsunamis hitting at the same time, just like an apocalypse. Numerous cultivators were forced to the ground again, unable to lift their head. The figures were gigantic. One had wings and another had a divine halo behind his head. They looked like gods and devils. The first elder, Decapitation God Monarch. One of them had a saber on his shoulder. The presence of the saber Tao was overwhelming. The individual ray could split people in half. Their last-gen sect master is here too, 7 Seal True God. Someone noticed an old man with runic totems and mystical seals behind him. Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor, I believe the current sect master was from his branch. He was only a child who listened to lectures. A spectator said. His aura was of the sealing affinity. There seemed to be a colossal palm blocking out the sky. An ancient ancestor from True Immortal was rather elusive. Today, the crowd had the pleasure of seeing one. True Immortal clearly mobilized numerous experts. Just the 3 of them were enough to wipe out many great powers. Your unfilial descendants greet you, Ancestor. The sect master of True Immortal prostrated in the direction of Everlasting Monarch. The other members of True Immortal did the same. Alas, the monarch didn't bother looking at them. Ancestor, your descendants respectfully request a little bit of your time. The members of True Immortal exchanged glances before bowing again. This didn't work either. All of their eyes focused on the scented pouch tied to the monarch's waist ribbon. I don't think a patrimony weapon would make True Immortal so restless. One cultivator whispered. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that True Immortal had the most Tao Lord artifacts and merit laws. One Tao Lord weapon would be priceless for regular cultivators. War could be started over one. However, this wasn't the case for True Immortal. Therefore, whatever was in that pouch must have been unique, far exceeding a Tao Lord weapon. It seemed that they truly coveted it. Who do you think Everlasting Monarch is? Would someone like him bring an average treasure to the reincarnation cycle? An elder said softly. Everlasting Monarch had dominated for so long, meaning that he had no lack of treasures. In the end, this pouch was the only thing he cared for enough to take to this bridge. He abandoned everything else, not the pouch. All of these factors made the crowd uncontrollably curious about the content. 1. In historical dramas, girls weave these pouch and put in nice-smelling things, then give to their crush or wear it themselves. Chapter 4567. Tao Essence Ambrosia. Ancestor, we are here to pay respect before you leave. True Immortal Sect Master shouted. Ethereal hymns echoed in the air as disciples of True Immortal appeared with banners. They prepared an official ceremony, wearing proper regalia and singing properly. The crowd was moved by their effort. It truly looked like a goodbye party for an ancestor. Some got caught up in the moment and bowed to bid goodbye to Everlasting Monarch. Unfortunately, the music and chant didn't move the monarch at all. Prepare the offering for our ancestor. The sect master ordered. A formidable group walked out of the ceremonial unit. The leader was a gray-haired man holding a covered tray with both hands. He made it to the front of the monarch and captured everyone's attention. The members of True Immortal became nervous, especially the upper echelon, since they were aware of the plan. The old man got on one knee and raised the tray higher. He then removed the cloth cover and a blinding radiance took over. It pulsed intermittently, just enough for the crowd to see tiny gemstones at first glance. Alas, it turned out that they were actually a type of food made from unknown materials. Each piece was unique and seemed to be made from the Grand Tao. Inside were Tao mysteries and runes. Eventually, the initial radiance also contained a fragrance wafting in the air. Everyone took a deep breath and found themselves to be as light as air. Their bodies started to float upward while they felt as comfortable as ever. At the same time, a Tao resonation ensued as if they were inside a Tao courtyard and listening to True Immortals preaching their art. They got an illusion that they would ascend soon enough. What are they? The fragrance alone already had this effect, let alone actually eating them. The crowd salivated, wanting nothing more than to stuff a handful in their mouth. "I have no idea what it is. Food for immortal?" a big shot said. Nonetheless, even a fool could tell that the food was extremely precious and extraordinary. "Tao essence ambrosia." An ancestor that has close ties with true immortal recognized it and whispered, "This is a priceless delicacy made from the light of the night star, marrow of a dragon horn, extracts of phoenix wings, and several dozen more rare materials." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Furthermore, the cooking process is exceedingly difficult. The cook must have both power and mastery over the grand Tao. Thus, in the history of their sect, only a few are capable of making this dish. Rumor has it that Everlasting Monarch was the one who came up with this dish. It was also his favorite and he made it regularly for Blessed Tao Lord." Sure enough, the dish attracted Everlasting Monarch's attention. He slowly turned around and stared at the tray. Then the members of True Immortal. "They did it!" Spectators became startled. A while ago, all groups failed with the exception of the improper for using the painting of a woman to distract Incineration Tray Ant. True Immortal came prepared as well with Everlasting Monarch's favorite dish. "Your descendant is under order to ask Venerable Ancestor for an item." The sect master of True Immortal prostrated and said, "The progenitor decreed that the 4 treasures of the immortal are meant for filial descendants. Today, Venerable Ancestor will experience reincarnation and can't bring external items with you. We beseech you to leave the item behind since this is the creed of the progenitor. Please take a look." Having said that, an ancestor of True Immortal opened a scroll. Boom! People could see indelible runes left behind by a supreme monarch after a loud detonation. The characters weren't clear due to an oppressive divinity blinding them. Nonetheless, they could tell that Blessed Tao Lord personally wrote these characters. Being able to read it would grant someone a lifetime of benefits. However, Everlasting Monarch didn't react to the scroll at all. His focus was still on the dish. "Why is the scroll not working?" This surprised the neutral spectators. Everlasting Monarch was Blessed Tao Lord's junior brother, and they had a strong relationship. The activated scroll was akin to Blessed Tao Lord being here in person. Thus, Everlasting Monarch should have reacted, whether it be out of respect for a great Tao Lord or out of brotherly love. The high-ranking members of True Immortal couldn't understand this. They used the dish as bait and then the scroll from Blessed Tao Lord. This should have been enough. "Does anyone know what's going on?" one expert asked. A big shot who has witnessed several events here said, "Everlasting Monarch is already dead. He had severed the past in order to enter the reincarnation cycle. He only remembers himself. Any external source capable of moving him must be something engraved deep in his heart." The sect master then gave the signal to the ancestors. The group then slowly approached Everlasting Monarch, forming a battle formation. Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor stood in front of the monarch, seemingly wanting to stop all of his offensive power alone. Decapitation God Monarch stood to the left while 7 Seal True God stood to the right, ready to help seal their ancestor. All the other ancestors and experts grouped up behind the monarch in order to cut off his retreat path. They want to use force. Everyone understood what they were trying to do. Chapter 4568. Pioneer Ancestor Everlasting Monarch was one of the greatest ancient ancestors in True Immortal's history. His influence remained despite dying a long time ago. The descendants had nothing but respect and love for him. Alas, they had no choice but to rob him today. This was both unfilial and irreverent. Unfortunately, they still made this decision since the scented pouch was too important. They accepted the infamy stemming from this decision, a sign of how important the item was to their sect. Decapitation God Monarch, 7 Seal True God, Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor, and the rest of the experts from True Immortal readied their weapons, looking rather aggressive. Clank! As the God Monarch slowly unsheathed his saber, the friction noise was actually pleasant to the ears. Rumor has it that Decapitation God Monarch's saber needed to taste blood before returning to its scabbard. Once it was fully exposed, it exuded frightening saber rays capable of piercing deep into the bone marrows. He then held the saber with both hands. Spectators felt as if the next slash would be unstoppable. None would be able to evade it. Though he didn't aim it at any member of the crowd, they still felt their scalp tingling and hurting as if they have been lacerated.
Seven-seal true god also released 7 seals. They then turned into 7 gigantic gods with supreme Tao laws pouring downward like waterfalls. They surrounded everlasting monarch in order to suppress his power while displaying their suppressive supremacy to the crowd. Heaven seal ancient ancestor joined as well, performing a full seal on the bridge. This made everyone feel as if they were ants being crushed by an invincible boulder, unable to move an inch. He could obliterate the entire crowd with a single thought. While most had difficulties breathing and standing, one expert took a deep breath and said, "Is this force enough to stop everlasting monarch?" "I don't think so." An ancient big shot observed the situation and then answered, "This is everlasting monarch we're talking about. He had taught Tao lords before, need I say more?" No one refuted this statement. In fact, it wouldn't be unreasonable to consider him an 8th Tao lord from True Immortal. Everyone knew that the incoming battle would be brilliant. However, they were also smart enough to gradually back away from the bridge in order to avoid injuries. During the calm before the storm, someone else walked out of the cemetery. Of course, no one paid attention to this corpse outside of a selected few. Pioneer ancestor. Wise ancestor has been paying attention to the cemetery the entire time. He didn't care about True Immortal and everlasting monarch. His goal was to wait for the Yu's ancestor. Yes. Jian Ming and the Daoist looked over in that direction as well. Sure enough, a shabbily dressed old man walked toward the bridge. His clothes had a hard time hiding his muscular frame. It was as if he was carved from an extremely tough boulder. This toughness meant that he could break and excavate anything, hence his title. "Look, it's the Lu's Dao stone." Jian Ming noticed something first. Pioneer ancestor wore a chain with a pendant. This pendant was none other than the Lu's Dao stone wrapped around by divine metal. Though he was dead, he still wanted to wear this pendant through the bridge. He must have loved it when he was still alive. In reality, the Dao stone itself was useless to him. After all, it belonged to the 4 clans and it needed the other 3 Dao stones to be useful. However, it carried sentimental value because his wife treasured it more than anything. Because of this, he wanted to take it along to the next life so that he would remember his love for her. "Let's do this." Jian Ming pulled up his sleeves. The group paid no attention to the battle between True Immortal and Everlasting Monarch. The Dao Stone was of pivotal importance since it could revitalize the 4 clans. "This will be hard." Wise had a serious expression. Pioneer ancestor had another title during his golden years, the King of Thieves. He went as far as stealing from the behemoths. His actual power is comparable to any ancient ancestor. Chapter 4569. Offense. The youths began warming up while keeping their focus on Pioneer ancestor. "We must get it no matter what," Jian Ming said resolutely. Wise also knew that this was their last chance. Failing meant being unable to gather the 4 stones and all talks of revitalization would be meaningless. "What should we do, young noble?" Jian Ming asked for help. They were aware that they alone had no chance of seizing the stone from Pioneer ancestor. Li Qie glanced at the ancestor and said, "Let me do it, you all will only be throwing your lives away." Pioneer wasn't as powerful as Everlasting Monarch. Nonetheless, the King of Thieves was not someone the group could handle. "Yes!" Jian Ming cheered excitedly along with the others. They knew that the Dao Stone was basically theirs now. No one could stop Li Qie, not even Pioneer ancestor. In the next moment, Li Qie only took one step and appeared before Pioneer ancestor. He was so fast that it seemed like he was still in his original position. The group thought that there were actually 2 of him, and that the one on the bridge was just waiting for the ancestor and was there the entire time. This was truly a strange feeling. Pioneer ancestor halted right away, seemingly returning to life. Even his dead eyes started flashing terrible rays that tried to drill into Li Qie's heart. This ferocious and invasive gaze was no different than a fatal saber slash, showing zero mercy to his foe. Anyone else would immediately tremble in fear and drop down on their knees for a long time. Pioneer ancestors' fame and notoriety were well-deserved. Alas, Li Qie was completely unaffected and reached for the pendant. His movement seemed carefree, almost like a mortal plucking fruits off a tree. Boom! Right before Li Qie could grab it, the ancestor released a billowing aura.
Numerous fiery skulls appeared in the air and turned the area into the deepest level of hell. They immediately rushed downward in order to obliterate Xueqi. However, he was no longer there and was back in his original position away from the bridge. This took man words to explain, but it all happened in 1/1000th of the blink of an eye. No one caught this because they were preoccupied with watching Everlasting Monarch. However, even ancestors couldn't keep up with Xueqi. When everything was over, some of them became startled. What the hell? Did someone provoke that dead man? One expert shouted. The sudden eruption from Pioneer Ancestor scared the hell out of spectators, especially those standing closer to the bridge. Alas, Pioneer Ancestor was dead and didn't have thoughts. He merely attacked because Xueqi was too close to him. Now, there was no longer a target and he couldn't pursue anyone beyond the bridge. Therefore, he lowered his hands and dispersed his power. Success! Jianming was ecstatic. Young noble, you made it look so easy. This is what being unbeatable is like. Wise felt the same way. He admired Xueqi's unreal speed. Meanwhile, the crowd went back to watching True Immortals battle. Decapitation Godmonarch's slash released a deafening hymn. Everyone felt a sharp pain and could see the image of them being decapitated, true to his title. Go! 7 Seal True God activated all 7 seals, resulting in a loud explosion. Damn! Spectators felt as if their head had just exploded and their brains scattered on the ground. Seal! Finally, Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor also took charge. Other ancestors from the great powers had no chance of stopping this seal. At the same time, the rest of the forces also attacked with their weapons and treasures, hoping to distract Everlasting Monarch. Chapter 4570. 6 Tao Immortal Monarch. The sky above the bridge was a victim of the multi-pronged assault. The ground around the bridge also caved downward. The apocalyptic phenomena nearby shattered people's courage. Fuck! Experts screamed and shouted while turning pale. The pressure from all of these top masters was unbearable, akin to 1,000,000 mountains piling on top of their shoulders and crushing their soul. Could Everlasting Monarch stop the offense? They thought that his corpse might actually fall. This would be sacrilegious, descendants desecrating their ancestors' remains for the sake of the scented pouch. On the other hand, the ancient ancestors didn't think that this could come close to destroying Everlasting Monarch, a Tao Lord's equal. They knew that the current trio of True Immortal wasn't on the same level as their foe. Clank! Everlasting Monarch finally retaliated and unsheathed his radiant sword. The incoming slash was that of the Temporal Affinity, wielding the might of 3,000 generations. Everything in this region became infinitely slow. The most magical merit laws and invincible weapons couldn't compete with this stagnation. 1 slash to live forever. 1 slash to destroy. Pluff! Heads were tossed into the air. The elders and ancestors behind couldn't stop the slash. They could only stare at their decapitated body with blood gushing out from the neck. Decapitation Godmonarch's saber couldn't stop it either. It cut through his saber first and then dismembered him. The 2 halves fell to the ground. The descending 7 seals were in the form of 7 gods. They got decapitated along with their master. The true god's eyes were wide open as his head flew in the air. Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor used the heaven and earth as his shields, controlling both time and space. Unfortunately, the slash still made it through this ultimate shield. However, since it had killed many experts and broke through many defenses, it was significantly weakened. Nonetheless, Heaven Seal still became aghast once it got close enough to his chest. This would still be a fatal blow. Break! During this crucial moment, a commanding voice erupted like an endless wave of thunder. The one word alone could defeat an army by crushing their morale and battle spirit. Boom! A fist came crashing down, eradicating everything in its path. Tao laws poured down like waterfalls and engulfed the sky. It also contained the ancient 6 Tao. Inside them were an immortal light and a reincarnation cycle. Living beings were ephemeral, no different from specks of dust. 6 Tao Immortal Monarch. Ancestors knew who the elusive cultivator was right away. The punch managed to stop Everlasting Monarch's slash from thrusting through Heaven Seal Ancient Ancestor. Heaven Seal was drenched in cold sweat and immediately ran away, not giving a damn about his reputation. Clank! Everlasting Monarch's sword flushed brightly again. Its power only increased versus the first slash. It cut through the power of the Six Tao and their cycle, horrifying all spectators. Six Tao Immortal Monarch was clearly weaker despite being the first disciple of all things Tao Lord.
Now!
A halberd pierced through the realms in this split second. Not even the toughest metal in the world could stop it. Skybreak Monarch! The crowd bellowed, aware of the next combatant.
Boom!
The world turned dark once the two moves collided. The horrified crowd couldn't move at all. Fear had immobilized them. They saw blood raining down from the sky but didn't know who was the injured party.
Run!
They only heard someone say run, and all of a sudden, auras disappeared from the battlefield. It all happened so fast, so they needed a moment to digest the flow of information. It seemed that Six Tao Immortal Monarch and Skybreak Monarch have ran away. One of them was grievously injured by the second slash. This was a shocking yet expected result. Six Tao and Skybreak didn't come close to stopping Everlasting Monarch. Everyone believed that only a Tao Lord might be able to fight evenly with Everlasting Monarch. No one else had a sliver of hope. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.